You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. Wicked, wicked. What up, fools? Today is 1/23/2026. It is 1 a.m. Excuse me. You know that Burnt Peanut's the same guy who did Annoying Orange? Are you being serious when you say that? Or are you, I can't tell if you're like being sarcastic or not. He's not the same person. But you've said it so many times at this point that I can't tell now if you're being serious, Aaron. I can't tell if you're being serious. If you actually think that Burnt Peanut is the Annoying Orange. Yes, that's serious. He's a young guy. Where are you getting this from? That it's the same person? Where are you getting this from? Is that from everything that I've heard, Burnt Peanut is a young dude. He's like 24. There's literally no possible way they could be the same person. I'm also saying it because it's funny. Okay. Why? Dude, I hate it when fucking Chrome does this, dude. It I created another like a YouTube account or Google account so that I can um send like emails to people for panels and shit. And it keeps switching to it. Okay, I searched burnt peanut, annoying orange. Nothing comes up. Burnt peanut had a screaming, laughing, how beat peanut blew up overnight. Everyone keeps comparing me to the burnt peanut. Addressing the burnt peanut allegations. The peanut from Annoying Orange had a crazy glow up. I don't know why this post was recommended out of nowhere, but this is exactly the reason I can't even watch a short clip of this guy. The Annoying Orange has given me generational hate towards anything that is in this style. Yes, that is, if they're the same style. Yes, that is, they're the same style where it's like the eyes and the mouth. It's exactly the same style. But they're not the same person. Thinking the peanut is an orange. Oh, it's not an orange? Oh. I thought the burnt peanut was a fucking orange. Well, shit. Shit. So yeah, so no. Burnt peanut is not the annoying orange. I don't know where the fuck you got this from. I don't know why you thought you could just tell me to just look it up and I would just find whatever random thing you saw that told you this that you believed. But yeah, no, they are not. They are not the same person. Again, Burnt Peanut is like a young guy, so he can't be the annoying orange. The annoying orange was that came out in like the early 2000s, and somehow this guy who's 24 who was born in like 2000 is supposed to be the annoying orange. He was like a fucking toddler when that came out. Yeah, it's the same style. It's the same style. So they're using the same exact style of like animation where you have the eyes cut out and the mouth cut out. And it like all turns and moves in the same exact way. That's what it is. Which actually, speaking of, I said that I'm getting annoyed because this new account that I made so that I can invite people to panels. It keeps popping up, but I just realized I actually used the same style for my shit. I actually used the same exact style. I just realized that. It is the same style, yeah. Gay style based. What I'm going for. I just shaved my head and I just realized I missed like a whole patch back here. Are you guys able to see it? There's like a whole fucking patch of hair back there that I just realized. I totally missed. I totally missed. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can definitely see it. Yeah. Yep. 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 Ah. Yep. Ah. Yep. Ah. I feel dumb. I saw the dancing woman on Tom's YouTube and almost tried to scroll down with my mouse. Wait, you're talking about on my feed? Like one of these? Just pull it up. Which one? She was in red. That one. There you go. This this guy, so I posted this on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and it just got like reshared by a couple content creators, and ended up getting seen. But I posted this video where I talked to Rob.
The ICE agents are being rammed with vehicles over and over.
Where we had an in-person debate, and I posted a clip of it here where I say that he's lying about this.
Get out there and start distrusting ICE and the Trump administration to do things legally and right the first time.
Let's set this in. Do you think there were people detained under every president that were unlawfully detained?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So don't really see much of a difference here other than it's a little pet project to the left.
Really, you don't see a difference between them finding out that they're illegally deporting people and saying, I'm refusing to bring these people back and allowing them to... That's not what I said. I said they said they are refusing to bring them back. You keep skipping over that part.
It's not what they said.
They did say that.
All right, let me
Bondi said it numerous times.
Hard stop. He should not be in our country. So he is not coming back to our country.
Stephen Miller said it numerous times.
He is an illegal alien in the United States. He has no lawful right to be here.
Donald Trump said it numerous times.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk. I could. You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has ordered you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision.
Okay, so you get the point anyway. So the caption of it says, like, MAGA debater caught lying, okay? And the explanation that I gave is that, like, there's no way that, like, while this was the biggest story of Trump's first year in the presidency, there's no way that Rob Noor just didn't know about this, okay? So when he says they didn't say that, he has to be lying. He has to be fucking lying. There's no way he just didn't know about this, okay? That is the video that I gave. A bunch of people like reposted this over the last couple of days. This guy here started going in saying like, no, he didn't lie, you lied, and starts just like going off on the fucking craziest logic. Like it was fucking insane. I start telling him, I'm like, all right, bro, I not only believe Rob Noor's lying, I believe you're fucking lying now too, because there's no way you're this fucking stupid. And he keeps arguing with me anyways. And so I keep like correcting him on shit and making it clear. And I say here, this is likely my last response. You're way too bad faith. I also now believe you're lying to me or yourself. I'm not sure, but I refuse to believe you're this stupid. So I'm being charitable in assuming you're just dishonest. And then I go through and explain all this shit to him again. Okay. His response to this is, because I laid it out, I'll give him a very long post, kind of giving the details as clear as I can. And he just responds and says, yeah, hard pass. You are dishonest in making shit up after Rob beat you in a debate. Not reading all that. You are the liar you smear others as. Miss me with begging me to come on your show next time. Like, wait, what? Who the fuck is this guy? There's just some random person who popped into my fucking replies. Like, what do you mean miss you with begging you to come on my show? What the fuck? When the fuck did I ever invite you onto my show? So I went through my DMs. I went through like scrolling to find out what the fuck he was talking about. And I found it. And so I replied to him here and said, bruh, you are truly pathetic. I never begged you, nor even asked you to come on my show. Though you did offer to argue positions that you don't believe, which kind of proves my entire point here. Thanks for reminding me about this and lying about it so that I could post it. I had to go scrolling through my DMs to try to figure out when the fuck I ever talked to you before this. And then here's Tyler, average debate enjoyer. Tom, I added you. If you need someone, I can emulate any major political group's devil's advocate or argue sincerely. So he's literally offering to argue positions that he doesn't believe here. He's literally arguing shit that he's offering to argue on my panel shit that he doesn't even believe. And I said, sorry, we have to have everyone at the beginning. So I'm saying, yeah, I appreciate it, but no thanks. Like I gotta have everybody there early. So if you're not able to make it on time, like I gotta pass. This is me begging him to come on my fucking show. So then he says, no, that's fine. I meant in the future. And I said, okay, sure, I'll add you to the list. Thanks. This is me begging him to come on my fucking show? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? So not only did I not beg him to fucking come on my show, but he literally offers to argue positions that he doesn't believe in. He says, I can either do any political group's devil's advocate, or I can argue sincerely. What do you want me to argue sincerely, or do you want me to argue just like a made up person's positions? There's a guy who would debate any side for money a few years back. Very strange. Weird as fuck, dude. I'm blown away by this shit, dude. How the fuck do you get this ballsy, bro? How the fuck do you get this ballsy where you think like you're just gonna go and fucking blatantly lie like that as like a dunk at the end and think I'm not gonna post it? All right. One more thing before we get to the news. I found this guy last night. There's been a bunch of other people that we found where like they're on TikTok and they just walk through the streets and they like start making a beat and then just hand the mic to somebody and they start freestyling on it and shit. And I love that shit, especially when they actually make like really good beats and really good music. It's so fucking good. I love that shit. I found this guy yesterday who does this on Omegle, where he's pretty much doing the same thing, but he doesn't have the other person like rap on it, but he does like really bad freestyle. But it's kind of part of his charm is that like he really sucks at the freestyle part. But this is sick.
I would like to.
Yo,
What's up, dude?
bro, I have a question.
Yeah, hit it. What the fuck, dude?
Sorry, my camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first.
Yeah. What the heck is up, dude? That was really weird when you just stared at me when you said you had a question. Do you remember that? That just happened. It was kind of...
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I thought it was, like, funny. Like,
It's okay. No, it was kind of funny. Like, just stare at me. Let's just stare at each other. You ready?
Yeah. That, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the part where.
This fucking bro. Bruh. I fucking killed myself when I first heard this. I was like, holy shit. And I slit my throat. That is a fucking banger that he just cooked up on the spot, bro. But then he got way cooler.
Yeah, are you chill?
I am if you are.
You want to listen to a song about having sex with robots?
Do I want to listen to a song about robots?
Yeah, about having sexual intercourse with robots.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Listen, man, I wanna fuck robots. Yeah, I wanna fuck robots. Yeah, people talk shit on me cause I want some fucking robot pussy, yes I do. It's like I'm in Japan in this fucking video game. It's the dream that I have. Wanna fuck robots, you know what I mean, man, shit.
That's good. I fucking dig it.
Thanks, dude.
Honestly worth it.
Yeah, are you chill?
I am.
And there's... Bro, I went through every fucking video that this guy has. And this one's actually kind of fucking funny, dude. He trolls Kai Cenat.
Kai Cenat, do you wanna praise the blood god? What? It's King Kai Cenat. Praise it's King Kai Cenat. King. 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 It's King Kai Cenat.
What the fuck is going on?
It's King Kai Cenat. King. We must protect him, yes we should. King Kai Cenat will die.
Oh my, who the fuck is that nigga, man?
You saying he's gonna die? Kill him. Kill that guy. He also said guy was gonna die, bro.
Watch out.
You can't have that.
And he actually got him, dude. He actually fucking got him. They killed him. And then they got Fousey.
That one time I sang for Foolery.
You know, like, you know, I'll give you a little tree song.
All right, let's hear it.
A little tree song, just a... Ow, dude, I got...
Oh, you... Okay.
I'm just hitting my tree.
What the hell?
And I don't want to bother anybody. I'm just here.
Are you serious?
Do you want to hit it with me?
No freaking.
Yeah, I'm just...
Is he beatboxing?
Oh. I mean, like, I'm just hitting the tree. Like, I'm just hitting. That's what I'm doing.
Holy
I ain't got no...
That one time.
It's fucking hilarious. This dude better get mad pussy, bro. Bruh. Bruh! It's so good. It's so fucking good, bro. The first one that I saw was this one, I think.
Hello.
What up?
Seriously? Hello.
He making a beat off of your hello.
I'd like to see you discuss with Jacob Munro. He's a based goth and talks about how woke infiltrated the goth metal scene.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Now, I don't think this is going to be the last time I make a video about this type of content because, quite frankly, I encourage people to respond to this either positively or negatively in terms of agreeing with what I'm saying. Last time, I encourage people to respond to this either positively or negatively in terms of agreeing with what I'm saying or doing me the honors of giving me a counter argument that I can then respond to. Honestly, I relish the challenge. Now, in my continued research of the goth subculture, I can't help but realize a constant, consistent lack of political overtones. It's just not there. But what have we seen from these ideologues and their sycophants? It's just constantly, you have to agree with the politics, you have to agree with the leftist politics, you have to be a liberal or a leftist, you have to, and if you don't agree...
Well, the politics are implied, yes. The politics are heavily implied. So, there are... there's a bunch of women who do TikTok shorts and YouTube shorts and like YouTube videos and shit about being married, being a housewife, cleaning up, cooking dinner, you know, tidying the place up and like having drinks with their friends. And like, this is their whole channel, is just showing off like being a housewife and making it look very glamorous and fun. And, you know, they get all dolled up and they get in their pretty dresses and then they go and, you know, dust everything and clean everything and make dinner, and they turn it into these really cool shorts. And obviously, you can be a housewife and be a liberal, but the politics are implied with the fact that, like, yes, it is very much promoting a conservative, you know, lifestyle. It is very much promoting, like, the gender roles that are there. And that's the same with being goth, is obviously the, like, conservatism is supposed to be, like, anti-subculture, anti-outsider, anti-different, like, it is meant to be, like, we want this, like, old school version of things where we do things in a conservative way. Goth is not conservative. It's not. Can you be a conservative and be goth? Yes, 100%. But is goth conservative? No. Goth is very liberal. Goth is very, very liberal. It is for sure liberal. Like, 100%, no doubt about it. Goth is a liberal thing. Just the same as you can be a trans person and be a conservative, but is being trans conservative? No. No, it's not. Being trans is not conservative. Being trans is definitely not conservative. It is a liberal thing. But can you be conservative? Yeah, sure. But that doesn't mean being trans is now conservative. Being trans is obviously a liberal thing, a progressive thing. It is not a conservative thing. That is the same for being goth. That is obviously the case. And to deny this is just denying. I don't even. It's just blatant. It's just obvious. It's just fucking obvious to even have to explain this. Like, feels like my brain is gonna melt out of my ears. Like, goth isn't inherently. Oh, not inherently. Oh, well, damn. Well, I guess when we talk about social constructs that aren't inherently anything, then I guess you know. I guess you got me.
Agree with this. They have to be eradicated and removed, and they're not allowed in our space in an attempt to fight fascism, or what they've incorrectly labeled fascism, and it's weirdly easy to fall into that label these days. You may have accidentally just made a common sense observation and oops, you just tripped into fascism. Yeah, I don't really agree that women should be having a foot race against biological men. Oh, I didn't realize you were Hitler! You know, this kind of ridiculousness. Now, allow me to lay out the primary focus of this video and the very point I'm trying to make. Goth is not political. And I'm going to prove it. How are you going to do that, Jake? Well, with the very simple...
Yeah, again, I don't think goth is political. That's not the same thing. Like, being trans is not political either. Being trans is not political. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have... like political connotations, or that you're going, it's like, again, like being gay, there's just so many things that, like, it's obvious, like rap music. Okay, is rap music inherently political? No. Is rap music necessarily political? No. Is rap music conservative? No. Is it liberal? Yes. Yes, it is very liberal. It is very fucking liberal. Rap music is very, very fucking liberal. And so it is, but does that mean that rap music is political? No, it's not. It's not political.
Observation of those who take part in it. See, there's this weird misunderstanding that those who are partaking in goth are purely partisan of one specific kind, and anyone who is not of this partisan nature, leftist, is an infiltrator, a faker, a poser, and is not allowed into the space. But this is not the case. See, now this is the case for things like Antifa, which is a leftist political subculture. It is. Now, you won't accidentally find a conservative or a Republican in Antifa, because the very nature of it, the core beliefs of Antifa, would not in any way accommodate a conservative or Republican. You're just not going to do that. Now, you could say that, what, you don't think a conservative wants to fight fascism? That's what Antifa is, anti-fascist, except, as I've already stated, leftists have absolutely no idea what fascism even is, so we can't really trust them to correctly name themselves now, can we? Anyway, I posed a question.
Well, he just said a minute ago that if somebody said that he was a fascist, that meant that he was Hitler. But he knows what fascism is. He can correctly label it. But, you know, you have to be Hitler in order to be fascist, according to him. That's the guy who's saying that the left doesn't know what fascism is. He said leftist. I doubt he knows the difference between the left and leftist. I doubt, like, he doesn't sound very political. He doesn't sound like he's very involved in politics, and so he just sounds kind of like a normie. So I'm not gonna go too deep into that one. But yeah, I think he just said a minute ago that, like, oh, they said if I said that men shouldn't be in a foot race with women, that means that I'm a fascist. Oh, now I'm Hitler. Like, no, that's not. You can be a fascist and not be Hitler, not want to genocide the fucking Jews, not be anti-Semitic, not, like, you don't even have to do a genocide in order to be fascist. You seem to not know what fascism is.
Over on Instagram asking my conservative and Republican followers, more mainly goths of these political ideologies, what their experience within goth has been and what they value within the subculture. Despite their conservative and Republican beliefs, they still find ways to enjoy the subculture. It's weird that goth isn't, despite what some people are.
Yeah, he's making a bad argument across the board. Again, like, when we talk about Blair White, who is a trans woman, this is somebody who is conservative. It's a very conservative person, but it's a trans person. How can they be conservative? Well, they can have conservative beliefs. They can still have conservative beliefs and be trans. But is being trans a conservative thing? No, it's not. This isn't hard. Like, this isn't fucking hard. This is pretty simple. This guy's just like drawing this false dichotomy where, like, obviously goth is a liberal thing or a progressive thing. It is a, like, anti-mainstream sort of subculture that is supposed to push back against the status quo, and the conservatism is like, we want the old status quo. We want old status quo before people were walking around looking like fucking powder, you know? that's conservatism. Like, conservatism is anti this fucking guy looking like this. Can he still be a conservative? Yes. But is conservatism also anti Blair White looking like that? Yes. Can Blair White still be a conservative? Yes. It doesn't, like, these two things are not necessarily linked.
Saying isn't innately, obviously, openly leftist, and therefore is completely repulsive to these types of people. You would think a subculture that had a requirement to be politically left.
Let the video cook for a while, bro. Jesus.
Would have absolutely no value or place. for these types of people, and yet here they are. So what's that about? And when I tell you I got DMs in response to my request on Instagram stories, boy, did I get DMs. I got like 130, maybe 140 by the end of it. I never really ended up finishing the count of it, but there were so many DMs. There are so many more of these goths in this subculture than you are aware of. But we're going to get into that. So I'd just like to read through some of the more notable experiences. Obviously, all of these identities are going to be kept safe because the left, the tolerant, peaceful, open-minded, inclusive left. Oh no, they wouldn't.
Did you finish watching the Connor Pisco combo? I didn't even start watching it. I went into the chat and asked if this is part 2 or if this is a new version. I was literally there for like maybe 2 minutes at most and then left. Yeah, I didn't even watch it. Might watch it tonight though. We might review it later.
You're about to hear the contrary. Not a conservative, but still considered right-wing. Anyway, I got into the goth scene in middle school and throughout high school. I was left-leaning in the early years because I thought that was just the default, as is always the narrative. Yes, technically, that is relatively always the narrative for young people. That's typically where liberalism and leftism finds its place, is in young people who have not yet learned the hard lessons of the world, lacking in experience, understanding that not all freedom is good freedom, not all inclusivity is good inclusivity, or as we're learning the hard way at the moment, not all diversity is good diversity. But the ever-increasing authoritarianism of the left as Marxism began to creep in, and the subsequent desire for big government in the ideology, it just didn't seem to sit right with me. I'm going to get more into that as well. Goth is naturally liberating. The beauty in darkness is liberating. I choose liberty and started leaning libertarian. Then eventually full-blown libertarian. There is an air of art and deep thought in the beautiful melancholy of the goth subculture that coincides with a feeling of freedom that I desire. And though goth itself isn't political, any ideology that requires conformity, especially conformity of thought, is antithetical to the necessary freedom that a subculture like goth requires. Beautifully, eloquently, concisely put. You see, there has always been this understanding.
That's a liberal ideal. They're just giving liberal ideals, bro. They're literally explaining liberalism and then being like, that's antithetical to this. Yes, that's because you're a fucking liberal, bro. Those are liberal ideals.
Which coincides with a misunderstanding that goth.
You going to talk about that lacquery streamer?
I don't know who that is. Did you post it in content suggestions?
Is anti-establishment, and it is. Jake, are you Republican? No. Are you conservative? No. Liberal or leftist? Definitely not. I'm not anything for government. I think the less government, the better. And yet we're seeing this increasing rise in socialism.
Being conservative or liberal or any of those things has nothing to do with whether or not you like agree with the government or like the government or want more government, or that's not a part of it. That's like Republican or Democrat.
And Marxism coming from the left, which is essentially subsidize everything on behalf of the government. So everything is free, government owns everything, and no one actually has to work hard or do anything or get off their fat asses. There was this weird push for leftist government totalitarianism, especially in regards to socialism and communism. We hate government. Yeah, we hate government. Unless it's our government, in which case, please own everything, daddy, and then just give us what you think we need. There is nothing anti-establishment about this. I, for one, personally would like as little government as humanly possible, with all the capitalist freedom that I require in order to work harder than everyone else in the same niche as me, in order to earn more than everyone else in the same niche as me. See, nobody likes the hardest working guy in the room, which is why communism was invented. It gets rid of that pesky ego that keeps getting bruised by seeing other people do the things you're not willing to do. Goth was invaded by these political ideologues that assumed their politics were perfect. It's the perfect politics. It's the perfect ideology to have. I'm such a good person. Wait a minute. Does that mean subsequently that everyone who does not share my political ideologies are imperfect and must be purified in the acidic baths of persecution? Well, it must be. And here I am, a goth, with these ideologies. I guess it's mine. But I'm going to get into this really bizarre sense of entitlement that leftists also seem to have. Hung out with goth kids in high school, even though I was considered preppy. Also dated a goth guy. Seriously, some of the nicest people. In college, I found a goth online community website and spent a lot of time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is... It like, from the very beginning, like, his main points just kind of debunk his entire thought process, and now all he's doing is just trying to just build on top of the dumb logic that he gave at the beginning. So all right, news. You lose.
Prosecutors accused her of using her car to box in the Border Patrol agents. Martinez's lawyer, Chris Parenti, obtained another surveillance video. In it, Martinez can be seen driving along the left side of the Border Patrol SUV. When Agent Exum stopped and fired at Martinez, the video shows her car was not blocking his, contradicting the Department of Homeland Security's account of the incident.
So DHS released a statement saying that their agents were boxed in by 10 cars. They couldn't move. What does the video that you obtained from a surveillance camera show?
There was nobody in front of this agent. If he simply wanted...
Holy shit, dude. That's the agent's car right there? Holy shit. That's their car right there, and they're blocked in by 10 cars? What? Holy shit, dude. These people are fucking insane.
In it, Martinez can be seen driving along the left side of the Border Patrol SUV. When Agent Exum stopped and fired at Martinez, the video shows her car was not blocking his, contradicting the Department of Homeland Security's account of the incident.
So
It's those new Teslas. Those new invisible Teslas. Damn, I didn't even think about those.
DHS released a statement saying that their agents were boxed in by 10 cars. They couldn't move. What does the video that you obtained from a surveillance camera show?
There was nobody in front of this agent. If he simply wanted to move forward on the street in the direction he was going, he could have continued on. It shows there's nobody to the left of his vehicle.
Why don't you play the video as you got it set up and kind of walk me through what we see?
Okay, so this construction barrier that you see here, that is where eventually you're going to see the hood of the agent's car stop. You see
the front.
That is the front of the agent's car. The quote ramming has just happened, and right now the agent is opening his driver's side door. He's jumping out, and within 2 seconds, according to a stopwatch, he's shooting his gun 5 times. So now you'll see Miramar's car sort of come at a bend. Like, so she's in the far left lane. She goes towards the curb away from the agents and then comes back.
You see no evidence of 10 people, a caravan anywhere.
I don't see 10 people, and I certainly don't see anybody in the lane in front of him. Why can he not go forward?
Court proceedings also uncovered text messages from Agent Exum. In one exchange with fellow agents, he appeared to brag about the shooting, writing, quote, "I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys." Body camera footage discussed in court also revealed that an agent in Exum's car, while holding a weapon, said, "Do something, bitch." Seconds later, Agent Exum opened fire.
What do you think he meant by that?
I feel like he wanted me to do something. Like, he was just like trigger happy. He was just like, yeah, like, do something. Like, yeah, I want you to do something. Provoke us.
In a statement, Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said, quote, "On October 4th, Border Patrol law enforcement officers were ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their..."
Bro, this is so fucking disgusting. These fucking pieces of shit, bro. This is so disgusting. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? And then they're calling them domestic terrorists again. They're just going out and doing the dumbest shit and then just making up excuses afterwards. Just making it up.
Vehicles.
This is so fucking disgusting. And it never ends, dude. It fucking never ends.
Earlier today, in a speech in Davos, Switzerland, President Trump at least 3 times referred to Greenland a territory he wants to seize or purchase from Denmark. 3 times referred to Greenland as Iceland. When a reporter went on X and pointed this out, the White House press secretary, whose salary your tax dollars pay for, wrote, quote, "No, he didn't, Libby. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is. You're the only one mixing anything up here."
He didn't say piece of ice. He said Iceland. Like 3 times. He said Iceland over and over. He kept calling it Iceland. We watched it here. Like he called Greenland Iceland numerous times.
Okay, I mean, you know that was filmed, right? Let's roll the tape.
When I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy. Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
This all reminds me of this great, horrifying quote from George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984, quote,
"Oh, they did not, just to be clear, Iceland nor Greenland cost the stock market a lot of money. Donald Trump did. Donald Trump did. Donald Trump threatening 200% tariffs on all of the European leaders in European countries if they didn't get on board with him taking over Greenland. He threatened 200% tariffs, and the stock market dropped 800 fucking points. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Like to say, oh yeah, they're costing us a lot of money because I just started threatening people with tariffs.
The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. But we don't live in 1984, and we don't have to reject the evidence of our eyes and ears. We know that he confused Iceland with Greenland or Greenland with Iceland. And I mean, you can lie to us if you want, but I don't know why it's worth it. Earlier today...
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. It's not even that big of a deal. Like, yeah, okay, he just mixed them up, like, whatever. But to then turn around and lie about it. So, we're going to go over some more ICE stuff in just a second, because some of this stuff is getting insanely out of hand. Like, it has gotten way worse since the Renee Good shooting. And everything is just getting out of control. But the other day when I was live, we did go over the Davos speech from Trump. And shit's falling apart. Like, I obviously I said before the Trump administration took over, everything that Trump was saying, I kept saying this is going to like ruin the current world order. Like, the world will not be the same after this Trump presidency. This will be like COVID times 10, where it's just going to change everything. This we will lose all our allies. We will, alliances across the world will break up. Everybody will start splitting up over shit. Like, this is going to fuck up everything because Trump doesn't know how to negotiate or handle relationships. And so the threat of a 200% tariff, one thing. Trump threatening to take over Greenland, another thing. Trump invading Venezuela, another thing. Trump threatening tariffs over the last year, another thing. Trump threatening like all of these other all of these other countries and allies. Trump going after Zelensky the way that he did. Trump trying to be buddy with Putin the way that he was, like going after Iran. Like the shit that Trump has done has changed the world in a single fucking year. Like, people say, Rome didn't fall in a day. America is gonna fucking fall in a day. Like, it's gonna fall in a day. This is, our country is what it is, not just because of like resources, not just because of the number of people, not just because of like, historical precedents with the, the wars and things like that. More than anything, it is because we took a position after World War II and World War I to where we were heading a new world order that depended on alliances and a leader of the world who was going to be good. who was going to stop everybody from fighting, who's going to stop everybody from warring, who's going to stop everybody from killing each other, who's going to stop everybody from taking over each other's territories. Like, that was what made the United States the fucking superpower. That's what made everybody, when we switched from the gold standard and everybody watched us, they all fucking got on board because we were the ones who were paving the way. And now they're all heading in different directions. And the Davos shit has made this clear. I'm going to do a panel in a couple of days, and so I made a little like clip kind of breaking some of the shit down for that panel, but I can play it real quick if a lot of you don't know what happened at Davos, you didn't see it. I'm gonna see if I can play this real quick. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Oh, you can't hear it. Fuck. 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 Alright, hold on. Give me a second. I can fix this real quick. All right.
This is what Trump had to say about that when he heard about Macron's rejection early this morning.
What I'll do is, if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes.
Are we going to get into a different type of trade battle where some of these countries, instead of going it alone, band together and try to push back against President Trump?
With stories of the United States threatening to forcibly seize land from this longtime American ally and a potential irrevocable damage to the NATO alliance.
This bargain no longer works. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up.
Prepare for another wild ride in the stock market today after yesterday's loss of more than 870 points after President Trump threatened new tariffs.
If you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies. But we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are.
We do not have to accept this new reality as fate. We are not at the mercy of this new world order. We do have a choice.
Europe is at a crossroads where it has to decide. Until now,
We tried to appease the new president in the White House. We were very lenient also with the tariffs, but now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else.
I'm concerned with many of our allies, our partners, militarily, economically, starting to think that they have to diversify away and de-risk from the United States of America.
If this change is permanent, then Europe must change permanently too. It is time to seize this opportunity and build a new, independent Europe.
This weekend saw the largest protest Greenland's ever had.
Do you feel that the security provided at the moment is sufficient to fight adversaries like China or Russia?
We have kept China and Russia completely out of Greenland. They have nothing there. No activities, no mining, no consulates. Greenland is not in danger of being taken over by neither Russia or China. It's only the United States that is a threat to Greenland right now.
So yeah, these are all of the world leaders. This is all of the world leaders at Davos talking about the fact that they are done with the United States. They're done with the the alliances. They're done with it, because even one of them says, like, we're put in a scenario where we either have to be this like slave to America, or we have to go off and do our own thing. And all of these European leaders are saying, like, Europe is going to become its own alliance now. We're going to have our own alliance in Europe. That's that. And that's terrifying. That's terrifying. That is truly horrifying. If we lose all of our allies like that. Canada said that they're moving on. Germany said they're moving on. France said they're moving on. England said they're moving on. Like, everybody's moving on. Everybody, like, that was all of their fucking speeches. All of their speeches there were, we see where the world's going. We're here to talk about the economy. All right, well, we are no longer going to have these relationships with the United States. I think 6 European countries backed out of trade agreements with the United States. That, like, we're fucked. Like, we are utterly fucked. We are so utterly fucked right now. This is exactly what I said was going to happen the entire fucking time. And I know there's tons of other people, so I'm not like some fucking genius, but it's because it was just obvious. It was just fucking obvious to everybody who wasn't brainwashed in MAGA that this is what was going to happen. And instead, all of these MAGA people kept saying, no, they all respect Trump. They'll do what he says. They don't have a choice. We're America. We're the superpower. We get to do what we want. No, we are the superpower because everybody wants us to be. As soon as everybody does not want us to be the superpower, we're fucked. Like, we're totally fucked. We can't just depend on ourselves. We cannot just be isolationists and just depend on ourselves. We have to have everybody else in on it in order for this to work. And nobody's in on it anymore. And the problem is that I've been saying for a while, I've been saying, like, the whole year, I kept saying, I bet, like, all of these countries are sitting there right now just thinking, damn, dude, like, we need to figure out what the fuck we're going to do, because either we try to wait 4 years for Trump to get out of office and hope somebody else comes in that's actually got a brain, or we just go ahead and move on now and not wait for something that's just gonna fuck us even more. And damn, dude, yeah, they're not waiting 4 years. They are not waiting 4 years. They're all ready to jump ship now. So, but all right, we're gonna get back to some ICE stuff. So, You guys remember the family who had a bunch of kids in the van? They said that they were stopped at an ICE protest and a bunch of tear gas was thrown at their car and their kids had asthma. They were trying to get their kids out of the car. Some of them were choking. Apparently, the claim from the parents was initially that they were on their way. They picked up their kids from the basketball game and they were on their way home. And they were just trying to get home. Just didn't know anything about the protest. They're just trying to get home. And they got tear gassed. A bunch of these posts are popping up now. It says, you can't make this up. Remember the poor sweet baby and innocent family tear gassed while just driving home from practice? New video from January 14th protest, live streamed by activist Jonathan Mason, shows Destiny and Sean Jackson in the crowd 45 minutes before tear gas hit their car with kids inside. Video shows Destiny and Sean Jackson were at the riot 45 minutes earlier, then left their 6 kids, including 6-month-old needing CPR, unattended in the car to choke on tear gas, scammed $200,000 on GoFundMe. Trust but verify. And so this doesn't have any audio for some reason. Yeah, this is, I think this is her. Oh no, this is Miss Destiny. Okay, so that's her. And then I think this is the husband. No, wait, no, this is. Yeah, the other one is. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there he is there. There she is there. Hold up. Wait a minute. That's every time I see this video, I think that's who he is. Hold up. Wait a minute. You guys know? You guys know the meme I'm talking about?
Check this out. Intruders caught on camera invading houses. So could something like this happen to you?
Dave Rowe knows all too well how it feels to have his home broken into.
Yeah, and see, that's what the...
Wait. You guys aren't getting the fucking audio again. What the fuck? Wait, are you?
problem was.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Because I heard him first. I said, hold on. I said, hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Because
something
ain't right. To taste them. I said, and then I started to smell them. So it's like a smell like tastes like other. So I knew something was wrong. I knew something special about it. You know? So
what did you do when you heard the intruder?
I ran upstairs. I had to run. And I had to do what that little girl, what's that little girl in the Holocaust? She had she Anne Hathaway, Frankie Beverly. Anne Frank, that's a hiding bitch, ain't it?
Frankly Berry. So yeah, so this is conservatives are super excited about this one. And this, I believe, is who put this information out. So this is from Crime Watch, Minneapolis. Bombshell, mom of baby at riot previously indicted on first-degree murder in 2019 killing. Crime Watch has discovered a bombshell revelation. The mother of 6 kids who were left unattended to be tear-gassed in a vehicle at last week's North Minneapolis riot following an ICE-involved shooting is none other than Destiny Bradshaw, who was indicted on first-degree murder in the killing of a man during a robbery in 2019 in North Minneapolis. Bradshaw, now 26, has since legally changed her last name to Jackson to match her husband/partner Sean Jackson. The name change was allowed by Hennepin County courts despite Bradshaw being a convicted felon resulting from the murder case. Okay. So much of this does not make sense, bro. What the fuck? Okay, so first they said she was indicted on murder charges. Why did you say indicted? Why didn't you say convicted? Why would you just say indicted? Because if you say indicted, I'm gonna assume that's where it ended. It stopped at indicted. But now you're saying convicted. Okay. But then also you're saying she was allowed to change her name but despite being a convicted felon. Is that a thing? You're not allowed to get married and change your last name if you're a convicted felon? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Tyreek Perkins sentenced for involvement in 2019 fatal shooting. Destiny Lucretia Bradshaw, 20 of Brooklyn Park. Okay, wait. How old is the other lady? I thought she was older than 20. 24 or 25. Destiny Jackson, a 20-year-old Indiana resident, was tragically killed in a double homicide. No. Oh yeah, no, 26-year-old mother. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. That does line up. Daily Mail. Disgraceful past of Minneapolis mother who raised $173,000 by claiming her baby was tear gassed by ICE while driving home from basketball game, as new video paints a very different picture. And I can't read this unless I'm a member and log in. Whatever. Crime Watch posted overnight the discovery of a video last Wednesday riot that appeared to contradict the story that Jacksons told media about the events leading up to their children being affected by tear gas deployed by law enforcement to quell the riot. Jackson claimed they were just passing through the area of 23rd and Lyndale Avenue North on the way home from their son's basketball game at Anderson Middle School in South Minneapolis. School schedule shows the game started at 5 p.m. Jackson's claimed in media interviews that they approached the area. I could have sworn in one interview she said that she was going to pick up her mom from the protest. They keep calling it a riot. They don't even call it a protest. They keep saying at the riot, or they were taking part in the riot, or she was at the riot. But I didn't see any rioting there in those videos, so I don't know what, like, I didn't see them taking part in a fucking riot. I saw them standing there. I don't know what the fuck that is. The Jacksons claimed in the media interview that they approached the area to find lights and crime tape. After asking bystanders what was going on, they learned that there had been an ICE shooting. Destiny Jackson told Care 11 Media that they tried to leave the area but got stuck in traffic.
As the night unfolded,
we started to see, lights and stuff.
One North Minneapolis family trying to make their way home.
Like, even trying to leave, I couldn't go backwards, forward. It was like I was just stuck.
Destiny and Sean Jackson, along with their 6 kids, had just left the nearby grocery store after the game when they turned onto Lyndale. Sean says they tried to take a side street after they saw the crowds.
There's nothing we can do if it's blocked off.
Sean and Destiny say they were stuck between crowds of protesters and law enforcement. When law enforcement tried to disperse the crowd,
all we heard was boom, and every airbag deployed.
They say a flashbang went off near their car as tear gas enveloped them.
And I was screaming to my oldest son, Sean. I'm like, get out, get out. Like, I can't, Mom, and I can't breathe.
Destiny says bystanders pulled her into a home to check on her as she screamed that her 6-month-old child was still in the car.
He was just, like, lifeless. Like, he had, like, foam like around his mouth, and he had tears coming out his eyes. I was giving him mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because nobody wants to see their kids like that.
The family was taken to the hospital, all now okay.
Like, my kids' stuff is still in the car. My son's school stuff.
A family on their way home, caught in chaos.
So there's a couple of things here. One, they said that they were seen 45 minutes before. They could have gone to the protest and like been there and then left. They also could have gotten stuck there for more than 45 minutes. They could have been sitting there for a long time, gotten out of the car, walked around for a bit, came back. A bunch of these people keep saying this is child abandonment, that they left their kids in the car. Pretty sure they had some like kids that are like middle school age that are able to babysit the other kids in the car. They're allowed to be left alone in the car, and so I don't think it's a huge problem if they went out and walked around at the protest with their kids in the car, but I don't know. However, live stream video from the scene that evening captured both Sean and Destiny milling in the crowd, starting at about 8:30 p.m. according to timestamps in the live streamer's video. The children and their vehicle were nowhere to be seen. The live stream started at 8:16 p.m. Sean and Destiny first appear in the video at about the 15 and 17 to 19 minute marks, which would be 8:30 to 8:35 p.m. based on when the live stream started at 8:16. The video even shows armed federal law enforcement in fatigues walking past Destiny in the same frame. Her casual reaction showed no urgency to check on the children or leave the scene. So what? Okay, so this is the original live stream.
This is your boy Jonathan Mason. Everybody get outside over north. I told y'all it was coming to us. I told y'all it was coming to us. And
okay. The fucking holy shit, dude. The fucking players on YouTube, on Facebook, are the worst shit, dude.
In. This is your boy Jonathan Mason. Everybody get outside. The other way, you're gonna get.
Holy shit! Come on! Why? Just play the freaking video! Oh my goodness! I'm gonna try logging into Facebook for the first time in a long time, see if that helps.
And now it's time for us to send it up to the roof. It ain't no ball game. It ain't no test. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to talk. I want to talk to straight niggas from the north side.
This is sad. This shit is sad. And if, like I said, if the politicians can't do anything, the people will. The people will. That's all I got to say, man. This shit is fucked up.
Thank you, George. I just seen George at the City Hall. That's my girl right there. Now, we're going to let black media do what they do. You're going to let me do what I do. And we're going to keep it fit. We want real pressure. I know we blowing whistles. Whistles ain't doing it, y'all. Black people are mad at y'all for blowing whistles. I'm going to tell you like that. I don't know if you guys been told that. Black people are mad as hell. Y'all are laughing at Whipple and dancing and doing this. We done with that shit. We the ones that popped George Floyd off. We the ones that put 35W Bridge into the stop.
We the ones that popped George Floyd up. I mean, look. Y'all don't want this fucking smoke, okay? by far the majority of the BLM protests were white people. Y'all don't want this fucking smoke. Alright? Just go do your protests. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving, homie. Alright? Y'all don't want the fucking smoke. White people. Alright? We do this. Okay? White fucking soccer mom liberals. This is our shit. Alright? Check yourself.
And sued the city and state. Y'all didn't sue this. Who sued the city and state and won? Raise your hand. Okay, I want to ask a question. Who sued the city and state for George Floyd? Who won? Who won? Which one? I know Nikema did. Nikema was with me. Who else? Who else?
It said like 17-minute mark. I went to the 17-minute mark and now I'm 17 to 19-minute marks, which would be, yeah, it says 15-minute and 17-minute to 19-minute. What?
Where? So none of you guys sued the city and state for George Floyd. Why? Were y'all out there?
1730.
So you didn't sue them? They didn't beat you guys?
Oh, there it is. Okay, yes, they're there. They're right here.
Did you sue them? Oh, no, okay. I'm just asking anybody in the crowd. She didn't either. So it don't matter. I sued them and won. I went all the way. I didn't give up. When FBI was at my crib, I wasn't playing around like Royce and them. I wasn't. You remember me, right? I got the messages still, right? I know I got all the slack saved, too. I don't know what happened. Yeah. No, I got all the meetings and everything saved. Oh, me too. Wonderful.
Yeah, so that was him there.
Wonderful.
And here.
So we all know what happened. Yeah.
That's him again there. That's them again there.
Shooting that shit again. They shooting that shit again. And we finna send it up. I got everybody in the hood coming. Watch this. And we finna get straight on it. I was just on the vibe. Y'all seen what I was just on? I was just on this.
Where the fuck is the riot? Where's the riot? Where's the rioting? They keep saying it's a riot. Where's the riot? Where's the riot? I don't see a riot. What riot? What riot are they taking part in?
Some
Give me a
Northside
break.
shit. Y'all seen Dutch? I was just on Dutch and them shit. On my mama. I got breaking news on Dutch shit. On Vibes from the Kitchen. Everybody, we doing Northside shit, Northside content. They gonna come over here, but Northside, I need you niggas to stand up. We not finna let these people play in our hood, and then they thinking they tough with us. I need black women, black men. You finna go get you a hat and go get you all your shit right, and then we gonna get back out here. Jason. Mason, yeah. Jason.
Okay, this is the Native American that's doing it.
Already. Yeah, Jonathan Mason, you know. And I don't got no. Yeah. I got black people. Hold on. Watch out.
I'm from that Aba Chakawaki Wookie Goosey tribe.
Hold on. Hey, if you tune in, they chasing him. He got a pistol. He'll shoot somebody. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. If you're tuned in, we live over North. Mac, I need you. Rev, over here. Come on, Rev. Rev, come on. Mac, everybody come on. I need everybody over North right now. Helicopters everywhere in the hood. North side.
Okay, I think that's the last that we see of them. 19-minute marks. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So. Minneapolis Fire Department emergency dispatch audio documents the responders were first dispatched to the baby being tear gassed at 9:22 p.m., fully 45 minutes after the Jacksons can fully be seen in the video. Okay. Jackson's narrative shifted in subsequent media interviews in which Destiny claimed she saw her mother in the crowd and was coaxing her to leave. Again, the live stream shows no urgency to that effect. Okay, so we have a total time of 3 minutes of them being there. And in those 3 minutes, we're saying there was no urgency, dude. They were just chilling. There's no urgency. It's 3 fucking minutes, bro. It's 3 minutes. They were there for 3 minutes, as far as you know. As far as you know, they were there for 3 minutes, and then they may have just gotten right back in their car and sat there and waited for traffic to move. The whistle is so dumb. What is the thing with the whistle? I thought whistles were there to like let immigrants know that like ICE was coming, and if people heard whistles, they knew to like, if they were an illegal, to get the fuck out of there. Or if they had an accent or were brown. Yeah, whistling when ICE is coming for someone is fine, but to attack the agents is dumb. Wait, what does that have to... Wait, what does attack with whistles? What does attacking have to do with whistles? I'm so fucking lost. What are you talking about? The time gap between the Jacksons' appearance in the live stream and when responders were dispatched to the baby being tear gassed raises questions about where the children were during that time period in the freezing cold weather, and begs questions about the Jacksons' claim of being trapped in their vehicle. Yeah, so again, there's a couple of options here. One is that they could have just like actually been passing through, saw her mom, gotten out, told her mom to get the fuck out of there, get in the car with us, and then they got back in the car and waited. Two is they could have been there to get her mom, then left, went and picked those kids up from basketball, and then came back. But it does hurt some of the narrative where they say, we pulled up and we were asking people, well, what's going on here? Oh, there's a protest? What's the protest about? What happened? I didn't know there was a protest happening here. That does, like, it does make them look kind of bad in that sense, yeah. Destiny Bradshaw was among several people charged in December 19th, 2019 murder of a man in Minneapolis during the robbery plot. According to court documents, Bradshaw was initially charged with second-degree murder and was later indicted on first-degree murder. Charges in the case describe that Bradshaw targeted males on Facebook under the ruse of wanting marijuana. When one of the males showed up in a vehicle in the alley, Bradshaw's accomplices, Tyreek Lavelle Perkins and James Taiwan Moore, approached the vehicle and tried to open the door. When they couldn't open the door, Moore started shooting at the vehicle. Perkins later told police that Moore just looked at him and started laughing. The two then fled the scene back to Bradshaw's apartment. The victim was subsequently pronounced deceased, having been shot in the back. That description, I don't know if you guys ever saw this video, but there's this video that like fucking haunts me. There's a video that haunts me where there's a black girl and a black guy sitting on a couch, and the girl is like sitting there recording herself and like, you know, doing selfie poses and shit. And you hear a woman in the back screaming, "Help me! Help me! Help me! They're raping me! They're raping me! Help me! They're raping me!" Just screaming fucking bloody murder. And this chick's like, "Nah, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Too late for that. Too late for that, bitch." And like, it just, that fucking video has haunted me, bro. It has haunted me ever since. That's, so when they say that, like, you know, they started shooting at the car and she just stands there and laughs, like, that kind of, that's what I think of. The victim was subsequently pronounced deceased, having been shot in the back. Bradshaw was eventually offered a plea deal by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, including amended charges of aiding an offender after the fact, to which she pled guilty. They said that she was fucking convicted of murder. They said she was convicted of murder. She didn't get convicted of murder. At sentencing, the first and second degree murder charges were dismissed, and Bradshaw's 48th corrected. They said she was convicted of murder, bro. What? She didn't get convicted of murder. Why did they lie?
Wednesday night. As chemical.
I knew that was sus, that they started off just saying she was indicted and then later said convicted. Yeah, it says here. Wait. So here it says indicted on first-degree murder in killing of a man during a robbery, and then yes, it says the name change was allowed in Hennepin courts despite Bradshaw being a convicted felon resulting from the murder case. Ah, okay. Okay, so they're being very tricky with their fucking words at the beginning. Okay. All right. I fell for it. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's on me. I fell for that shit. Okay. That's on me. Bradshaw Stills owes restitution in the case of the amount of $913. Well, she just got $200,000 on on GoFundMe, so she'll probably be paying that restitution off pretty quickly. Hopefully, I mean, maybe she'll get $200,000 worth of weed. I mean, that's a lot of fucking weed, so you know, who knows? Who knows?
Hello. Seriously? He making a beat off of your hello. Oh, that's
Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm glad you liked it.
I really.
Mr. Wobbles is sick with it. Mr. Wobbles is sick with it. Mr. Wobbles is definitely sick with it. Wait, where's the other one? Is it this one? No, this one.
Hey.
Yeah, hi.
Do you like my feet?
No.
Why? My feet?
Oh, it's doing that thing again, where I click on something and it takes me to a different video.
Hello.
What up? How you doing?
Oh,
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you, my friend? How are you, my friend?
I love this girl's reactions, dude. It's like she's trying to keep up the whole time. Like, it's so funny.
How are you, my friend?
It was awesome. Can we do something, but like
what?
I don't know how big boxers do it. Like it's like something with the inside, like.
Give me your version of that. Do it.
I don't know how to do it.
Pretend to be a pirate, you know, like arr. I'm gonna make this lo-fi for some reason.
Okay, let's try.
fucking sick. Sick with it. All right, so we got a new case that's popping off. I saw this about a week ago, and we didn't really go over it very much, but the claim is that ICE would not allow this guy's daughter to go inside the house, and that they made her stay out by the car to try to get this man to come inside. I'm getting bad lag. Anybody else getting lag? Or is anybody getting good lag? Yeah, on my side it says everything's good. Okay. So yeah, so they held his daughter outside to try to make sure that to try to get him to come out. I'm getting great lag. Bass.
Come on down here, sir.
Don't touch it.
She boring here.
Don't touch her.
And also she have a...
If you touch her, you're gonna have problems.
You're more than welcome to come pick her up.
No.
You're gonna have
Look,
problems.
That's where I am.
Come here so I can see those.
Bro, when you hear that accent and you hear somebody say, you're gonna have problem, you know you're gonna have problem. You know, you hear that accent, he's getting ready for you to say hello to his little friend.
Hey, I can give it to your daughter.
You can do it right here.
No, I can give it to the daughter. You guys, you scare people. That's what you do. See how you have the kids over there? That's what you doing with this country? Huh? You put it upside down?
Please, sir. She have autism spectrum. Please. Yes.
She have autism spectrum.
Bring your ID. We'll check you too.
Okay. I'm gonna give you my ID back. Give me my daughter back.
No, you're gonna have to physically come out here.
Okay. That's the way you treat.
They keep saying you're gonna have to physically come out here, so they're holding their daughter to get them to come outside.
People.
You're such a real man. You know that?
Come on down here, sir.
Don't touch it.
She boring here.
Don't touch her.
And also she have a...
If you touch her, you're gonna have problems.
You're more than welcome to come pick her up.
No. Look, that's where I am.
Okay. So, this is also now being challenged.
I've been seeing this graphic and story being shared a lot about ICE detaining a 5-year-old Minnesotan boy as he was coming home from school, and it's time to debunk this narrative. I'm sick, and I'm sure you can tell, but we're going to keep going. The official Democrats page posted this. In Minneapolis, ICE arrested a 5-year-old coming home from preschool and tried to use him as human bait. His teacher described him as a, quote, bright young student, end quote. These monsters are sick, with a picture of a little boy. And of course, now that this story is being posted everywhere and people are literally running with the narrative that ICE is abducting children off
So there were two kids, apparently. There were two kids, a boy and a girl.
Off the street, the Department of Homeland Security decided to clear this situation up. They write, ICE did not target a child. The child was abandoned. On January 20th, ICE conducted a targeted operation to arrest Adrian Alexander Corneo Arias, an illegal alien from Ecuador who was released into the U.S. by the Biden administration. They go on to say that as agents were approaching the driver, Arias, he fled on foot, abandoning his child. For the child's safety, one of the ICE officers remained with the child while the other officers apprehended Corneo Arias. They explain further that parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children, or ICE will place the child with a safe person that the parent designates, and that this has been consistent with past administrations' immigration enforcement.
Are these the same fucking
Now,
story?
instead of telling you the truth, the Democrats are posting that ICE arrested a 5-year-old
Maybe
coming
not.
home from
Maybe it's a
preschool
different
and that they
story.
tried to use him as human bait. The governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, is saying that masked agents are snatching preschoolers off the street and sending them to Texas detention centers. None of them are choosing to tell the truth, which is that this 5-year-old's father entered the country illegally, knew he was in this country illegally, and when he was confronted by ICE, he chose to abandon his 5-year-old. On top of that, ICE under the current administration handled this situation in a way in which I would hope ICE under any administration would handle this situation.
Okay, what was his name?
I'm sick, and I'm sure you can tell, but we're going to keep going. The official Democrats use him as human bait with a picture of a little boy. And of course, now that this story is being posted everywhere and people are literally running with the narrative that ICE is abducting children off the street, the Department of Homeland Security decided to clear this situation up. They write, ICE did not target a child. The child was...
So she said this is debunking it, but all she did is just say this is... DHS put out a statement. It didn't debunk anything.
Abandoned. On January 20th, ICE conducted a targeted operation to arrest Adrian Alexander Cornea Arias.
Yeah, here it again. Debunked. Just screenshot of DHS statement. Debunked. DHS said so. Okay, so this is a different story. Okay, so there's just a picture. There is no video, apparently. All right. ICE detains 5-year-old and father in Minnesota, lawyer says. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officer detained a 5-year-old boy on Tuesday during an immigration enforcement operation, Minnesota school officials and family lawyers have said. So, oh, fuck you. BBC? 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 Debunked. Trump said so. It's like Kristi Noem just coming out and being like, nope, that's wrong. And they all, oh, debunked. Haha. Take that, liberals. Take that, liberals crashing out again. Okay. When was this other one posted? Stop. Eight hours ago. Okay. All right. So let's see.
Let's debunk the latest liberal lie about ICE in less than 2 minutes.
Let's debunk
Ready?
it.
Let's go. So you've probably seen this picture circulating on social media. This is Liam Conejo Ramos, a 5-year-old that the news articles and the liberals are saying was detained by ICE most recently in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Now, the facts of the matter paint a far different picture. Liam's father is named Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias, and he was an ICE target for deportation because he was allowed in illegally from Ecuador during the Biden year.
Oh, okay, good job. Okay, he debunked it. He put up the statement from Homeland Security as well. Okay, all right, debunked. All right, that's well done. So that's debunked. All right.
According to Ilhan Omar, this is ICE just detained a 5-year-old child. Don't tell us this is about the worst of the worst. That's a lie. Absolutely vile. I saw another person's post showing another picture saying that they were using this 5-year-old as bait to get his father. I love that the DHS has a Twitter account because it turns out that this piece of crap was trying to be apprehended, the gentleman that they were actually going after, the father,
Right.
and he abandoned his child and ran like a...
It turns out because the Homeland Security Twitter page said so. Okay, debunked.
P word that you said.
And so then they took him into protective
and so
custody?
what they did is, and I'm going to paraphrase this, if I get anything wrong, guys, let me know. One of the 4 ICE officers there to apprehend this person stayed behind with the child to make sure that the child was taken care of, while the other 3 pursued and apprehended the piece of crap father who ran away and left his child.
Yeah.
One thing to remember, ICE will always give people the opportunity to be deported with their children or have their children put with somebody that they designate, not ICE, but the person designates as a safe person.
Yep.
And if they choose to be deported, they get $2,600. They don't have to. This is before.
Wait. Okay, so they always do that, and they'll always let you. They'll always deport you with your kids if you and all that. Okay, so that's They'll always do that. Always. We all know this. Everybody knows.
Right now, a New Jersey family torn apart by ICE is fighting to get their dad back. Adonai Rodriguez was at home watching cartoons with his 6-year-old daughter. But when he stepped out to pick up some food, he got caught in an ICE raid. According to the mother, who was at work at the time, a neighbor found the child walking by herself on the street, crying out for her dad, asking, quote,
"Oh, so they didn't detain the kid and give them the option and make sure,
where's Poppy? Where's Poppy?" The mother tells MS Now the father pleaded with ICE agents, telling them his daughter is all alone.
Hey, my daughter's inside. Please, only give me one call. They may call her the mother. You know, I'm not resisting no arrest. And I feel the police or the, ICE immigration, no, we don't come in for your daughter. And just start laughing in the face. We not coming.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so no. Okay, so they don't always do that. Interesting. They always do this, guys.
ICE will always give people the opportunity to be deported with their children or have their children put with somebody that they designate, not ICE, but
yeah, always. Like they'll always make sure your kids are taken care of and what you want done. They'll always do that.
The person designates as a safe person.
Yep.
And if they choose to be deported, they get $2,600. They don't have to. This is before being arrested. You can't do that this way. You can go right now, voluntarily deport. You get $2,600 and a flight. You can take your family.
It's $2,600.
$2,600.
It was $1,000.
It's now $2,600 from ICE in that post in the DHS in the last paragraph.
Bro, I want to be deported. What the fuck? I want to be deported. Am I able to if I renounce my citizenship? My citizenship is renounced. My citizenship is renounced. I renounce it. I'm no longer a citizen. I am no longer a citizen. I am declaring no more citizenship. I have made my declaration. Now, I'm trying to move to New Zealand. Can I just get $2,600 to get a fucking flight there real quick? Speaking of, everybody donate. We're not able to do a full a stream of just politics for 8 hours today. I'm a little tired, so we're gonna just get through some news and then play some Mark Raiders and get off. But please, I still need money, and I'm trying to do a panel soon, and I need to be able to get this shit done. So please, let's hit those dono buttons. Let's click the dono buttons, not the YouTube one. The YouTube one's game. Tom, when you move, can I use your citizenship? You can have it now. You can have it now. Where are you a citizen of? And I'll trade you. You used to do it for free? I used to do what for free? You know, that's a different channel. All right, it's a different website for my fans. Only for my fans. When was the last time you did an 8-hour politics stream? The last stream? The one before that? Well, okay. We haven't hit 2 goals in a row. I think since I got my last computer. We haven't hit $50 in like a month. But yeah, the last stream we did do politics the entire time. Like, this is at the 9-hour mark. Game's trying to kill me.
It's funny because, that museum is a little bit cancelled. It's like maybe 100 years old or whatever. But I was going through, it was describing Islam as a civilization
Yeah, I think most streams at this point, we're not even hitting the first goal. I say, let me be clear. For the majority of this month, we haven't even done goals. For the majority of them, like this month, we haven't even done goals. We haven't done timers. We haven't had a dono goal on the screen. We haven't done any of that shit because I just had too many problems with my computer. It was, I did not want to like push the shit while I'm like working on all of the IT problems and trying to get all of that shit done. So appreciated the Drew tent, Tom. Yeah. That was that was fucking rough, dude.
Economy is fucked. Here's $2.
Thank you. Here's $2. That's a weird. Why the fuck would it say here's $2? Why would it say that? It says here's $2. Here's $2. Also, you lied. It's not $2. It's $1.99. So, all right. Big black cock. ICE detains 5-year-old during Minnesota operation. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officer detained a 5-year-old boy on Tuesday during an enforcement operation, Minnesota school officials have said, as part of an immigration crackdown in the state. Preschooler Liam Ramos was with his father, named by the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, as Adrian Alexander Coneo Arias, when Coneo Arias was approached by agents on his driveway. In a statement posted on X, the DHS said ICE did not target a child, but was conducting an operation against his father, an illegal alien who abandoned his son when approached. Abandoned his son in his own driveway? On his own property? It's on his own property. He didn't abandon him. It's on his own property, bro. It's on his own property. They're on their own fucking property. They're in their fucking driveway. That's not abandoning him. If you walk outside and you're playing with your kid, okay? You're playing with your kid. You're throwing the ball. The two of you are throwing your ball. And then your wife says, hey, can you come help me? My back hurts and I need you to fix it. Big boy. And you're like, okay, I'll be right there. And you walk inside. Did you abandon your fucking kid who's still standing out there? What? Did you abandon them? Is that child abandonment? Like, what the fuck? It's your own fucking property. What the hell? Zena Stenvik, the Columbia Heights Public Schools superintendent, asked why detain a 5-year-old. You can't tell me that this child is going to be classified as a violent criminal. Photos provided to the BBC by the school district show a boy identified as Liam Ramos wearing a bunny-shaped winter hat, standing outside as an officer holds onto his backpack. Okay, I'm confused. Is it a driveway? Are they at a public school? Why did the public school have the photos? Why didn't the, like, where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they? I'm so fucking confused. It's a preschooler. Like, what? Why the fuck did the school do this? What is happening? Preschooler, you're not from the United States. Preschool is like a private business. It's not like a public school thing. There are no public private preschool or public preschools. Preschools are a private business. It's like it's just like a place for you to send your kids before they get into kindergarten or anything like that. You can send like toddlers to a preschool where it's more so just babysitting. They might teach them stuff. They'll let them, figure out how to fit the circle block into the circle hole, but like it's not really school. It's just mostly babysitting. So that it's not part of like the school system. So I'm super confused here. Columbia Heights Public Schools Authority described these as bystander photos. Okay, bystander photos. Okay. The district did not identify the individuals who took the pictures, referring to them as known and confirmed community members. Mark Prokosh, a lawyer representing the family, told journalists that Liam and his father were likely being held at a detention center in Texas. School officials said that the father had an active asylum case with no deportation order. The son had just arrived home from preschool at the time of the apprehension. Stenvik said during a press conference on Wednesday. Around the time of the incident, school officials were present at the Ramos house to provide support, according to the school's superintendent. Stenvik said that ICE had recently detained a total of 4 students in her school district, including a 10-year-old and now 2 17-year-olds. The DHS did not immediately respond to BBC's request for comment on the incident. In its post on X, DHS described the arrest as a targeted operation. It added, "For the child's safety, one of our ICE officers remained with the child while the other officer apprehended Coneo Arias." Parents are so. If Caneo Arias, didn't he go inside of his house? Parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children, or ICE will place the children with a safe person the parent designates. This is consistent with past administration immigration enforcement. So as I just showed you, that is not the case. That is, this guy was detained by ICE.
His daughter is all alone.
Hey, my daughter's inside. Please, only give me one call. They may call her the mother. You know, I'm not resisting no arrest. And I feel the police or the, ICE immigration, no, we don't come in for your daughter, and just start laughing in the face.
So that is not the case. They arrested this guy when he stepped outside of his house. His daughter was alone inside, and he kept saying, "I need to make sure that my wife comes back for my daughter. I need to make sure that somebody's here with her. Let me call somebody." They kept saying, "No, we're not going to arrest your daughter. We're not here for your daughter. We don't care about your daughter." Started laughing at him. And then later, somebody found his daughter just wandering down the fucking sidewalk asking where Poppy was. So this is not the case. They are fucking wrong. And they only take the kids when this is beneficial for whatever it is that they're trying to do. They are lying pieces of shit. Ah, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I pinned the link to the top of chat. Hey, even $2, really beneficial. How many people we got watching right now? 35 people. 35 people donate $2 each to the tips link, which much better. YouTube takes 1/3 of every single donation, so that makes it to where it's it was a good bit of that. $10 donation turns into $7 for what I get, and then that gets taxed on top of that. But if you send it through the tips link pinned at the top of chat, that makes it to where I get 100% of that, and I get it immediately. Money sent through YouTube takes about 2 months to get to me. Money sent through the tips link, I get it immediately, and I get all of it. So that you can use debit card, credit card, PayPal. It's got a bunch of options there. So if everybody just donates $2, we're good. We hit $50. 35 times 2 is 50. So let's give it a shot, guys. Let's get it done. Instead, the school officials alleged the agent asked the child to knock on the door of the home to see if anyone else was there. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So they said people have witnessed the agents telling the kid to go knock on the door and call for their parents to try to get their parents to come to the door so they could arrest the parents. That they 100% were holding the fucking kid. They were 100% holding the fucking kid. Holy shit. Columbia Heights Public Board of Education Chair Mary Grunland said in a statement, "Our children should not be afraid to come home from school or wait at a bus stop. Their families should not be afraid to drop off or pick up their children from school." I'm wondering where they started detaining the kid. Did they detain them at the bus stop? What was... The DHS had previously said it is arresting the worst of the worst criminals and illegal aliens in an effort to restore public safety in Minnesota. At a DHS press conference on Tuesday, Gregory Bovino of the U.S. Border Patrol discussed the wider operation and said, "Our operations are lawful and targeted and are focused on individuals who pose a serious threat to this community." We already know that's not true. We already know that's not true. We already know that the majority of the people that they're grabbing have no criminal record, are not here. Some of them aren't even here illegally. Like they just said that for this guy that he was already had an asylum claim and was just waiting for it to go through the courts. And a lot of times when these people show up to court for their asylum claims, ICE is standing there waiting for them and arrest them. Have they considered hiring the kid? Yeah, maybe they should have paid the fucking kid to be a... what do you call it? A informant, you know, give him an informant salary. The mission, dubbed Operation Metro Surge, has sparked outcry from residents in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and other cities in the state. On January 7th, a federal officer fatally shot a woman named Renee Good in Minneapolis, sparking nationwide protests and condemnation from local and state officials. Well, yep. Well, debunked, guys.
Were you ever trained to use a 5-year-old in a law enforcement operation? The masked and in many cases minimally trained officers have dragged pregnant mothers, pepper sprayed children, placed their knees on the necks of American citizens, and recently...
They're smuggling fishing boats? True, dude. True. They're smuggling those fucking fishing boats there. We got a lot of fucking Southerners who are very proud of their fishing boats. And if we allow those Venezuelan fishing boats to come over here, which can travel across the fucking ocean and can, you know, the go way faster and deal with heavy waves and rain and shit, bro, our country dudes out here on their little lakes will be embarrassed. We can't allow that to happen. This is America. We need our fishing boats to look cool. We need our Americans to feel proud of their fishing boats. And so if you allow these Venezuelans to start smuggling fishing boats over here, we're gonna have big problems. We're gonna just fall into chaos.
They detained a 5-year-old. This is Liam Ramos, 5 years old. Detained him, used him as bait to lure his family members out of their home. Then they shipped him to a detention facility 1,000 miles away, 5 years old. Were you ever trained to use a 5-year-old as bait to get his family members to open the door? Were you trained to do that, and would you...
Speedboats that can't reach the American shore. Speedboats that were never even heading towards America. Yes. Speedboats that were literally never even heading towards America. Yeah. Yep. But people could still see them, possibly. It's possible that somebody could have seen them, and so they have to blow them up. They were, the majority of the boats were heading to like Cuba, Colombia. They were going to a bunch of other countries. None of them were heading to America, but we had to blow them up anyways for national security.
Countenance one of your officers doing that?
Not our national security, the other countries' national security.
I'm not familiar with that case.
I'm not asking you about this situation. I'm saying, were you trained, and would you allow a child to be used in a law enforcement operation? Would you allow your officers to do it?
I'm not familiar with that case. It's not part of our training.
Okay. Have your officers ever been trained to do X? I'm not familiar with that case. Oh, wait, cool story. But have you ever been aware of anybody ever being trained to detain children, to hold them captive and use them as bait to get somebody? I'm not aware of that case. Wow, thanks. Shit, I keep accidentally asking you if you were aware of that case. I meant to ask. a totally different question. Fuck.
Classmates Liam Ramos.
He's a bright young student, and he's so kind.
Ella Sullivan is Liam's preschool teacher. She says her students haven't asked about Liam yet, but they will, and she and other teachers wonder how they can possibly answer their questions.
All I want is for him to be safe and back here.
The family's lawyer says Liam is likely being held with his father at a detention facility in Texas.
We have clients that once they're picked up, they're whisked away to the airport literally within hours.
School officials say Liam is one of 4 students who have been detained by ICE agents over the last 2 weeks, including another student who was also detained on Tuesday.
On the way to school, a 17-year-old high school student, a minor, was taken by armed, masked agents. Alone. No parents were present.
Superintendent Zena Stenvik says the other 2 students include another 17-year-old and her mother, who were detained by ICE last week, and a 10-year-old girl who was also detained with her mother on their way to school 2 weeks ago.
And by the end of the school day, they were already in a detention center in Texas, and they are still there. ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods, circling our schools, following our buses, coming into our parking lots and taking our children, and our hearts are shattered.
When it comes to Liam and his family, their lawyer says they have been following the law as they are seeking asylum to become legal U.S. citizens. Their lawyer is now working to find a way to bring Liam back home to Columbia Heights so he can stay with his remaining family members and go back.
Yeah, other people who were also part of this school district did come out and talk about this as well. I believe these are some of the witnesses.
That
you offered to take him and you saw ICE agents drive away with
Yes.
the 5-year-old boy.
Yes, and then I held another community member in their front yard sobbing.
Liam's mother was inside the house.
Did they?
So in the news article that we read, they said that one of the neighbors offered to take the child, and the ICE officers refused, and so yeah, it says according to Stenvik, another adult living in the home did ask to take the young boy inside, but was refused. It's not clear why. So this is another adult that lives in the home, not just giving it to some random person who's standing off to the side. This is somebody else who lived in the home.
That
You offered to take him and you saw ICE agents drive away with
Yes.
the 5-year-old boy.
Yes, and then I held another community member in their front yard sobbing.
Liam's
they
mother
say
was
anything to
inside
you?
the house.
Did they, like, when you asked them why they were doing that, did they say anything, talk to you? So, you know, I don't remember if they did say anything back to me. There was a lot of yelling, and there was a lot of people, you know, making a commotion. And so all I can speak to is the part that specifically that I heard and my response
Sorry,
to
to
that.
clarify, Liam's mother was inside the house.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
Did
and the
she
question-
say she wanted her child? Was she clearly, obviously saying, just leave him with me?
Again, I was not at that door when that was, you know, as they were putting him in the vehicle and leaving.
Question for Mark. DHS officials have said that the father abandoned this child. How does that differ from what your understanding is? You said that they were being held at Dilley. What is your understanding of the conditions in which they're being held? Do you know if Adrian Conejo Arias has
How many fucking questions are you gonna ask? I want to hear the first question answered.
a criminal record to speak of? I understand you were saying he was in the asylum process.
Sure, I'll take those in reverse order. To my
No!
knowledge, I looked through the Minnesota criminal database and found nothing. So no, there's no crimes here that the family has ever done.
No! No! I want to hear what the fuck. Breaking another blatant lie from the Trump White House after White House and Homeland Security made the claim that a 5-year-old preschool student, Liam Ramos, who was detained, was abandoned by his father. Columbia Heights school officials and the family attorney tell a different story. Liam's father was detained, and agents used Liam to try to bait the mother out of the home. The 3 of them were in America legally in this asylum process. No one was abandoned. ICE kidnapped the father and used Liam as bait.
GRAN as in Nancy, LUN as in Nancy, D as in dog, and I.
They were just trying to secure safety and persecution, putting armed personnel in the field with insufficient preparation. It just raises the likelihood that things are going to go badly. So we're urging lawmakers and agencies to review those policies governing enforcement actions. We must be avoiding targeting or endangering ordinary residents, immigrants, our friends, our neighbors. And we've seen what happens now. There have been multiple violent encounters, including these federal agents, and in multiple cities, and that's just not acceptable. And finally, we do recognize the need for immigration enforcement, but it must be measured, accountable, proportional, not endanger communities, and lawful.
Yes, just again, Biden has the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. Obama has the record for the most deportations in an 8-year period. Liberals are not against deporting people. We're not against deporting illegal immigrants. We are totally in favor of it. All for it. Have no problems with it. We are against the illegal deportations that the Trump administration is carrying out. We are against the illegal way that they are doing these things. We are against the fact that, like, the Supreme Court in numerous cases now has told the Trump administration that they are doing things illegally, and the Trump administration, after being made aware that they have done things illegally, have refused to remedy their mistakes. So even if we admit, I said this to Rob Noor the other day, or in the video that we watched a little bit ago, is that probably every administration has accidentally deported people who were here legally. Probably every administration has accidentally deported people that they weren't supposed to. Only the Trump administration has refused to remedy those situations. Only the Trump administration has refused to fix their mistake. Once you know that you deported somebody illegally, and you are made aware, you know you deported this person illegally, and you sit there and say, whatever. Now, this is no longer an accident. This is no longer an accident. We can no longer call it an accident. We can no longer say this is an accidental deportation. Now that you know you fucked up and you choose not to fix it, now it's on purpose. Every moment after that is on purpose. Every day, every second, every minute, all of it, that is now on purpose. You are purposefully doing this now. So I don't want to hear the bullshit about, like, but it was an accident. They didn't do it on purpose. Okay. Well, what about every moment after they found out that they did it? What about that?
And with that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Zena Stenvik, Superintendent for Columbia Heights Public Schools. A little bit about Columbia Heights Public Schools. We educate and care about all of our students. Our top priority is the safety of our students, staff, and their families. Our mission is to create worlds of opportunity for each and every learner where all belong and all succeed. Our focus is on educating our children, not politics. Everyone who passes through our doors is a valued member of our community. Over the last few weeks, ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods.
I mean, I've talked about this a bunch as well. Is that, like, my mom, also very conservative person, very, like, you know, pastor's wife, very much, you know, a Republican-esque voter. But she also has been a school teacher for the majority of my life, and a lot of those students were immigrants, some of them legal, some of them illegal. And for her, like, thinking about her students being detained, being dragged out, their parents, like, the types of stuff that's going on here, she's, like, not not willing to support this stuff. And from my understanding, I've said for a long time that my parents were big Trump supporters. For what I'm told now, she did not vote for Trump this time. She didn't vote for anybody because she's not going to vote for a Democrat. She's not going to vote for somebody like that. But she also just could not bring herself to vote for Trump again. So.
Circling our schools, following our buses, coming into our parking lots multiple times, and taking our kids. So over the last few weeks, I've kept my head down and focused just on supporting our school district, our families, our students, our staff. But as of this week, 4 of our students have been apprehended and taken away by masked and armed ICE agents with no identifying badges. So we decided it was time to speak up.
Third party is always an option. Third party is never an option. It's not. I mean, like for normies and people like that, I understand why some people just won't vote. But I think that like not voting kind of is just like an immoral option. I think it's an immoral action. I think that like choosing not to vote is bad. I think it's wrong. I think that so what consider the last election where we have 2 options. We have Trump or we have Kamala Harris. I look at the people who chose not to vote. They do it as this like, oh, I'm abstaining, I'm washing my hands of this. To me, you are just as like accountable as the people who voted for Trump. There is no difference. You could have voted against Trump. You could have voted to make it where he was less likely to win. And even though your one individual vote may not have made any difference, you could have taken part in making it less likely that he would win. And instead, you chose to not vote, which made it more likely that he was going to win. And so for that, I see you as just as accountable and just as responsible as somebody who voted for him. I would say the same thing about somebody who votes third party. They are exactly the same as those people. They voted for somebody who is not a viable option. And their decision to vote third party is them choosing to abstain in the 2 options that are available. But as I've explained, the system is a 2-party system. That's what it is. You can not like the system, but you're not helping it by not participating in it. You can only help it by participating in it. And participation rates are at an all-time high. So a lot of people, I just had this argument with some progressive who was talking about the fact that like, oh, people are all losing interest in voting and they're not taking part in the system anymore. Okay, you know that the past 2 elections are 2 of the highest turnout rates for elections, not just the presidential election, but the midterms as well. For the last 2 fucking presidential elections and the midterms, these are the highest turnout rates in my lifetime. And some of the highest in the past 200 years. So you cannot tell me that everybody's getting sick of the system and that you're boycotting it and choosing not to. It's like 8% or less that are actually boycotting the fucking vote. You're not doing anything. You're not helping anything. But turnout rates are going up. So you're only hurting. When Kamala Harris loses by less than 1%, you're just hurting it. That's all you're doing. There's 2 options, okay? 2 options. That's it. Majority still don't vote. When you say majority, like our last turnout rate for registered voters was like 64%. We had a 64% turnout rate. We have 340 million people in the country, and 176, I believe, voted in the last election, or maybe it was 150. Yeah, 150 million people voted in the last election. So it's just under like half, but this is there's tons of people who are not allowed to vote. Like, I don't, when we say 340, are we just talking about citizens? Okay, Google, how many American citizens are there?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question. According to en.wikipedia.org, the U.S. population grew 2.6% between the 2020 federal census 331,449,281 residents, and the 2024 official annual estimate, 340,110,998.
Okay. So we have a bunch of people who are not eligible to vote. They could have felonies. They could have they could be on like visas. They could be on green cards. They could have like, there's a lot of like things that make it to where they wouldn't be eligible to vote. And so, and I'm pretty sure we're like in the 340 million. We're counting children as well. Okay, Google, how many adults are in America?
I don't know the answer to that specific question. According to ArcGIS.com, in 2020, the U.S. Census Bureau counted 331.4 million people living in the United States. More than three-quarters, 77.9%, or 258.3 million were adults, 18 years or older.
Okay.
10.1%
Okay, Google.
increase from
Never mind. Okay, so 258 million and 150 million voted. So so we are talking about, yes, more than half of the population at this point. So yeah, it might have been eligible voters, not registered voters. I'm not sure if it's eligible voters or registered voters, but yeah, it was like 65%. I think Joe Biden just set the record for getting the most votes of anybody ever with over 80 million votes. Like we're not going the other direction, okay? Now, and that's in my lifetime, okay? That's in my lifetime. The George W. Bush vote, the Obama votes, like those had, yes, very little turnout. They were very low in turnout, and we were barely hitting like 50% for those votes. The last couple have been way up there. We are going up in participation. So you say, oh, I'm going to boycott. I'm not going to do this. Okay, you're just doing nothing. You are just choosing to do literally nothing. And if you think the Trump administration is immoral and you say, oh, well, I don't like this other one either. I understand that the Trump administration is way worse, but I don't like this other one either. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That is an immoral thought process to me. And this is how I explain it so that people can truly understand. If we have two people who are running, one's a Democrat, one's a Republican. One says, I want to make sure that 100 million children are going to be raped. I want all the pedophiles to be raping all the children, and I want to make sure that at least 100 million children get raped under my presidency. And then the other one says, I only want 100 children to be raped under my presidency. I'm in favor of the pedophiles and I'm okay, but I don't want them all getting raped that much. I only want 100 children to be raped. Now, a lot of you might say, well, I don't want any children to be raped. I'm never going to vote for a president who is okay with children being raped. I don't want to vote for pedophilia. I would never be okay with this. That's fucking stupid. Because when you choose not to participate and you say, I'm backing out, you are making it more likely that the 100 million children get raped. You make it more likely that more children get raped. You are helping these kids get fucking raped. That is fucked up. And that is exactly what we had in the last administration, is where we had Kamala Harris, not a good fucking option. I didn't like her. I didn't like her as a candidate. Everybody from my community knows I was not a big fan of her. I was very critical of this one. I was not a big fan. But I was very fucking clear I was voting for that bitch. At no point did anybody ever question whether or not I was voting for that bitch. They knew I was voting for her. Everybody knew every second of every fucking day, no matter how much I criticized her, no matter how annoyed I was with her, no matter how much I hated every fucking answer she said or how she said it, I was voting for her. They all knew. It was very fucking clear. So where people are, oh, we're not even allowed to criticize people without the liberals all getting upset about it. I criticize them. But nobody ever questioned whether or not I was voting for him. Nobody ever thought, Tom's probably abstaining because he doesn't like Kamala either. Nope. Nobody ever thought that. Very strong analogy. I'm stealing it. It's, you know what? We already have this analogy. It's called the trolley problem. It's called the trolley problem. It's a lesser of two evils problem. You got two bad fucking options. You got to pick one. And if you choose to abstain and you end up killing more people, you chose an action that was inaction. Your decision was inaction. And that was just as fucking immoral as making sure it hit more people. You did the thing that made sure that it was going to hit more people. We already have this fucking example. It's called the fucking trolley problem. It's very simple. This is something we all learned when we're younger. It's not hard. It is pretty fucking easy. You choose not to do anything, and you are making sure that more kids or more people who are tied to the tracks get hit. Whereas you could pull the lever and make it to where less people would get hit. But you chose not to. And so that is exactly what anybody who abstained or voted third party did. They chose to help more people get killed. They chose to help that. A hard reality that a lot of people don't understand as well is that I've mentioned this a bunch of times, and I get a bunch of people who really don't like this. But every single poll shows that if every single registered voter had actually voted, more people would have voted for Trump. Trump would have won by more. Trump would have won by a bigger gap. Okay? If every single registered voter had actually voted, Trump would have won by a wider margin. So when a lot of people say, oh, the problem is that Democrats just didn't participate. The problem is that Democrats just chose to stay home because they're sick of the system. They're sick of not having their voice heard. They're sick of this. They're sick of that. They're sick of not getting single payer. They're sick of this. No, you're wrong. It's not because they chose to stay home. Not just because of that. It's that we didn't have the right percentage. You can have more people be in favor of Trump and still win the fucking election because you just need the people to show up. That's all you need. You need the right people to show up. You just need the right ones to show up. You can have a city where they vote for mayor and only like 10% actually vote. And if that 10%, if 70% of that 10% are liberals, but this is a 90% conservative city, well, it doesn't matter. You got a fucking liberal mayor now because more liberals showed up to vote. That's all that matters. So you just need the people to show up and fucking vote. It's not hard. This is not difficult. This is not rocket science. I can understand why people might, over time, feel as though their needs are not being met. Feel as though politicians are ignoring them. Feel as though the system isn't working for them. Or feel as though what they voted for didn't get done, and over time they lose interest in voting and they feel like this is just a waste of time. I can understand why people start to feel that way. The problem is that they're wrong. They're wrong. They're just wrong. We had a bunch of people in chat the other day talking about the fact that, 80% of Americans actually want single payer. No, they don't. It's like 30% of Americans and 50% of Democrats. So, no, they don't. They do not want single payer. Wouldn't it be a good point, good to point out Newsom sucks now before elections are near? He doesn't suck though. He's one of the only people fighting like it matters. I recognize there are a lot of problems with Newsom. I'm gonna backtrack. I'm gonna say something and I'm gonna backtrack on it. Okay, so just give me a second to lay this out. I understand that Newsom is a problem, and there's a lot of things about his past that I don't like. There's a lot of things about his state that I don't like. There's a lot of things that that make me really question him. But I look at the way that the Republicans are getting things done right now, and I think we need some of that. I think that when we watch Republicans who are brainlessly following Trump and they actually think this is a really smart guy, this is somebody who knows how to get things done, he's somebody who's got a plan, he's playing 4D chess, he knows exactly what he's doing, that is something that I think that like liberals need to be pushing as well, is that like we've got the fucking genius. Because with Joe Biden, with Kamala Harris, us all being super critical of them is good because we're being objective, but it's also bad because then other people who are independents who listen to liberals complaining about their own Democrat leaders start to think, oh, they don't even like their fucking leaders. But then they will listen to the Republican side. All they hear is them sucking them off and getting cum all in their fucking mouths and you know, just swallowing it right down, no questions asked. So I do think it is better for us to engage in that sort of rhetoric. But I think the difference is that when Republicans do it, they actually believe that shit. They actually like think Trump is this fucking genius god that is the greatest and that can do no wrong. Whereas when we do it, we know we're fucking playing into a meme. Like we know we're having fun with it. We know we're like building up this this idea of Newsom being this like, you know, genius like chess player that we all know he's not, but it's good shit. Like it helps, it works, it really like builds on the mythology, and I think it's beneficial. With that said, I am afraid that like that will turn into, this is the backtrack, is that I'm afraid that will turn into being more like the Republicans, being more fucking like partisan like them, being more you know, one-minded as they are, and I don't like that, and I am afraid of that. But I don't know what options we have left, and I think that this is I think Newsom is a Hail Mary that we need. It's the end of the game. It's not a good idea to just throw the ball up in the fucking air and hope somebody catches it. That's never a good idea. It's not a good idea. But at the end of the game, you just don't have a fucking option. You got to get fucking 6 points. You got to get them. You don't have an option. You got to get the fucking 6 points. And so either we throw a fucking Hail Mary and just hope for the best, or we don't and just watch our country continue to go down the shitter. Bro, Trump's polling his shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Not with Republicans. Not with Republicans. He's got an 80% approval rating. He had an 80% approval rating in January. He had an 80% approval rating in March. He had an 80% approval rating in June. He had an 80% approval rating in September. He has an 80% approval rating right now. He has an 80% approval rating right fucking now with Republicans. His polling with independents and with Democrats is fucking horrific. But his polling with Republicans is at 80% approval right now. It was at 80% approval the whole fucking way through. It was at 80% approval when he did the tariffs, when he threatened the tariffs, when he said he was gonna only arrest immigrants who were violent criminals, when he started arresting people who were not violent criminals, when he said he was gonna abide by Supreme Court orders, when he refused to abide by Supreme Court orders, when he started breaking the law, when he it didn't matter what the fuck he did, it stayed at 80% the entire time. So when we're talking about what Republicans think of him, how Republicans suck him off, how Republicans think he's fucking great, Republican approval ratings are at 80%. So you saying his polling is in the shitter? No, it's not. Not for Republicans. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about having this Republican-esque mythos of a Democrat leader. And that's what Obama had. That is what Obama had. Obama had this fucking mythos that he was this like great leader that was going to take everybody to the promised land, and all we had to do was follow it. Total polling down to shit so that a bunch of people stop being Republicans. Math not mathing. What? I'm sorry. Can you say that in real words? Or can you ask me a question that I can answer? Or I have no idea what you're disagreeing with or what you think you're saying. The majority of Americans are independents. The majority of American voters are not Republican nor Democrat. They don't identify as Republican or Democrat. They identify as independents. The majority of Americans are independents. So that's why I said his polling is in the shitter for independents and Democrats, not for Republicans. There's 3 groups there, not 2. Okay, so then who cares? We're never getting those Republicans. I didn't say we were. What the fuck? What is your contention? I'm so lost. What can you tell me what I said that you disagree with? Can you tell me what words came out of my mouth that you disagree with? I'm so lost on what we're even talking about right now. Well, what makes this a Hail Mary moment? Can you be more specific on? You're asking what makes voting for Newsom necessary right now? Like what makes somebody who we're not fully confident in necessary? Okay. Were you here just a minute ago when I played the clips from Davos? No? Alright. I'm going to play this one more time because I got to run to the restroom. And hopefully this will explain to you why I feel like this is a Hail Mary moment. I will preface this by saying I think the world has disappeared. I think the world that the United States built has disappeared. And I think we're fucked. So I will run to the restroom real quick and let you guys watch this. I made this clip. It's for a panel that I'm probably going to be doing on the topic of like Trump's foreign policy. And so I made this just as like an opener video for that. But if you didn't keep up with what happened in Davos this week or over the last couple of days, this is also a good refresher for you to kind of see. Fuck. I forgot. There's no audio on this. All right, hold on. Okay, put ones in chat if you can hear this. Still can't hear it? What the fuck is happening? Oh. Okay, I see now. Okay, now it should work. One's in chat if you hear this. Still? What the fuck? Alright, I'm just gonna do what I did earlier. Alright, here you go. I know you can hear this one. Don't fucking gaslight me on this. I'm going to the bathroom.
This is what Trump had to say about that when he heard about Macron's rejection early this morning.
What I'll do is, if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes.
Are we going to get into a different type of trade battle where some of these countries, instead of going it alone, band together and try to push back against President Trump?
With stories of the United States threatening to forcibly seize land from this longtime American ally and a potential irrevocable damage to the NATO alliance.
This bargain no longer works. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up.
Prepare for another wild ride in the stock market today after yesterday's loss of more than 870 points after President Trump threatened new tariffs.
If you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies. But we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are.
We do not have to accept this new reality as fate. We are not at the mercy of this new world order. We do have a choice.
Europe is at a crossroads where it has to decide. Until now, we tried to appease the new president in the White House. We were very lenient also with the tariffs, but now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else.
I'm concerned with many of our allies, our partners, militarily, economically, starting to think that they have to diversify away and de-risk from the United States of America.
If this change is permanent, then Europe must change permanently too. It is time to seize this opportunity and build a new, independent Europe.
This weekend saw the largest protest Greenland's ever had. Do you feel that the security provided at the moment is sufficient to fight adversaries like China or Russia?
We have kept China and Russia completely out of Greenland. They have nothing there. No activities, no mining, no consulates. Greenland is not in danger of being taken over by neither Russia or China. It's only the United States that is a threat to Greenland right now.
So, yeah, this is every world leader right now is saying that they're moving on. The world that the United States built, where we have allies everywhere and we are all working together and in favor of a greater purpose for the world to be at peace, to the world to have democracy, for the world to have liberalism, for us all to get along so that we have a peaceful world. That's gone. That's done. It's over. And I've said for the last year, all of these countries are probably sitting there. Western hegemony seems to be cracking. Yes. Yes. And it's fucking terrifying. This is I've said for the last year that I think all the countries are just sitting there waiting for Trump to just leave, waiting for the 4 years to be over, waiting for this to end, and that a lot of countries probably are not going to wait 4 years because it could get to the end of the 4 years and then JD Vance wins the presidency and they're just on another fucking roller coaster and they're not going to wait at that point. Nobody's waiting at that point. And so it might be best for them to just say, right now, we're not going to wait for either JD Vance wins the next election or another Trump-esque character wins after that one. You know, maybe we get a liberal this one that undoes everything, but then we get another Trump-esque character after that. And now they have to play this back and forth yo-yo game where they have to hunker down for 4 years every once in a while, just waiting for you know, somebody with a brain to come back. And now they're all saying, yeah, this is this has gotten too extreme. Trump just randomly starts threatening us with 200% tariffs because he wants to invade Greenland and we're not okay with that. So he starts threatening us. No, yeah, we have to be done with this. I think 6 countries just dropped their trade agreements with the United States. I believe, let me check this, but I believe 6 European countries just dropped their trade agreements. Europe is working more with China. LMAO. Good one, Trump. This is, again, I'm sorry, like I'm not the only one who said this, so I don't want to sound like I'm like saying like I'm the genius who I'm the only one who saw this coming. But I've said for the longest time, this is only going to help China. That's all this is going to do. This is going to help China. This is going to help Russia. This is going to make it to where these countries are going to have to look to another superpower. They're going to have to look to another superpower to feed them. And the United States was blessed to be that country. We were blessed. We were lucky that we got to be that fucking country. And MAGA with their isolationist views don't think so. They keep making up these scenarios where, you know, everybody else is getting over on us and we're losing and we're getting killed out here and it's not fair, and it's just stupid. China is in decent position to boost its consumerism. Yes, and the United States should be fucking capitalizing on that and like cornering the market, and instead we're backing off, trying to do everything ourselves. We're not going to be able to do it at the same rate, and we're not going to be able to export it nearly at as high of a rate, and we're just gonna miss out. Not only are we doing that, but then we're also tariffing everybody else to make it to where they're less likely to work with us, less likely to want to buy from us, less likely to have trade agreements with us. And that is the literal worst thing you can do if you stop offshoring things and try to do it yourself. The main thing you want to be doing then is trying to get everybody else to come buy from you, trying to get everybody else to want you to be their source. And if instead you're making it to where you're not offshoring anything anymore, you're trying to do everything at home, but then you're also making it to where nobody wants to buy from you, nobody wants to work with you. If they do, you're gonna fucking tariff them and use their trade agreement with you as leverage to try to force them into other shit, and then go try to take, say, oh well, you don't want to let me go kidnap Maduro from his country? Oh, you don't want to let me go invade Greenland? Well, then I'm gonna make it to where you can't buy from us anymore. Nah. It's like, okay, well, we'll go buy from somebody else then. Fuck you. Like, what the fuck? It's just literally the dumbest shit. It is the dumbest shit. It is the dumbest fucking shit. It could not be dumber. It could not be any fucking dumber. We could not be making dumber moves right now. And so this is, yes, this is why I think we need Gavin Newsom as a Hail Mary. I think this is a critical juncture where we are fucked. We are royally fucked. We are, I do think we're too fucked to unfuck it. But I don't want to get even more fucked. Okay? I don't want to get even more fucked. I don't want us to be in the fucking forever and ever. Amen. I want to have less fucking. I want to have as minimal amount of fucking as possible. My butthole is sore. Okay? I cannot take it anymore. And I need a Hail Mary. I need a Hail Mary. I need something that gives me hope, that says, you know what, we can get somebody in there that will fight this shit. That will actually push back. That will be the fucking, bull in a china shop that Democrats need right now. So yeah. Rant over. That's why.
And share what's actually going on. The onslaught of ICE activity in our community is inducing trauma and is taking a toll on our children, taking a toll on our families, our staff, our community members. This surge has changed nearly everything about our daily lives. It's clear to me that there are multiple paths immigrants take.
Well, correct. And that's why I think, I think Gavin Newsom is somebody who has a lot of respect around the world. He's got one of the largest economies in the world. Oh, is it echoing now? Fuck. Of course it works now. Of course now it works. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking shit. Fuck. Piece of fucking shit.
Legally to live and work in the United States, such as sponsorship, seeking asylum, refugee status, or temporary work permit, among others. You're the expert. The young boy Liam and his father, who were taken yesterday, have the documentation. I saw it with my own eyes when I visited the home. With that, I'll turn it over to Chair Granlund.
Thank you. Hi, thank you all so much for being here. My name is Mary Grandlin, and I serve.
I don't know, I think Gavin Gibbs risk of right movement again because policy-wise he's pretty bad. How is he bad? Has Gavin even like been a policy guy at all? I thought that everything in California was done through voters. I thought that all of that was done through like a legislature and voters. I thought Gavin wasn't a legislator. He has stopped funding for housing. He interferes a lot. What do you mean he stopped funding for housing? Okay, hold on. We need to listen to this real quick.
As a school board chair for Columbia Heights Public Schools. Our city is known as a city of peace and was named an All-American City in 2016. We are a small working class community. I've lived there for almost 20 years, and it's a pretty great place to live. And our children should not continue to be surrounded by masked agents brandishing large guns in our neighborhoods and at their bus stops. We want to thank our community and the staff for all of the extra time and energy they've been dedicating to our impacted students and their families on top of their everyday duties. We're lucky to live in a place where the community has wrapped their collective arms around our neighbors. From elected officials to clergy to teachers to community leaders to moms and dads and uncles and aunts, and big brothers and big sisters, and our local police department and first responders. Everybody has worked really hard to continue to make Columbia Heights as safe as it can be during this time. But we've also learned who keeps us safe we keep us safe. The sense of safety in our community and around our schools is shaken, and our hearts are shattered. And honestly, at the end of the day, children should be in school with their classmates. And we want to focus on the purpose of educating our children. That is why we are here. That is why I was elected. Our schools and communities must be safe places for children and families to thrive. And we need a diplomatic pathway out of this situation. And we are seeking a peaceful resolution, and we need your help. Because at the end of the day, we have whistles and they have guns.
Thank you. We'll take time for some questions now, and if you can, ask who you're directing the questions to. Again, Mark, Mary, Zena, so that we can each respond appropriately.
Mark, can I ask you a couple of things? One is, I wanted to just put in your ear, I don't know if you heard this, what J.D. Vance said and the way he described what happened with this family. He said that he went and looked up and researched what happened. He said, what I found was that a 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien, and then they went to arrest his illegal alien father, and the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what were they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? That's how he described what happened. What do you think of that?
Well, first of all, what I'll do is we'll tag team on this answer. So I will answer that, as I said, these are not illegal aliens. They came properly, they came legally, and are pursuing a legal pathway. So that's just not accurate. As far as what actually happened, I'll turn it over to Mary.
Yeah. So I was on my way to get my own children from school, and I heard the commotion and saw all the people. And as I got out of my car and came around the corner, I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take the child." His mom, like, there are people here that can take him. There was another adult who lived in the home that was there saying, "I will take the child, I will take the child." Somebody else was yelling, they saw that I was there and said, "School is here, they can take the child, you don't have to take them." And there was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. And mom was there, she saw out the window, and dad was yelling, "Please do not open the door, don't open the door," because of the other picture that I'm sure you've seen, where there's a little boy knocking at the door with an ICE agent looming over him.
And just the second question is, are you accusing...
Okay, so I'm so confused which fucking story we're talking about. There's two different stories with 5-year-olds fucking knocking at doors to try to get their parents. I'm holy shit.
Of using children as bait.
Yes, I mean it's very clear from the pictures, from the videos, from firsthand accounts. I was there. This is what happened.
Can I say too? Yeah. One thing we know to be true, because again we've had 4 students taken, and at least one of our 17-year-old students who was taken, when she cracked open the door, the agents pushed their way in and then apprehended the child and whoever was else in the apartment. So it's been, unfortunately, over the last few weeks, pretty common knowledge about not opening doors because they're pushing their way in, or I'm sure you've all seen multiple examples of like not tearing down doors, which is something that we had happen in Columbia Heights today at a home of 5 of our children.
Mr. Mark, to be clear, have you had any contact with the boy or his father since they were taken into custody?
We have not had direct contact. We've had indirect contact. We've been trying to...
Okay, there's a specific question. We came and found this because there was a specific question for the lawyer that was just answering a second ago that I wanted to hear answered, and in the clip he didn't answer it. But the main question that they asked is they asked about the DOJ's response to this, saying that he abandoned the child and whether or not that was true, and then the clip cut off before he answered. So that's what I want to hear his answer
criminal database and found nothing. So no, there's no crimes here that the family has ever done. And just to go back, so they are, again, Dilley is a family detention center, and I don't know the exact conditions. We have people that are going to be going and trying to visit them there to
You
check
think they're being held together, but you don't know for sure.
Correct. I do not know for sure. I'm assuming so because the federal regulations require that. So I just have to assume that they are following those regulations.
And just lastly, for Zena, you described how 4 different...
Okay, so he altered funding the homeless shelters for not being efficient, which I can give maybe a pass. However, he did propose budget this year. Fuck. Just lost it. However, you did propose a budget this year to cut funding in half. Mods help. Wait, what? Help where? I noticed that the church crashing libtard that Kyle has a wet panty crush on has the same piranha mouth as Jake Smith. Libtards are always deformed. But I type this. Your brain is deformed and very ugly, and it gets modded by YouTube. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, bro? I don't know, dude.
Children have now been taken into custody.
Wait, so he didn't answer the question?
Because the Federal Regulatory Detention Center, and I've found nothing. So no, there's no crimes here that the family has ever done. And just to go back, so they are, again, Dilley is a family detention center, and I don't know the exact conditions. We have people that are going to be going and trying to visit them there to check.
They're being held together, but you don't know for sure.
Correct, I do not know for sure. I'm assuming so because the federal regulations require that. So I just have to assume that they are following those regulations.
And just lastly, for Zena, you described how 4 different children have now been taken.
Yeah, he didn't answer the question about the DHS thing. We can't, so that's why the clip cut off, because he didn't answer the question.
Loading dock.
Legal options to see if we can free them either through some legal mechanism or through moral pressure. So we're hopeful. We have to be hopeful.
Right, is the mother, did she not come out because she was concerned she would be grabbed by ICE, or do you?
I would presume that, yes.
Mark, I just have a question for you and the superintendent as well. Do you know if Liam's parents had bill forms and who was listed on them, whether it was a family member, relative, friend? And how is the school district, are you set up to handle situations where minors' parents are detained? Is that something where you have policies in place where school district representatives can take custody?
Okay. Alright. Yeah, we didn't get an answer. Alright. Shit. Okay, so there was something that I was supposed to watch, and I don't remember what it was. There was a couple of things, actually. Was it... Okay, Counterpoints versus Pisco was one. I'm about to pull up Arc Raiders. We haven't even come anywhere close to $25, and we're over 3 hours now, so... There was a Counterpoints versus... Oh, Jack Smith. Okay, yeah, so Jack Smith hearing. Yes. And then maybe some, like, some of the Davos. Oh, Gavin Newsom at Davos. Okay. I didn't put any of this on my list today. So I need to go find these real quick. Oh, wait. No. Hold on. I do have a couple more things that we're going to go over before we get to that. So just be aware. I'm not jumping straight to that. I have hold on. Let me find this article real quick. There was an article that I wanted to read. Minneapolis ICE shooting live updates. Military lawyers sent to Minneapolis, Memphis. Tensions. Ali sent this in the Discord. This is from ABC News. It was posted, it looks like it has live updates. So January 22nd, 2026 at 3:22 p.m. All right. Is this a video? Can I play it or what? What the fuck? What is happening here? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
New clashes in Minneapolis. Federal officers firing pepper spray and tear gas at protesters confronting Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, preventing agents from entering convenience stores during their ongoing immigration crackdown. Bovino himself seen tossing a smoke canister into a crowd. This as a new whistleblower complaint comes.
This is the problem, okay, with all of these things. I agree. If you are getting in the way of them going into like places, if you're stopping them from detaining somebody, if you're making it to where they're not able to do their jobs, and they're like, there's no evidence that they're doing something illegal there in that moment, it makes sense that they're going to arrest you. Do I think like Now, a lot of people, when I say, obviously they're going to arrest you, they have to arrest you, they should arrest you. A lot of people hear that and they're like, Tom, these people have been doing tons of illegal shit and have been terrorizing everybody. How the fuck are you gonna, later some dumb, have a good night, man. How are you gonna, like, take their side? I'm not taking their side. Like, I can totally think that you're justified in going and blocking them from going into convenience stores. I can think you're justified in getting in the way. I think you're justified in like slowing them down and whatever. Like, I can totally be on board with all of this shit. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't be arrested for it. You going and breaking the law and doing these things, you still have to get arrested. That's the way that works. Like, that has to be the case. That has to be the fucking case. You still have to be arrested for like obstructing justice. But I appreciate you taking one for the team. I appreciate like what these people are doing. I'm all for it. But that doesn't mean that you should not get arrested afterwards, or that you should just be allowed to do something like that. The problem is that even if we think that like the administration is unjustified and we don't trust them anymore, we are justified morally in blocking them. But legally, they're like, even if we think they're unjustified, there still has to be like consequences, because we can't allow the American people to pick and choose when they want, like when they can obstruct justice based on our subjective morality. We can't allow that to be a standard, a precedent. And so we like, I want to be clear that this is okay for them to block them. It's okay for them to arrest them. But the major problems with this shit is that they are always fucking attacking people who are doing nothing. Who are doing nothing. They are attacking people. They're spraying people. They're pepper spraying them. There was a video earlier of them literally holding somebody down who literally was just standing there. They go and grab this person, put them on the fucking ground, pull their head up, and spray point blank fucking pepper spray into their face, just because they were salty that this person was talking shit to them. They literally just point blank. They're already even if this person had done something horrible, even if they had done something wrong, I maybe they did. I want to correct myself. Maybe they did do something wrong and I just didn't see it. But even if they did, you're already holding them down, and you've got 5 officers on top of them. And instead of just arresting them and taking them away, you hold them and pepper spray them at point blank to where it literally is like chalked up orange, like shit all over their face. This is disgusting. This is disgusting behavior. And White Man from Town is a fucking simp who's going to sit there and take the side of the radical officers who are out here attacking American citizens and American people. He is going to take the side of the government and lick their fucking boots, lick the shit off their boots, while over here, while there's people over here getting fucked up by the government. Like, and it's so funny. It's so fucking funny that conservatives for the longest time have sat around just jacking off, talking about, oh, we have to have our guns. What if the government ever came after the people? Yeah, we would have our guns. Yeah, we would have our guns, and we would use them. It'd be so fucking cool. We would be so cool to have our guns, and we would go get the fucking government if they ever came after the American people. If we ever had a government who's fucking with the people like that, we have our guns to be ready for that. Where y'all at? Where y'all at, motherfuckers? Where the fuck are y'all at? You're backing up the government. You guys are defending the government. You guys are the ones who are on the side of the government when they come after the American people.
To light. It reveals a memo released internally by Immigration and Customs Enforcement suggesting that federal agents can rely on administrative warrants to make arrests instead of judicial warrants, meaning a judge does not have to sign off for agents to enter a suspect's home. The Department of Homeland Security insists there is legal precedent, but immigration advocates claim it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
ICE is saying we're going to blatantly ignore case law from the U.S. Supreme Court that says an independent party must make a decision at the judiciary to issue a warrant, and we're just going to rely on our own warrants signed off by our own people to bust down a door and go into a home. The executive branch trying to act like the legislative branch and making up laws and policies as they go along.
In response, Homeland Security saying every illegal alien who DHS serves administrative warrants had full.
The biggest problem is that these reptards, Republican retards, want to redefine illegal immigrant to all immigrants, especially asylum seekers. You know what Pisco does as well? You know that? Pisco also says that asylum seekers are illegal immigrants. Pisco also says that they're he also believes that they're illegal. So yeah. Pisco is an idiot though. So it's wild, dude. Like, because I remember when we had a conversation about this at one point, he's like, what do you think, like, because we were talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and I was like, he's not an illegal immigrant though. And he's like, yes he is. I was like, no he's not. He was given permission to be in the country by a fucking judge. And he's like, but he didn't have any sort of status. I was like, so what? He might have gotten status later, but he was given permission. He was given a social security card. He was given a work permit. Like, he was given permission by the United States to be here. Like, he was allowed to be here. And he's like, yeah, but that doesn't make him a legal immigrant. He was still illegal. Like, I don't know what the fuck to say. He's like, okay, do you think when an asylum seeker comes to the border and they make a claim and they let them into the border to then wait for their asylum case to be heard, do you think that those are illegal immigrants? And I was like, no. He's like, why not? They are. He's like, they are illegal immigrants. They don't have any status. They're here in like no man's land. I was like, the illegal part means they're here against the law. They're here without permission. They're here where they're not allowed to be here. Illegal means against the law, right? That's what that means. It means against the law. Like, illegal immigrant means against the law. So if it's illegal, it's against the law. If there's not a law that says they can't be here, even if they're given permission from the fucking government, then I don't think that's what we're talking about. But is that true? What the fuck? Yeah, I had an entire debate with him about this a couple months ago. Let's see. But I don't think it ever got edited or published by either one of us. Yes, the activist judges.
That. Oh, found it. All
right. Okay, and not this one. Pocket when I got shot.
I cannot.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. They harmed. It was like right at the end of a stream.
Other side to get more radical. I feel like it is a natural consequence of the more radical you're going to go. The
Pocket when I got shot. So yeah, I'll try to find it. I'll try to find it later. Oh, this is funny. This one's Pocket when I got shot. Mute this. The last time this is news in Arc Raiders later. Pisco versus Connor, Jack Smith hearing. So the last time we watched Pisco versus Connor, we also watched the Jack Smith hearing. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I'm not sure. But all right. The Department of Homeland Security said on Wednesday the federal law enforcement officers shot a person who they say had fled a traffic stop and then, along with 2 other people, began attacking the officer. That incident followed the fatal shooting of Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother, on January 7th. DHS officials said Good was allegedly attempting to run over law enforcement officers when an ICE officer fatally shot her, a claim that local officials have disputed. The person ICE was allegedly looking for before detaining U.S. citizen is already in prison. One of the 2 men DHS claimed they were looking for when they erroneously detained a U.S. citizen in St. Paul on Sunday was incarcerated all along, a spokesperson for Minnesota Department of Corrections told ABC News. DHS briefly detained Chongli Thao, claiming that they were looking for Lu Mao and Kongmeng Vang, who they said Thao lived with. Thao's family has denied those claims. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have seen this, but a bunch of people were talking about the fact that Renee Good, when she was obstructing justice and getting in the way of these ICE officers detaining people, they were actually getting in the way of them detaining a pedophile. That's how far Democrats have gone, is they're over here defending pedophilia just to be against Trump. That's what real TDS is when they start going after ICE officials just to stop them from upholding the law because they would choose pedophilia over the law, like over Trump. Like that's their claim. But apparently, so this is forethought, right? This is they're claiming like information that they get after the fact, as though they had that information at the time. So when they're saying, oh well, we're just obstructing justice or ICE because we don't trust them to carry out the law legally, they turn around and say, but in this one scenario when you were obstructing them, they were in the middle of trying to arrest a pedophile, so you're defending pedophilia. But it doesn't matter who they were trying to arrest. Like, if they didn't, 1, they probably don't know who they're trying to arrest in the moment, and 2, it wouldn't even matter. Like, if they're breaking the law and trying to arrest a pedophile, it wouldn't matter that it's a pedophile while they're breaking the law. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Am I crazy, or is your apostrophe upside down? Am I fucking crazy here? Did I just develop where he says I apostrophe M? Did I just develop dyslexia, or is that apostrophe upside down? Yeah, wasted. She apostrophe S. What the fuck is that apostrophe, Hans? You got a name like Hans. Is that some sort of German apostrophe or what? Dyslexia? It's not. Look at Kyle's apostrophe S. They weren't. W-E-R-E-N apostrophe T, right? Like this. Whereas Hans's is like this. The circle on the bottom wraps around on top, whereas everybody else's is the circle on top wraps around on the bottom. Who cares, Tom? I do. I'm asking the question. You guys are fucking gaslighting me over here by not answering the question. You're a bunch of gaslighters. Stop getting distracted. Okay, I may have just developed dyslexia, but I didn't just develop ADHD. That's been the case the entire fucking time. Okay, that's not breaking news over here. DHS briefly detained Chongli Thao, claiming that they were looking for Lu Mao Kongmeng Vang, who they said Thao lived with. Thao's family has denied those claims. So yeah, so they're pretending as though Renee Good had this forethought. So if we can do the same thing to them and pretend that everybody had forethought, everybody knew all this information ahead of time, we can talk about the fact that they were going to arrest somebody who was already in fucking jail. They were going to arrest somebody who wasn't even there. They were going to arrest somebody and they ended up arresting citizens while being there. So that, if I'm reading this correctly, that is what they're saying, is that when she was obstructing justice, that is who they were. When she got shot, they were there to detain this guy, but he was already in fucking jail, and they detained a U.S. citizen instead. Minnesota DOC spokesperson said, Maua has been serving a sentence at a facility in Faribault, Minnesota since 2024 for kidnapping. The spokesperson also said ICE had lodged a detainer for him. A detainer is a request for a facility to hold a prisoner until ICE can take custody of the individual after they complete a sentence. Okay, so well, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I can't find it, but I know that I saw a ton of videos. Fuck, why does it keep signing me out? Why the fuck does Google keep signing me out? What is happening? This is so insane, dude. I'm getting so frustrated over here.
From my first video on this topic, because you decided to double down and post even more malicious lies and egregious disinformation about informed you that it was complete. But unfortunately for you, one of my followers did tag me, and I was able to download a copy before you deleted it. And before you ask, yes, I will be adding it to the archive of files that I will have available for Renee's wife if and when she decides to sue you. But just for future reference, so that you hopefully don't spread this kind of malicious disinformation about people in the future, I'm going to go ahead and point out to you a few of the clues that should have flagged for you that this was fake. Are you ready? Okay, so
just to be clear, we went over a video, and I forgot to correct this, but we went over a video a while ago from the Elder Millennial where he was talking about the fact that Renee Good and her wife had gotten in trouble for child endangerment and child abandonment, and that their child was taken away from them by DFACS. And this lady debunks that and shows that it's not true at all. That was literally just one random Twitter person posted that on Twitter with no other context, no evidence, no screenshots, nothing. And it was literally a tiny little account that just posted this one day. And all of MAGA immediately started retweeting this account, posting it all over the place. There was immediately Instagram, TikTok, like YouTubers, all of these people running around repeating this shit. And it turns out the initial poster just made it up. They literally just made it up. They just said it. It was an absolute nobody who said this shit, just made it up, and that's that. There's
Yeah, she only
so yeah, I did want to repeat that.
Has custody of one of her kids. And the reason she only has custody of one is that her domestic partner, a woman, she likes to beat the shit out of kids and put cigarettes out on their arm. And she...
So yeah, so this was the thing. Yup. Okay.
What a strange comment. Azrael says the older millennial thinks trying to stop anything is fascist. If you were to try to stop a rapist, he would call you a fascist. Now, bro, there's plenty of things that you could stop that isn't fascism, but trying to stop debate is absolutely fascist.
I'd actually like to ask you a question.
All right.
What do you...
He's too fucking stupid. I can't. In a statement, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McGowan appeared to blame a lack of engagement from state and local law enforcement agencies for the mix-up. This is exactly what we have been saying. We need a state and local law enforcement engagement and information so we don't have to have such a presence on the streets. If we work together, we can make America safe again, McGowan said. McGowan also claimed ICE had lodged a detainer, but did not say when. Minneapolis Mayor blasts JD Vance, calls federal response harmful and excessive. Military lawyers dispatched to Memphis. Vance defends detention of 5-year-old. Third person arrest protest. DHS releasing inaccurate and misleading information on people with ICE detainers in custody in Minnesota, officials say. Department of Homeland Security. Okay, I'm sorry. Ali sent this in Discord and said, hey, this is where Renee Good's lawyers come out and put shit out. And instead, it's just a live update. Okay, here it is. Okay. Law firm representing Renee Good's family releases findings from independent autopsy. A law firm representing the family of Renee Good. This fucking 8 updates thing is now in the way. Shit. Law firm representing the family of Renee Good. Shut up! Has released the preliminary findings of an independent autopsy into the death of the 37-year-old who was fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis earlier this month. The Department of Homeland Security said the agent opened fire after Good tried to ram an officer with a vehicle. Good suffered 3 gunshot wound paths, according to a summary of the findings of the Romanucci and Baldwin law firm. Bro, that is a fucking awesome name. Holy shit. Romanucci? That's what I want to start calling my ramen. Every time I eat ramen, I'm going to just start calling it Romanucci. I need to get a bowl of Romanucci. That's fancy as fuck. One gunshot struck her left forearm, causing soft tissue damage and hemorrhage. One gunshot wound traversed the right breast without penetrating major internal organs. One gunshot entered the left side of her head near the temple and exited the right side of her head. Okay. So one struck her left forearm. Okay, so she's here driving. One here. One gunshot wound traversed the right breast without penetrating major internal organs. Okay, so here. So she's here. Window is here. She's hit here, here. One gunshot entered the left side of her head near the temple and exited the right side of her head. Okay, so the first shot, obviously, is the one that hit her forearm, because that's the one that went into the corner of the windshield. And from the front, it went right in the corner and hit her driving arm right there. Then the second one was from the driver's side window, pointed in from like the mirror, and hit her right breast. And then the other one was from here and shot her right in the head. Good also suffered a superficial wound from being grazed by a bullet, according to the law firm. So I wonder if the one that went in her arm went out into her right breast. And then the second one just missed. Or maybe the first one just missed. Because, yeah, if the one that went through her forearm... Because how does another one... There were 3 shots, so how does another one graze her? Good also suffered superficial wounds, being grazed by a bullet, according to the law firm. The wounds to Good's left forearm and breast were not immediately life-threatening, according to the autopsy, the law firm said. The result of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office autopsy have not yet been released to the family or legal team, the law firm said. What were we supposed to get from this? Okay, so that was it. Okay. All right. Sorry, Ali had asked like a bunch of times in chat if we had read this yet, and I don't know. I thought there was like a big point in there. Okay. All right, my bad. All right, which one first? Pisco versus Counterpoints or Jack Smith? Pisco? All right, only one vote. You win. Pisco is now flooding my fucking timeline because we watched like 2 videos of his this week. I outside of like CNN and Fox, I almost never watch one person's videos twice in a week. So this is Is Pisco still doing his podcast with Straighterade? They cut that off, or what happened with that? We got any pissers in here? We got anybody here who takes the piss? No, Tom, it's over. No, what? I haven't seen him doing it in months. I am a piss enjoyer. You like? We should call Pisco fans golden showers. We're about to watch the piss tapes. I only watch Destiny and Burnt Peanut now. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I've tuned in to Burnt Peanut a couple of times. He's got some good shit. He said he had too many commitments. That's what okay, so literally as I asked the question, I thought I would assume he's like gotten too busy to have like something consistent like that. But that's funny though, is that like he just cuts that off with her, and then now he's got Chud Logic coming in saying that he wants to do a show with him. That like, would that not be fucking hilarious if he turned around and did a show with Chud Logic, like a consistent weekly show with Chud Logic after saying he has too many commitments and cutting off cutting off Aaron? Everyone else gets like 5 minutes of my attention. Yes, I know. And I appreciate you showing up here for 5 minutes, Mantis. We are all very happy to see you as you pass by.
Come up. Yo! Hey! You piece of... Hang on a second. Let me just put you on screen. Don't you ever... Hang on a second. Almost there. Why are you laughing?
Because you're like, you bitch, I'll kill you. It's like, whoa, we're just starting. We're just starting.
First of all, welcome. Good morning. How are you, Mr. Connor?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. In fact, I'm doing excellent. And may I add that sounding quite dulcet this morning.
Is quite what?
Dulcet.
Yeah, White Man from Town is literally the he's just a caricature. Like he is so predictable. He's like one of those anti-SJW fans from 2014. He's just super late to the game and is like just showed up to the internet and just found out what happens on the internet and only ever heard like one YouTuber's points and is now just zoned in on this one YouTuber and everything that they ever told him. He's just like a fucking caricature of that person.
Dulcet?
What's dulcet?
It's a word.
What does the word mean? In the colloquial sense, not the technical term.
Hang on a second. Is that not a word? Am I crazy? Sweet and soothing. Sweet and soothing.
Oh, okay.
Pleasing to the ear.
I am in a very dulcet. I am in a very dulcet vibe right now. I'm okay with that. That's great.
Are you a peaceful man, Connor?
No, I would say I'm volcanic. So basically dormant for long periods of time and then randomly, explode. That's my nature.
Why are you trying to fuck me, dude?
I'm not trying to. You need to hold on. Before we even start, we can get into the memes. You can call me a piece of shit. We can do all that kind of stuff. We can do that.
Yeah.
But before we do that, you need to understand something about my content creation career so far and my content creation future. Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm saying something out of my mouth that sounds stupid, it's a earnestly held representation of reality based off of my current perspective. It's not a Machiavellian play for clout. It's not a manipulation game. I'm not trying to hurt the digital media careers of my peers. I'm not trying to ingratiate myself into a new audience. It's my genuinely held stupid fucking belief. So if you can
I like counterpoints less and less. So this is something that I think like everybody here maybe struggles to understand from a content creator's perspective, but there are a bunch of characters around that I appreciate what they bring to the space, and I appreciate like what they have as a package that is something that I think we need. It's something that I think is necessary, and it's something that I'm happy is around. That is counterpoints. Like I obviously disagree with him a lot, and I think that he's wrong about a lot of things. And I think that him and I were a lot closer together when we first met, and now I've definitely moved farther to the left and become much more liberal. And but I think that this happens when we talk about like, Katie or Lav or a lot of different people, is that like I can like disagree with these people, think that they have like weird points, think that they're fucking crazy, think that they're annoying, they're like, but I can really like appreciate a lot of times what they bring to the space and the perspectives that they have that make things a bit better. And I think that is counterpoints. And so like for a lot of these people, while a lot of people start to like hate them because of their perspectives, I a lot of times I appreciate what it is that they bring, because it makes it to where we're capable of having better conversations because of it. Oh shit. Freddie got the new fucking... Oh no. Freddie got the new badge. Oh no. Freddie got the new badge. Fuck. I made a badge a year ago. I made a bunch of badges a year ago for like how far the members had gotten, because I didn't have badges for it before. And so I had to make new badges for them because they were getting to the point of like 3 years as memberships. And I was like, okay, I don't have anything past that, so I'll just put the regular fucking logo there until as like a placeholder until I can get something better. And now I still fucking a year later haven't done it, and they just have the fucking regular logo as the badge. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, you can see it right there. Well, well, well,
Shift that. If you can shift that in your brain, we're like, why is Connor trying to fuck me? He's trying to ingratiate himself into DGG. He's trying.
No. I'm going a little bit over. No, I'm going a little bit over the top. I'm like, I don't think that I do.
You can just assume that I either don't understand or I'm stupid, and that'll solve 70% of the communication issues.
Yeah. Can somebody, I don't want to rewind. Can somebody tell me what the fuck they're talking about right now? I don't know what Counterpoints said.
I don't think you're trying to like appeal to a new audience. I don't think that you're trying to do this stuff. I am just.
No, it's my earnestly held dog shit opinion. It's not rage bait. It's my earnestly held dog shit opinion.
Okay. Well, why don't we give some background to the audience? So,
well, what did he keep watching? Keep watching because of what? What opinion are they saying? Do we not know yet? Did he not say it? They're talking about something that happened on Twitter, or
we had I think, one conversation about Renee Good, and I do want to continue and actually have a follow up to that conversation in the course of this conversation. But we had a conversation about Renee Good. And then you went to describe.
So does that mean he didn't say it yet? I don't. My question. I hate it when you guys do this. I ask a fucking question, and you guys answer something that I didn't ask over and over and over. This is like the third fucking time you've given me the same answer to something that I didn't ask. No, he didn't say it. Okay.
Describe my belief in a way that I think stated that belief and my position. Now, I'm not ascribing any negative malice to it, but I do want to. I don't know. Inform you, and I do want to explain it. Yeah, if that's okay with you.
Okay, can I before we begin,
you need a drink of water?
No. Let's say that you're running into this blind. It's the year 2050, and you're checking out old VODs or whatever.
And my position. Now, I'm in the course of this conversation, but we had a conversation about Renee Good, and then you went to describe my belief in a way that I think stated that belief and my position. Now, I'm not ascribing any negative malice to it, but I do want to. I don't know.
Fucking strawman me! You're strawmanning me! Am I right? Am I right? So last time I debate.
Thanks for the donation, Dono.
If you don't have sex.
I'm not gonna do any debates ever again. Like, maybe rare exceptions where I think I could actually learn something, but I'm never doing a debate ever again. Completely pointless arguing with anybody on anything. It's just so fucking stupid. Completely pointless. I'm just so sick of listening to stupid, nonsensical shit. Have people waste my time, change topics, strawman me. I'm fucking done. Don't ever ask me to debate fucking anybody. I'm not fucking doing it anymore. I'm so fucking pissed.
With the December 9th.
Bro, it's funny because that's literally all he does. That is his entire like debate style, is to just nonstop fucking strawman people and just talk over them, interrupt them, not let them respond. Like that's his whole fucking thing. That's his whole fucking thing. Like in the intro for my video, there's a part of me on a panel talking and him literally talking over me the entire time. And the whole thing is I wanted to get a clip from that panel to put on, but every single time I started talking, he immediately started talking over me and was strawmanning me every fucking time. And he was just arguing against shit that I never said. That's all he fucking does. This is, here, let me pull up the intro. I'll show you. There's a part where he's just talking over me the whole thing. plenty of good-looking people that are apart from the rest of us. There are plenty of good-looking people that are apart from the rest of us. Like, that's all he does. That's there. I spent forever trying to find a part of the fucking panel where he's not talking over me. There isn't one. The whole fucking thing. He's just talking over me the whole time. He never responds to my argument. Every time he pretends he's responding to an argument that I never made, that I never said, that nobody ever said. Like, it's so fucking infuriating, dude.
Inform you, and I do want to explain it. Yeah, if that's okay with you.
Okay, can I? Before we begin,
drink water.
For those of you, no. Let's say that you're running into this blind. It's the year 2050, and you're checking out old VODs or whatever. Renee Good is a gal who got shot by an ICE agent. Based off of current law, I think that the person who shot her in the face, the ICE agent, is gonna escape the situation without legal consequences or administrative punishment. There is some arguments about morality, ethics, and law that we're going through right now. And then I want to, that's for the people who are watching this video in 2050. Okay. Now for you, maybe I am presuming, maybe I presume too much. However, I do think that your reputation precedes you in a few ways. I do think that people take you more seriously because you have a JD. I do think that people take you more seriously because you have a decent reputation as a debater. You're a little bit pedantic sometimes, in my opinion, but you're still like a tenacious debater. And then I also think that people give you deference because they assume that not only did you get a JD, but you also worked in the legal realm for a while for a big firm. Don't know what it is, but I've heard people reference it as like one of the big firms in New York or something like that. So you can't be dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like we can call you 10,000 other things. We can call you pedantic or autistic or, whatever, but we can't call you unintelligent.
Can I pause right there? Because I do see like some people, I think, overstating the importance of a JD.
I will say that some people do give a little bit too much deference to things like that. But I don't think it matters as much as like a lot of people pretend it does. That when it comes to shit like, yes, like having a JD or going to law school, passing the bar, shit like that, good logic exists. Like, some of the dumbest fucking people I've ever met in my life have been lawyers. Like, I would say a lot of them. I would say a disproportionate amount of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life have been lawyers. It's almost as if they got annoyed by being called stupid their entire fucking lives, that they thought, I'll show them. I'll go past the bar. And like, that was their like way out of being fucking stupid. And then once they passed the bar, then they're like, yes, now I get to be smart. Like, no, you're still fucking stupid. So I think that's the case for like a lot of degrees and shit like that. I think some people just give them a little bit too much deference, and it's annoying. But the degrees are not meant to be like something that says you are right or you're an authority or something like that. It is something to say that like you might have a bit more experience in this area and know a little bit more, but it doesn't mean that you're right. So these are the different things that I think people should like categorize correctly in their heads. Is it does not make them right.
Guys, there are really, really stupid lawyers and people with JDs. It's not that hard to get a JD. I promise you, it's not that hard to get a JT. It's not that hard to pass the bar. As for the other career stuff, I don't try to bring stuff up to like bolster credentials.
Some people know it.
Okay, but that's not because I chose that to happen. It happened to be the case that I came on the internet while I was in law school. So this was during COVID. And so as a way of just like introducing who I am and what I do and my background, like I was in law school at the time. Then I graduated law school. Then I got my JD and then I passed the bar and then I worked. But like, it's never been a case of me trying to say, oh, you should listen to me because of credentials, whatever. I'm DMing with, well, I won't say, but there are people who are like, well, do you practice in this specific area of self-defense? I've never litigated a self-defense case. I'm not pretending that I've litigated a self-defense case. I'm not trying to like bolster myself by using credentials and I have this background or whatever. So you can say all of that stuff, but it isn't what I'm trying to do. And in fact, I get a little uncomfortable when people like bring that stuff up because I don't want the focus to be on like who I am from a professional standpoint.
With the presumption, okay? Because if we had probably a 2-hour conversation on Renee Good, maybe it was 90 minutes, maybe it was 40 minutes, I don't remember. But we had a long conversation. And so the presumption is that I might know more from a use of force law enforcement perspective, not through some higher education, but through going through the training pipeline.
Again, this is like the more is should be said as I have more experience. The I know more or you know more is not the best way of saying it. Because saying I know more again makes it sound as though you are correct about what is. It almost makes it sound like you are somebody who knows the facts, like you know what is and is not. Whereas like it could be just that I have an experience that gives me a difference in perspective from others.
Whereas you should have more knowledge of how that's reviewed either by a court or legal process, or you know how.
Because I say I've been in a lot of legal trouble throughout my life. I've gotten I've had a ton of court cases that I've had to go through. I've been to jail. I've been to prison. I've been like in a lot of troubles throughout my life. I have experience that adds to what it is that I have to say about these things. But it's from my experience. It's not that like I can tell you what is or is not. It's just that I have an experience that's like this. Hey Mantis, the other day, you, me, and your friend were playing, and I told you guys I've never been here before. What the fuck? This is crazy. I've never been here before. And you're like, I can't find you. Where did you go? I can't find you. This is where I was. I've never spawned here before either. But this is it. This is we were going and killing poppers inside this building with the escalators, and this is it.
How to navigate.
No, I understand that that's like the perception. I understand that's like the perception sometimes. I don't want our conversation necessarily to be about that. We can have that in our head. Like, I know Connor was a cop, and so I'm going to think about that and his experience, and I'm going to consider that as an aspect. But I don't think it should be what we revolve around. And in fact, I actively try to avoid that. I'll give you one example. I do it in other instances as well. Crystal and Kyle, I had a whole discussion with them that I put on my channel and that they posted. And how they initially advertised it on their Substack was legal expert tells us about what. And I was like, can you please
should have been like legal layman.
Yeah. Could you please change that title and just say like lawyer or legal analyst or something? Because I don't feel comfortable with you calling.
When I had him on a while ago, and we were talking about like a new case, a new law. And we had him on to talk about like what the differences were in the law in Texas, and this is years ago. And then afterwards, I DM'd him and said, "Hey, how do I put you in my title? Like, do I put like lawyer or law graduate or someone who passed the bar?" And he said he's like, put JD. And so that's what I put. Like, you can go find the old video, and it says, JD comes on to talk about the law.
I mean, like a self-defense expert. Like, so these are the kinds of things where I don't want those kind of assumptions that that's what I'm doing. I think it's in poor taste and kind of gauche, frankly. And it's not something I rely on. And I want to get away. Like, I don't want people to just think of that. I want people to take the arguments. And there are a lot of really stupid people who have law degrees and have worked at, firms, it's not like this amazing accomplishment.
Then let's use that setup in order to cut to the heart of the matter. Sure. After I read this $2 super chat, which says, "I'll give you $10 if you call Pisco a handsome baby back bitch." So from the action, I expect another super chat.
Appreciate it.
And Bob Taka, thank you for the gifted. Okay, so hold on. Let's use that framing in order to cut to the matter. Mm-hmm. We had I would say a robust conversation about the Renee Good shooting, in which I described like my perception of training, administration, policy, legal enforcement, et cetera, and then you introduced what I would say were two new concepts that I think are worthy of consideration. Okay, and those two new concepts that were worthy of consideration, in my opinion, are number one, is the use of deadly force reasonably going to end the threat of imminent death or great bodily harm? By the way, I think I said in the previous conversation, I'd never thought about that in my entire fucking life. You know, like even as a cop who was on the road for 4 years, it was like imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, I can respond with deadly force. That's the total.
So this is wild that he says this, because he makes it sound like it's like this. It's all about whether or not you're just justified in doing it. And so when you say that, what you're saying in reality is, this is just when I get to do it. Like, we all carry guns, and we all know that, like, we could kill people with our guns. And so this law just kind of says when we get to do it. It's when we get to kill people. It's when we get to shoot somebody. Like, we finally get to do it. This is when we're allowed. That's what he makes it sound like. And that sounds evil. That sounds horrific.
Calculation of what I was trained on. Then the second thing that you introduced that I think you effectively used an effective, you distilled an idea, and I understand it's not your idea, but you distilled an idea that I think has been bouncing around in the public zeitgeist for a long time, which is law enforcement officers intentionally putting themselves in danger in order to use that as a pretext for a use of force. They're effectively, when they could be de-escalating the situation or balancing the public interest versus the law enforcement interest. Instead, they choose to escalate a situation so it causes more danger to members of the public. And then they use that as a pretext with which to execute force. And what I've been repeating for the past 2 weeks is officer caused jeopardy. And then I think the reason why, I can't remember exactly what I said, but the reason why I characterized the way that you were arguing in the conversation to Destiny the way that I did is because it felt like you were arguing that these are things that can be used to hold the Renee Good ICE shooter accountable now. Like, we could just like add these things into a court case where we charge him with like manslaughter or something. And then we could use these legal concepts to either incarcerate him or open up the FBI, like have like an exception to sovereign immunity or achieve some kind of like legal precedent. Whereas from my perspective, what would need to happen first is we would effectively need to pass legislation and change policy, because you can't hold somebody, in my experience, maybe I'm wrong, you can't hold somebody accountable for a novel legal concept.
Got it. So
Wait, what does that even mean? You can't hold them accountable for a novel legal concept. Like, the law changes all the time. Precedence changes all the time. Like, we have new Supreme Court rulings all the time. That what is he even talking? What is he talking about? How the fuck does that even make sense? I hear a lot of people shooting each other. Mantis is one of those girls on this game. You know, you guys ever like heard of girls who like go to a bar and they'll start like picking a fight with like the biggest guy in the bar, and then they'll walk over and stand next to their like big buff boyfriend and be like, what are you gonna do about it? And now they want like their boyfriend to get in fights, and so they purposefully like start shit with people just so those people get into a fight with their boyfriend because they get turned on by it. That's Mantis in this game. She will go and I'll start like, she'll have her flashlight on and like making all this noise and shit, and then people start running over and shooting at me, and then she just stands there and watches a bunch of people try to kill me, and she gets off on it. She enjoys the whole thing. So, but oh shit, wait, oh, I thought there was something up here for a second. But yeah, the other day that I got shot by a bunch of people, and I shot them and then downed one of them, and now I'm afraid that I'm like in more aggressive lobbies because I keep hearing what sounds like people fighting out here. So I'm just here to get shit and get out. Like, I'm just trying to get stuff, and like I just want like medical stuff, and then I want to get the fuck out. But Like, I just picked up all of this mullion. I got 15 things of mullion. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here.
Have some agreement with some things you've said and some massive disagreements with stuff you said. So
well, let's go. That's what the people are here for.
Yeah. So the things I have agreement with are like the idea behind some of the things I've introduced as potential arguments. The first one that you've identified, I think, is true. That is that one needs to measure the relation of the use of force to the threat itself and not just look at the threat in isolation. I agree that that's something I brought up. I don't agree that it's not already part of the law. I disagree massively with that. And I have case law, I think, to support me on that. And what's more is, I don't think that I was arguing ever morally. And so I'm not sure in what your encapsulation is that you just had, because it seems like you were construing me as speaking in terms of ethics, but at the same time recognizing that the whole premise of the argument, at least just now, has to do with holding him accountable now under the law. And so it seems like there's a lack of clarity on your perspective. Do you think at any part in our conversation I was arguing for what the law ought to be, or what moral is?
Well, hold on. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. It felt like you were insulted that I did not believe that that was the law as is now, and that I was projecting onto you that this was either a moral argument or that this is what
precisely
the law
correct. Yeah, like it isn't me arguing for a change in the law. I'm trying to
Hey buddy, friendly, we're all friendly, we all love each other, we're all friendly, we love each other, we're friendly, everybody friendly, friendly, we all love each other, we're all friendly, friendly. Hey, friendly. I'm closing the doors. Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. Weird. I didn't even call that train. Okay.
encapsulate what I think the law is and apply it. And so you shouldn't construe me as trying to like change the law.
Well,
I've completed everything in the game. Really, there's nothing left to do but get Tom killed a bunch of times. Okay.
Then you're going to have to bring up some of these examples that you say back to your position. Because effectively, from my perspective, hold on real quick. Like, you just said something that is interesting to me, which, like, totality of the circumstances, let's be real, is like the cop out for almost any like legal argumentation in reference to law enforcement. And totality of circumstances just means like considering everything involved in the scenario. That's what totality of circumstances means. And so effectively, they're just like, we're going to zoom out, consider everything, try to be as reasonable as possible, and take it from there. Okay. So in reference to totality of circumstances, considering maybe the training for law enforcement is lacking. I'm sure that's an extreme, that's a very normal accusation of law enforcement. But considering that for probably 3 months of training, 6 months of field training, 4 years in a career, what was said over and over and over again is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you can use deadly force. That just repeated over and over and over again, okay?
See, he keeps saying it that way. You can. He keeps saying it. You can.
So you're going to have to tell me case law that exists.
I suck at aiming, to be honest. Oh, I do too. Oh, I do too. I feel like the first 1 or 2 shots I always miss. I think I panic shoot the first 1 or 2 times every fucking time. And then I immediately slow down because I'm used to playing like Call of Duty where like everything is just fast. Like you can die in like 2 seconds. Whereas on this game, you can like shoot, walk around, run, hide, shoot, charge up your shield, heal yourself, run over this way, shoot, get hit a couple of times, throw a grenade, run back, hide, charge your shield, heal up again. Like, it's so different than like, yeah, everything else where I'm very much used to a much slower gameplay style where this is not the case. So I think this is yesterday. Wait, did I hit him on the first one? Oh, I did. Oh, I thought I missed him horribly on the first shot. Okay, one. Okay, missed that one. Okay, hit him again. All right. This is the one where I'm running back and forth behind this building. So I start going back to the other side. And he's like, I'm almost dead. Shit, Mantis isn't even down. Ryan's almost dead. She's all, and I'm like running back and forth, like, wait, which one? Wait. Ryan's already dead, so yeah, now I'm running back again. Dude, I ran back and forth so many fucking times. Even before I shot that guy, I'd run back and forth so many times. That was wild. But yes, I missed so many shots, dude. I missed so many fucking shots.
Where there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, but then action was not justified.
Wait, no,
because
I literally wouldn't need to show you an example fact pattern for that to be the case, as long as
I was thinking about testing using my mouse for a while. I thought about like practicing mouse and keyboard.
What we're looking at is the principle that the Supreme Court has enunciated. And if the principle fairly represented includes scenarios that I'm talking about, then it's fair to say that that's what the law stands for, notwithstanding the fact that there's a specific fact pattern in which the Supreme Court specifically ruled on it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Probably not, but feel free to elucidate.
Okay, so it isn't required for me to show what the law is to find a case that the Supreme Court has squarely dealt with, for example, a fact pattern, such as where they're like the ticking time bomb scenarios or an exact like one-to-one to the Renee Good situation. That's what I think is a lot of people's like mistaken assumptions. The reason for that is
Renee Good. I would take any example. I
have examples. I have examples, but they're examples that elucidate the principle that I'm trying to establish. So there's one thing which is applying the principle, and the other thing is the principle itself. Okay.
So what principle are you trying to reinforce?
The principle is that the use of force must be assessed as reasonable in relation to the need of the.
Yeah, this was frustrating last time because I kept saying, I don't know why Pisco isn't just saying he needs to have proportional force. And even here, he's not using the term proportional force. Like the response must be proportional. And I think that that's like a term that everybody understands. That when we're talking about a response from an officer or a response in self-defense, that the response must be proportional. I think we all understand that. We all get that. This is a concept that we hear all the time. What Pisco said right there is essentially that. But it doesn't ever seem like Counterpoints is engaging with that or grasping that. And so if you just use the actual terminology, proportional response, proportional use of force, proportionality, like if you actually use that term, I feel like this conversation would be so much easier. But it feels like because he doesn't, it's never actually being like grasped onto.
Officer, that is to say that if a reasonable officer, if there's no connection between the use of force and the amount of force and the need of the officer, then in that situation, it is unreasonable. And I have case law to support that. Additionally, I think that you've misstated the Supreme Court's test with respect to deadly force in that the test isn't this like checkoff list. Okay, you said like, I was taught that if there's a deadly force, we are allowed to use deadly force in response. or something like that. That's what you've been taught.
Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
But the Supreme Court has specifically told us that going through the test is not a mechanical application such that you meet deadly threat checkbox, therefore it's reasonable under the Fourth Amendment.
Yes, there's obviously a spectrum. There's a number of circumstances. There is context. There is forethought. There is there's so many other things that go into it that it's never just this simple like, oh, you reasonably had fear for your life? Okay, cool. End of story. This is like the other day, I forget who we were watching, but somebody said, I think I said this, but like the way that the person was answering the question was, if Jack shoots at you, then you're allowed to turn and shoot Jill. Why were you allowed to shoot Jill? Because you had a reasonable fear for your life. Was the threat coming from Jill? No, but it doesn't matter because you had a reasonable fear for your life. So you were allowed to shoot Jill, even though it was Jack that shot at you first. Like, and this is the Nick Fuentes argument again, is that like people kept saying that because people were threatening him online, people were harassing him online, people were doxing him online, that because a little old woman came to his house by herself and knocked on his door, he had a reasonable fear for his life from other people online. So he was allowed to assault this woman and attack her because he had a reasonable fear. So not from her though. Like, and none of them ever make the argument that he had a reasonable fear from her or that she did anything to give him a reasonable fear. They all argue that other people did. And so his fear was reasonable. So he gets to attack this random person now. That is kind of like the argument that's being made a lot, and it's too fucking stupid.
And so regardless of whether or not those policies in general are true, and I admit that in general those policies will probably be true, it doesn't mean that that's the test that the Supreme Court gave us. The test that we have from the Supreme Court is objective reasonableness, which incorporates a broader set of considerations. And I can get into it.
I want to inject this right in the center of it, even though it's not legality. This is law enforcement training, because I'm obviously approaching it from a different perspective, and I did just get some oil, so I need to read it. Grassroots for $100 says, money for you to tell Pisco he's a heel, and I'm not reading that, and should give me a wrench because I'm a tool fetishist. Okay, my Oiler friend, Grassroots Hegemon, he collects mod wrenches as if they're like the Infinity Gauntlet stones. But anyways,
he's like the wait. Have you seen some of the memes of the Reddit guy? I think I talked to him about Ethan Klein, the Stale guy. He's going through some things.
I've seen Stale for sure in the past 72 hours. But what point do you want to make about
There
Stale?
was a meme that I saw that someone shared, which was like him doing the grip, like the Infinity Gauntlet grip as a Reddit mod. That's what it made me think of. Sorry.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. In reference to training, which I understand is not legality and not morality. Okay. Training for law enforcement officers understands that not every single law enforcement officer is going to be a 140 IQ Mensa member. Not every single law enforcement officer is going to be Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee when it comes to martial arts. Not every single law enforcement officer is going to be a crack shot. So understanding that law enforcement officers are going to be flawed, oftentimes average to slightly above average intelligence. Also, because of the difficulties of the job, they're probably going to be under stress and adrenaline and all of that kind of stuff. There's typically a training down to what we think a quote unquote objectively reasonable person's decision making is going to make, but under all of these extreme variables, because we understand adrenaline and arresting people and complex paperwork and all that kind of stuff. So what they do is, you're saying that the Supreme Court or the courts don't use this like checklist in order to shoot a gun. But I'm telling you, in training, they almost definitely do that, where effectively it's like, if like we'll review, actually, if you'll indulge me.
I don't doubt that. No, hang on a second. I don't doubt that you guys
use. You boil it down to a checklist. That's the thrust of the point.
I don't doubt that. But the question isn't what officers do. The question is, what is the test the Supreme Court gave us? And that test doesn't operate as a checklist and a set of factors.
Okay, so please explain to me the test.
The test is objective reasonableness, and it is like, that is how you can encapsulate it. However, the court has helped us in some respects, and they helped us in some respects by pointing to types of things that matter for the objective reasonability test. Okay, so the first are a set of principles that you've elaborated, that it's an objective test from the position of the officer. In other words, it has to do with what an objectively reasonable officer would do given a situation. That the test is one that we consider taking in mind the fact that officers have to, in the line of duty, make split-second decisions. Okay, these are all things that you've mentioned that the Supreme Court has told us guide our inquiry. One quick correction: they haven't yet ruled, the Supreme Court that is, on officer-created jeopardy hazard, unreasonable.
Yeah, this is what I said the other day. I think I can't remember if it was the Second Circuit or the Fourth Circuit, but the laws, and this is confusing for a lot of people, but district court circuits are not they have their own precedents. So if a second district court rules a ruling that has not been ruled on by the Supreme Court, they have now set precedent within the second district. And if that never goes to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court never makes a decision on it, the second district now has precedent that they have to follow. But the Fourth Circuit does not. The Fourth Circuit does not have that precedent. That was not set in their district. It was set in the second district. So the Second Circuit. So they have to follow that precedent in the second district, not in the fourth district. And so all other districts will have different precedents for some things. And so there is a circuit that has ruled on this. Fuck, I have. Okay, there we go. That has ruled on this shit and has a precedence for it, but nobody else does. And so, yeah, if it's ruled on by the Supreme Court, then yes, now the Supreme Court will be able to make a decision on it. But and then all courts, all circuits will have to follow that precedence.
Creation of officer-created jeopardies, right? That's a point that I've talked about. But every time I talk about it, unlike what you represented to Destiny, I say that Barnes v. Felix has explicitly not held as a matter of law that we should incorporate that. So just to be clear, that's one of the main reasons I was frustrated, is because you represented me as having a position on officer-created hazards that I explicitly and deliberately disclaim every single time I bring that doctrine up.
You did.
So that's one of the reasons for the frustration. But there are additional... Yeah.
Real quick. You have to understand that, much like an officer in the field, I'm receiving information from 10,000 different sources, and also they become an amalgamation of the same movement. So much like Destiny has identified the anti-fans and the snarkers as this like monomaniacal, leviathan, villainous element.
He's Counterpoints has been like hardcore on the like what he calls the doxing wars. And he's been covering it a lot and talking about it a lot on his side, and like begging everybody to just stop doxing each other, and feels like Destiny keeps escalating things and making it worse. And he put out a video the other day saying like the doxing wars are over. And I don't know who told him that, but I don't think he's right. I think I do not think he's correct on that one. So just throwing that out there.
That he has accused you of being in reference to harassing him. And much like my audience is making fucked up, crude sexual jokes about you, and if you read them, they would probably be upsetting. Much like people tell me that your chat doesn't like me and thinks I'm a retard and all that kind of stuff. The truth is that it becomes an amalgamation. And so you personally might have met like all of these caveats every single time, said that it's not decided, it's not incorporated, et cetera, et cetera. But what people in your audience or your political tribe are doing is they're representing it as if this is the law of the land, and as if the law enforcement officer can be held accountable under this legal concept now. And that's how they're arguing it in chats. That's how they're arguing it in Discords. That's how they're arguing it on Twitter.
Well, first of all,
so it might not be you,
okay,
but that's what your tribe is arguing.
So my tribe is also arguing, if you consider my tribe, depending on what you think my tribe is, that they're not even officers, so they can't even be there in the first place. My tribe is also saying...
But there's stronger...
Yes, I was just about to say that. I was literally just about to say his tribe is also arguing that they didn't even have jurisdiction, that they're not allowed to pull these people over, that they had no right to to interact with U.S. citizens. That like, yes, I was just about to fucking say this shit and say like, and Pisco's obviously not that uninformed to where he would ever agree with any of that. So, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
In weaker arguments, right?
Yeah. So like, if you just go.
Yeah, the last 2 times I've come into this room, so there's I don't know if you guys know about this. There's a gun room right there that you can get on through this zip line that's always there. But then if you jump across here, there's always a zip line in this room that I've seen. It's either there or somewhere around here, but there's almost always a zip line in this room. So if you need another zip line to go somewhere else, there's normally one here.
In my opinion, a stronger argument.
I understand, but you can't just be like, oh, well, your tribe says it, therefore I can say Pisco says it.
Sure, but I might have mixed you up with your tribe, so
Yes, he is. I think what Counterpoints is saying is that he's admitting that he could be wrong, while saying, I think that like, this is like a reasonable assumption that I'm making, is that I see a lot of people from your tribe saying X, and so I just assumed that you believed it, and I understand that I was wrong in that assumption, but I'm just telling you why I made that assumption.
My apologies.
Okay,
but it was an earnest R-slurred mistake, not an attempt to malign your public reputation.
No worries. The thing is, I don't think it's unreasonable for people to argue that it be applied, because I think it would be insane not to have that standard. And so even though it's not the law of the land, it's the law of land in some places, just not in the Supreme, with respect to the Supreme Court. They haven't ruled definitively on it. And I think it would be insane for it not to be the overall law of the land. However, just on the discrete point, I'm happy to move on from that. All right. So we've analyzed some principles that are incorporated into the objective reasonability test. The fact that it's not purely subjective, the fact that it's from the officer's position, the fact that it takes into account the officers having to do split-second decisions. But there are additional things that we're told to look at. And this is from cases like Graham v. Connor and follow-on cases. So I want to point you to a case called Kingsley v. Hendrickson. Okay? If you Google right now, Kingsley v. Hendrickson, and I'll read from it. You don't have to Google it. This is a case from...
I'm not going to. Read it to me, please.
This is a case from 2014 in which the Supreme Court is...
I just heard someone's flare go off, and I don't know where they are. But it was definitely over on this side. Huh.
Analyzing the use of force in a case according to the Graham v. Connor objective reasonability test. Now, unlike if you guys remembered my conversation with Chud Logic tried to be like, it's the Graham factors, mate, the Graham factors. It's not a concrete list of factors, and Kingsley itself makes that clear, as well as Graham v. Connor. One of the reasons why you can't just look to a fact pattern that's similar is that the Supreme Court has told us that reasonability turns on, quote, the facts and circumstances of each particular case. So it's not enough just to have a similar fact pattern if there are potentially distinguishing facts in the given case. But notwithstanding, we are given some things to look towards. And in this case, Kingsley, this is what Justice Breyer, writing for the court, says. And by the way, this was later incorporated in a follow-on case called, let me just get the name of it for you, Lombardo versus City of St. Louis. So this is what they say, quote, considerations such as the following may bear on the reasonableness or unreasonableness of the force used. The very first thing that Breyer puts in this opinion, quote, the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Okay? You as an officer were also trained on reasonable necessity, correct? Do you understand that concept? Reasonably necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. In Scott v. Harris, another Supreme Court decision dealing with whether or not the seizure in that case was objectively reasonable, the court talks about how the goal is to determine whether the use of force is reasonable for the aim of preventing the threat. In other words, the Supreme Court has stressed in Scott v. Harris, in Lombardo, in this case, Kingsley that I just cited, that there needs to be a relationship between the amount of force used and the need of the force. Well, what does reasonable necessity mean? Necessity implies necessarily a logical connection between the application of the force and the lawful aim of law enforcement, right? The lawful aim of law enforcement is the prevention of the threat. And the relationship between the prevention of the threat and the need, right, has to do with that logical connection. How is the force relating to the threat? That's what it means to analyze the use of force, right? If force has no logical connection to the lawful aim of law enforcement, that relationship is weak. That's why when I say that this is not some new thing I'm inventing, it's just an absolute entailment of what the Supreme Court has.
Yeah, it seems obvious. Like when you're using self-defense, you are defending yourself. I feel like that is just plainly obvious that when we say you're using self-defense, I'm friendly, bro. Sorry, I didn't see you there. You're good. Sorry. I'll go to a different building. I don't want to make you like skittish or anything. But yeah, if you're defending yourself, like, what does that mean? It means you're trying to stop somebody else from hurting you. Okay? That is like, I feel like that's like obvious that that's what that means. It means you're trying to stop someone from hurting you. When you're playing basketball and you're on defense, what are you doing? You're trying to stop them from scoring. You're trying to stop them from beating you. You're trying to stop them. Like, I feel like all of this is just like plainly obvious in the terminology self-defense. But when Counterpoints talks about it here, he acts like, well, we don't know that. Like, we're not trained in that way. And so maybe you're right, but like, I don't know, because I was never taught that. It's like, but bro, you don't have to be taught that. It's in the name. It's in the name, self-defense. Like, it's you're defending yourself from something, not to something, but from something. So I feel like it's just even wild to even like talk about whether or not that's the case. Like whether or not you're trying to stop something. Because Pisco's argument here is, if you're using self-defense, it has to be to stop them from hurting you. And in this case, when he shoots Renee Good, he's not stopping her from doing anything. He's not stopping her at all. And Counterpoint seems to say, yeah, but who cares? Like, it's not about whether or not he's stopping her. It's about whether or not he's justified in using self-defense. And Pisco's saying, yeah, but what makes them justified is that they're like using it to stop somebody else from something, like whether or not what they're doing can stop the other person. And that to Counterpoints, it's like, no, he's saying no, it's just whether or not whether or not you're allowed to do it. That's it. You don't have to actually be stopping them from hurting you. You just have to be in a scenario where you're allowed to do it.
Has already held. I'm not just making shit up.
So do you want to keep it kind of like zoomed out to explore the disagreement, or do you want to zoom in
let's use
on
examples
in the vehicles?
Let's use examples, and then we'll use Renee Good.
Example. Yeah,
yes, so let's use examples. Okay, so these are going to be stylized examples, simplified to show the point, right? That the Supreme Court, again, I'm reading from Kingsley, that they need to analyze the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. So take the example, you have a suspect. He is shackled, his hands are manacled, his legs are manacled, and he's lying down on the ground. He is unable to move in the moment. And in fact, all he's doing is just shaking around. And I'm just telling you right now, you know, in this hypothetical, that this person has no chance of escaping, no reasonable chance of escaping the manacles, and that him shaking around the way he is isn't a danger to himself or to other officers, okay? In that situation, you would agree trivially, right? Application of force to restrict, that is to say, let's do like a knee compression to the back, is not justified, correct?
Well, with the contextual factors that you've given me, yes. But I also, I'm reserving the right to bring up examples where that force could be justified.
Right. Different facts.
But I want to just go with you down the train of thought.
The reason I put those factors in there is to make it easy for you. I understand in the main run of cases that there are going to be other factors that might change that calculus. But this is just to elaborate the point. Now, Connor, why would it be the case that the use of force in that situation would be unreasonable?
So can I add a variable or two?
I would like you to answer first, and then yes, you can add a variable.
Sorry. So ask the question again, because I was already adding a variable in my mind.
The example is someone who is completely restrained, legs, arms, they can't get out, and they're not a danger to themselves, and they're not a danger to others. And an officer proposes to use like a knee hold on them. In that situation, I'm trying to build blocks with you. It's not reasonable for a lot of reasons, but there's an obvious one, right?
I'm gonna say it's not reasonable to put your knee on the person's neck or back. Shouldn't put it on the neck anyways. But you shouldn't put your knee.
Oh, I thought he was gonna pass. Pass. Give it to double it and give it to the next person.
On the back, unless there's additional variables.
Right, but you make an assessment right there. In virtue of what is it unreasonable? I'll give you the answer for me, and you tell me if you disagree. I think it's unreasonable, given A, there's no qualifying threat to prevent. Right? You're not preventing anything by using the force, right? So at a bare minimum. Right?
Is Pisco a lawyer or just a normal talking head? What the fuck? This is literally what we just finished talking about. Yes, the lawyers are just normal talking heads as well. He is a lawyer. He is also just a normal talking head. That is
right. There's no lawful aim there. It's not like you need to move this individual. It's not like you need to administer some medicine. There's no lawful aim, right? That's number one.
Yeah, that's actually, those were some of the addendums and caveats that I was going to add, actually.
Yeah. So
hold on real quick. Can you just follow me for a second? So you give me the exact same scenario, okay? Secured suspect, let's say he's on his belly, we're on the side of a road. Now, typically you're not going to restrain his legs on the side of a road. That's more of like a corrections thing. That's more of like in the jail. But let's just say that we're on the side of the road and it's a highway, okay? If somebody is wiggling and there's actually like kind of like, oh shit, this person could roll and or wiggle into traffic.
Right, then you can use it, right?
Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves.
Right. So
then you could use the knee, and you need to be aware of positional asphyxia as well, which you could actually kill the person by causing positional asphyxia. But in that scenario, the threat to their lives through them acting unreasonable would then justify the knee to the shoulder or the knee to the back, right? Not kneeing them, but putting your knee on top of their shoulder blade and pinning them to the ground so they don't
beautiful.
move.
That's where I was going with it, or building on this hypothetical, okay? That's where I was next going. So in the first example, there is no lawful purpose that the force is achieving, right? The force isn't achieving
if
anything.
You're in a corrections facility, he's sitting in a cell by himself, he can't hurt himself, you don't have to take him to the hospital, you don't have to take him to court, you're not trying to move him into a different location, you're not moving him from another inmate. Then within that context of him being in an isolated cell, secured, and he's just wiggling around like a little worm, then you shouldn't go in there and knee strike him or sit on his neck or sit on his shoulder blade because there's no law enforcement or other purpose served.
Right. So now we build onto the hypothetical, the one that you added. He's on the high.
So you're making it clear that there was a purpose that is being served.
Anyway, and there's actually a plausible case in which he wriggles such that he is going to get in the highway and is a danger to himself or the other officers who have to go and rescue him in whatever they're doing, right? So now we have a lawful purpose, right? So there's a good purpose for the officers to apply force in that situation. I'm going to now change the hypothetical. Okay. The officer applies the force actually is able to restrain the person, okay? And it achieves the aim of stopping him from going into the middle of the highway and represent a danger to himself or to any officer that tries to save him, okay? Now, the person who's initially on him steps off. He's getting tired or he needs to go attend to something else. And initially, the individual doesn't move. Then he starts to move again. Another officer who's watched this entire thing shoots him in the face to prevent him from doing that. Why is that unreasonable?
Because the use of force or whatever is not proportional to the threat. It's not contextually appropriate. If you're trying to save the person,
see, Counterpoints uses that exact term, proportional to the threat.
Person's life, then shooting him in the face does the opposite of that. Like,
Right.
obviously, with clues, it doesn't make sense.
Right. In other words, there is no relationship between the use of force in that case and the prevention of the qualifying or the need that the officer is citing to use force in the first place. And what this the set of examples does is illustrate the point that the threat itself isn't the only thing you analyze. You analyze, as the Supreme Court has told us in these cases that I cited to you, the relationship between, in addition to other things, I'm not saying it's the only thing you look at, the relationship between the use of force and the officer need. That is what it means for something to be reasonably necessary.
Okay, do you want to move into vehicles or Renee Good?
Let's go into Renee Good.
Okay.
Okay. So here's my contention. Like in the case that the stylized example I provided to you, okay? Assume that there's a qualifying threat. That is to say, the lawful purpose of the officer, that there is such a lawful purpose in preventing serious bodily injury in this case.
Can we articulate that? That way your audience doesn't think that's absurd.
Go for it.
So for instance, let's run down this logic chain. Feel free to poke a hole in it if you don't agree with it, okay? Despite our current hostility to ICE as a law enforcement organization, they are a law enforcement organization invested with detention powers.
Is this the same thing you just sent me on text messages?
Good night now, good night. Good night. Good night now. Good night.
I favorite part, everybody's favorite part is when he does it, but then backs up and like looks at you like, what? What did you just do? Like, what? What the fuck?
Good night! Good night! Good night! Good night now, good night! Good.
Yep. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. There's a video of him doing this that I think I had the last I checked, I had like the top comment on it. I'm trying to find it because I had a ton of notifications from this like a week or two ago. Okay.
Yes. And if you check out the detention powers of ICE, typically what it boils down to is people have pointed out correctly that they cannot enforce local, county, state laws. They would have to call another law enforcement agency to do so. However, detaining people who are interrupting or harassing or whatever a lawful ICE operation actually does fall under their purview. So rightly or wrongly, I'm not even arguing right or wrong. You know, I'm not even going to argue whether or not honking a horn a block away is an interruption of an ICE thing. But let's just go with the logic that these law enforcement officers invested with detention power have decided that this is an interruption of a lawful ICE operation, and therefore this person is being detained. So at that point, I would argue that the officers who are on scene, regardless of tactical mistakes, regardless of policy mistakes, they believe that they have the right to lawfully detain Renee Good.
And put a little gloss on what he said. I don't grant that it was illegal for them to try to detain them. Even if it were illegal, the Supreme Court has directly told us that an unconstitutional stop that is the predicate factually for another use of force doesn't necessitate that the first unlawful use of force makes.
Is this it? Yep, this is it. Found it.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night now. Good night. Good night. Good night now. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good.
So I replied to this and said, one of these days, bro is going to be having a seizure and no one's going to know. They'll think he's just doing this bit again. And somebody replied and said, that's not how seizures work. Yeah. Yes, it is. I have witnessed like numerous seizures in my life. They are burnt into my fucking brain. I was people doing like, yes, it is. They are some of the most terrifying things that have happened in my life. So yeah, I'm positive what what they look like.
It's the later use of force or the later seizure or search necessarily unlawful. Now it might play into ultimately some officer-created hazard situation, but all I'm trying to tell you is Connor is correct to the extent that he.
I want to say, okay, so when we did the panel the other day, I went back, so I created like some clips for Twitter of the panel and for like TikTok and shit like that I'm publishing, and I'm gonna be making more, but because I need to get clips of panels out there so that when I go and invite people to panels on TikTok, so that I get a different group of people that are not normally in the scene. That's what I'm hoping for, is to have like a good mix of new names into the scene that nobody knows about, so that it's not the same fucking broken clock all the time. But that I need to get clips on TikTok so that when I send somebody an invite, they see clips of my panels there. And so I made this clip. And while I was making it, I had everybody's chats on my screen right here. I had everybody's chat flowing on my screen, one place right there. And while I was editing this clip, I was reading the fucking chats, and holy shit. Holy shit. It is so fucking annoying that there was, look, I'm not gonna say, this isn't like anything against Soy Pill. All right, seriously. Not just like, but it was only Soy Pill's chat who like kept acting like every time I asked a question, I am stating a position. And I'm like, there's lots of times where there's parts of this that I can tell. There were numerous times the conservatives kept throwing in there this like, you know, yeah, you guys think that she should have ran. You guys are prescribing that they run from ICE officers. The left, you guys are the ones who were telling everybody that they should just impede law enforcement officials. And you guys are the ones. And so when I turn around and I'm like, wait, you guys think that like she shouldn't have run, right? Like these Bet, you were one of them. Yes, you were fucking one of them. You were in my chat saying that shit. I believe you were in my chat saying some of that shit. I'm asking I'm not part of the panel. I'm the host. I'm the fucking moderator. I'm not there. I'm not making arguments. You were steel manning them? Yes. Yeah. What? Yes. When that's the opponent's job? What do you think a moderator's job is? What do you think a moderator's job is? What is their job? Is it gonna, are you gonna just say, just like make sure they don't interrupt each other? Is that the whole fucking job? That's your job, is just make sure they don't interrupt each other? There's a reason why you're supposed to make sure they're not interrupt each other, because there's a whole other job that applies to. That the moderator's job is to make sure that the conversation is capable of being had, and you try to make sure that it is had in a way that is productive, or that is like beneficial, or it is like, you know, like going in the direction that you want it to go. Yes, when they loop on a fucking point too many times to where the conservatives are able to like straw man them 1,000 times and they just never reply to it and allow them to just keep straw manning them. Yes, I'm eventually going to like stop things and get them to answer the question so that that straw man is no longer there. But yes, if I ask the question in a super like biased way, like to where they're not really giving an answer, I'm asking a rhetorical question, then it doesn't actually make it to where they're like, you know, they're actually like stopping that from being a worry anymore. But on top of that, yes, I am also going to take a steel man of what it is that the conservatives think, and I'm going to put it to a progressive or a liberal or somebody like that. I'm going to put it to them so that they can give an actual answer to it. If I don't give a good like representation of their question to that person, their answer isn't going to matter, because my question wasn't actually a belief that anybody actually holds. So I have to ask each side questions in a way that accurately represents the other people so that they are actually answering the question that needs to be answered. I'm not going to ask a question that doesn't need to be answered. I'm not going to ask a question that nobody is asking. I'm not going to ask a question that nobody's wondering. Like I'm there to make sure that yes, they are actually having the conversation. And sometimes when they get stuck because they're not answering each other's questions, they're not answering the question that's actually being asked. Yes, I'm going to stop things and I'm going to make sure the question actually gets fucking answered so that we can finally fucking move forward. And it's like that seems obvious that like that is what I'm doing, considering I did it for both sides. I did it for both sides the entire time. And it was one person's chat and then Bet in my chat, just Bet in my chat, nobody else, but Bet in my chat and then Soy Pills chat acting like I'm like taking on this conservative position. There were people who are like, oh my goodness, Tom sitting the fence again won't actually take a side on this. I'm not fucking debating. Yeah, I have a position. I've been very clear with my fucking position the entire time we've been going over the ice shooting. Been very fucking clear on this. I was like, a lot of the shit that like some of them were saying, I'm a bit stauncher than them on some of those positions. They were giving conservatives leeway in areas that I do not agree with. I would have argued that shit, but they didn't. So I have a stauncher position on it than they do. But in that scenario, yes, I am just making sure that like people are actually engaging with each other, and it was ideally in a perfect world, yeah, that's what a moderator should do. So yeah, I feel like I in the next one that I go into, I'm going to like state that at the beginning of the panel. Like, I'm not here to like make arguments. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to state my positions. I am here to moderate and facilitate a conversation. So what it is that I ask, I will be asking both sides. I will be, you know, making sure that like we're getting things answered from both sides. But just because I ask a question, this does not imply any sort of belief of mine. Because yeah, I feel like I have to say this now. Yeah, anyways, go check out the video on Twitter.
He's saying, which I think he is,
link in chat,
that just because it is unlawful or determined to be unlawful later on doesn't mean that it wasn't objectively reasonable to use the force in the instance. And further to that, there actually is a decent reason to believe they were entitled, at least for reasonable suspicion, to initiate the stop. And I've not contested that. That's been my position.
People hate it when I say it, but it's true. You can beat the rap, you can't beat the ride. And what I know that I might be distracting us temporarily, but I just want to just play a little bit of tennis with you real quick. If it was an unlawful detention, let's say that a judge later determined that a parked car,
debating them is how they farm viewers, not the other way around. Really? Who are the biggest content creators on this screen? Who are the ones with the biggest audiences? Soy Pill. It's Box. Not the conservatives. They are not farming viewers off of this. They are not getting a bunch of people to come watch them. And it's the same with Destiny. It's the same with Vosh. It's the same with all of these people. They are bigger. There's 2 right-wing debaters that actually have a decent sized audience. There's 2. Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor. That's it. There's nobody else. So where you guys keep making this claim that like, oh, they're all just feeding off of you. You don't feed off of them. You're making them bigger. They're not making you bigger. How is it the case that it's all of the lefties who are making careers off of streaming and debating those people? And there's tons of us, but there's 2 on the right. That, like, come on. I don't know who the fuck told you that, where you thought that made sense, but it doesn't, because Grid is a host who is trying to inject himself. What does that even mean? He is a host. I guess if you're steelmanning both sides and not showing bias, but if one side is dead wrong, it seems like you're participating in defending them. I'm sorry. I'm asking the left the question for them to answer. They're the ones debating, right? They're the ones debating. I'm giving them the ability to do that when I ask them the question. Or sometimes I will ask the right-winger the question so that they can give their answer so that the lefty can debunk that and debate it and argue against them, right? I am facilitating them actually arguing with each other over these things. Debating fascists is for fascists. I'm sorry, you just totally fucking moved the goalpost. I don't know why you moved. You were saying before that it only helps them, it doesn't help us. And now that I've argued against that, you've totally moved to something completely different. What does being a host mean? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. He is a host for Slop. You're saying that he hosts debates? Okay. He has people on and tries to moderate. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? No, you don't understand the point, maybe. I don't know why you're saying I don't understand the point. You made a claim. I'm arguing against that claim. If you want to say there's another claim I'm also making, I don't care. I wasn't asking about that. You made a claim that this is benefiting them, not us, that it's getting them viewers, not us. I argued against that. You're no longer engaging with what I said. You're just moving to something totally different, saying, oh, but my point is this other thing. I don't care if you have a different point about a different thing than the one that I'm engaging with. I'm disagreeing with you on the one that you said before, and now you're choosing to just ignore that.
block away honking a horn is not a sufficient interruption to justify a detention by ICE, that's going to be figured out by a court.
That's later, yeah. That's
not
later.
figured out on the street.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that in general. And this is not to be an apology.
Like the debate between Trump and Kamala seems like the mods were biased to the opposing side for participating too much. What is the opposing side?
Just for ICE. Like, none of what Connor is saying.
We're just talking about how our system works.
Right. From a policy perspective, I believe that there have been vast abuses and civil rights infringements and rights and liberties infringements, including this recent policy that's been unearthed regarding administrative warrants in the context of search and seizure at a home. So
you're asking for viewership, and what does Grid do / what does he host? Yes, that's my point. The two right-wingers on here are, as I already said, in lower positions traffic-wise. They will also farm viewers, weak libs, from the lib left streams, whereas we are not farming idiot right-wingers from these streams. Okay, so again, going that whether or not we're getting right-wingers doesn't matter. We are growing our audiences. That's what I'm saying, is we are growing our audiences. We are the ones who are actually growing our audiences. They are not. We're the ones who are actually capable of making livings off of debating them. They are not. We are the ones who are actually benefiting from these debates. They are not. That was your claim. Well, the opposite was your claim. So
this is not to say that what ICE is doing is justified in other respects. It's just for purposes of our analysis to try to make it narrow and make it correct. And I think that that's largely correct. So let's move on, right? So we're at Renee Good. In the Renee Good situation, let's grant that Officer or Agent Ross had a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury. And again, I don't grant that, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, because this is usually what's in the head of a lot of people who are sympathetic to Agent Ross. They are sympathetic to the danger of cars, and they're sympathetic in the sense of split decisions, okay? So they don't want to ever give ground on that there's not a qualifying threat. I believe there's not a qualifying threat, but let's just move past that. And serious bodily injury isn't like just life-threatening stuff. Broken bones can be serious bodily injuries. And so we're not talking about here, and I've never implied that
a laceration, a broken finger, all these things. Like, I know that when we talk about imminent threat of death or great bodily,
you're making a living by bringing fascists to the party. I don't know why you refuse to engage with the statement. Can you give me an argument for how we are benefiting them and not ourselves? Can you give me an argument for how we are not benefiting more than them? I've given you an argument over and over and over, and you refuse to engage with it. You just keep saying random shit that has nothing to do with the argument that we're having right now.
bodily harm, oftentimes people immediately jump to death. But imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, like first responders, the way that we're trained, and I think the way that the law has argued, is like, as a
debating the right is the point. I don't know why. Okay, so just say no. No, I am not going to engage. No, I don't actually have an argument. No, I don't have any reason to believe what it is that I'm saying. I'm just saying shit. Just say that. Why can't you just say that? I've given you an argument that debunks your claim, and then you choose to just keep repeating your claim in different ways and saying other random shit that has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Matter of course, first responders take risk of injury or death as a professional risk, okay? But that does not mean that in the lawful execution of their duties, they have to accept the fact that members of the public can just like lacerate them or break their fingers or break their bones,
from a legal
or break their
perspective,
legs, break their arm.
Right.
It's a part of the job, but you don't, lawfully, you don't have to accept that from a member of the public in order to better execute your duties.
Yeah, they're different inquiries. Now, when I think a lot of left-wing people say, hey, you took this job, I don't think you should read that as, well, therefore you should abide all risk, but only that any analysis that just only focus on risk without some kind of more measured and scrupulous look at it, that those kinds of analyses are fucked up, because officers, unfortunately, are accepted to abide certain risks.
I literally already said it. Well, said it, but we'll say it again. you won't be growing your audience from their base. They will from yours. Okay? I agree, yes. Right-wingers are more likely to go and hate watch lefties. And that lefty content creators are more likely to have a bunch of right-wingers in their chat. Whereas right-wingers are not going to have a bunch of lefties watching them. They're not going to have a bunch of lefties hate watching them. They're not going to have a bunch of lefties who sit and watch. That's, of course, true. That doesn't... I don't understand it. That doesn't matter much as to like who actually benefits from the engagement. That they don't seem to actually grow enough to where it matters, whereas lefties do grow enough to where it matters.
And they're not allowed to use all kinds of force in response to any kind of risk, but certain kinds of risks. But I do agree with you in the main that in general, they're different inquiries. Whether cops have an oath and they've sworn and they've taken the risk, yes, they have, is different than whether or not the use of force is justified under the Constitution and other legal principles. Okay.
Well, sorry, real quick, just to inject it into our specific conversation. So for instance, kind of what I'm hearing, you might not be intending this, but what I'm hearing when you're saying that it is not objectively reasonable to let, and maybe we should zoom out a little bit from Renee Good, but let's say that a vehicle is coming at you and you think there's a high probability of it hitting you. If it's at a low speed, or it's kind of turning away from you so you might not get hit, and therefore you discharging your firearm is not like statistically really gonna change the variable of your injuries or whatever, then a law enforcement officer should just accept that there's a possibility that they're gonna get hit, and they can't act because their action is not likely to statistically decrease what's about to happen, and so they basically have to let themselves get run over. That might not be what you're implying, but that's kind of what I'm hearing.
I'm not implying that they need to know the statistics, okay? And that they need to run like a computer, be able to like run 1,000 simulations and calculate the trajectories like the Rain Man or like Cookie from Ned's Declassified with your eye.
Zach Galifianakis and fucking The Hangover.
Yeah, and The Hangover. Yes, that is not what I'm implying.
That is more likely what it would be like, yeah.
I'm not trying to say that they would need to like run some kind of is it actuarial? I don't know what the thing is when it comes to like death situations, and to do a kind of risk analysis and to find out whether it's a significant risk, you know, using some kind of like I don't know, statistical analysis, some robust framework like that. I'm not suggesting that. I am suggesting, I think you should agree with it, and I think the examples prove it, that an objectively reasonable officer would think that there is some relation between the use of force and a tendency to reduce the qualifying risk. And if you don't think that...
Yeah, I agree with that, Polly. They definitely do take on like more beliefs, and they switch from one belief to the other. And they don't normally hold beliefs consistently, and that they are kind of like told what to believe more so than anything. I of course I agree with that. That is 100% true. I don't know why Dwayne said that doesn't work for Tom at all, but that is my position. Dwayne disagrees with that. So did I just shoot? Did I just shoot, or did somebody no, I didn't shoot. Who the fuck? Somebody just shot at me. There he is.
Yeah, these things should. Yeah, these things should correlate. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
You misread? Oh. You said, trust me, that doesn't work for Tom at all. Not debating the fascist? Oh, not that. I'm fully with you there. Wait, I misread or somebody else did?
Right. So this is the most, and the law, it's not just a moral issue. That's what the law demands. The law demands us to look at the relationship, again, here quoting directly from the Supreme Court, the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Yes, that the need of the law enforcement, reasonable necessity, that this takes into account a determination as to that relationship. We're using this force for that need. In the context of self-defense for a threat, it's force to prevent the threat. In the context of, restraining someone to administer some court-ordered procedure, it's for that purpose. But that there's a relationship.
There are people getting spicy in my chat one way or the other, where they're calling me an R-slur for fighting this way, and they're calling another person is calling you an R-slur for something. If we were crafting, let's say that you and I are either legislators or judges, okay? Would you carve out, because I think this is reasonable, would you carve out a violent felony exception for accused officer caused jeopardy? And let me articulate this.
I was responding to, I just have to type in larger blocks so he gets the whole idea at once versus, oh yeah. It does, yeah, it does, it looks schizo to people if you like type in blocks, but you obviously have to like say a bunch of shit in blocks in order to like get a whole idea out at once. And so I definitely get it. It looks schizo to people in chats, but it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who's able to say a lot of shit on screen, and then to people who have to type everything out.
With an example real quick. Let's say that the crime that Renee Good was committing was not obstructing an ICE investigation or whatever. Let's say that the suspicion at the time was that she was a murder suspect, a rape suspect, a forcible robbery suspect, a kidnapping suspect, or something like that. And therefore, the officer is stepping in front of the vehicle, not because he's reckless and has a wanton disregard for human life, but because he's actually trying to save said in some forcible felony scenarios, you have like broad latitude to use force because it's reasonable that they might be a threat to the public if they escape.
Boom.
Right?
Boom. No, this is, I just want to pause right there. This is beautiful. Why is this beautiful? It's a beautiful example of what the Renee Good case isn't. So yes. Yep. When you have someone who's... I'm
just saying, like, you as a reasonable person who's trying to legislate or improve society or whatever.
I wouldn't make it per se. I wouldn't make it per se like that. I think that I think the test that the Supreme Court has developed, maybe you would. We have a disagreement there just in terms of like, I sometimes am uncomfortable with per se tests. I want a test to be TOC when it comes to the use of force in this context, so that we can't just have these like big holes where like bad actors can just fit everything in that hole. But in general, I'm okay with that rule being the general rule. Why? And I think that is a general rule. All right, I want to be clear about what Connor just said. Regardless of whether it's made by statute, I think the rule that Connor describes is in general what actually is the case. If you have a fleeing murder suspect, their flight alone is sufficient in most cases. I'm not going to say every case. In most cases, to use deadly force. Their flight alone. Okay. Obviously, different situation if you're trying to apprehend him in like a situation where you know he's not going to get away, or where there's obviously that's why it's a TOC.
Oh, but fuck.
In the context of a fleeing murder suspect or fleeing
rape circumstances, for those of you who are not tracking it.
Yeah. Most of the time, the flight by itself represents a risk to the public. And so even if you think that the person isn't an imminent risk right now to you, you think he is to the broader public. And so the use of force in that context is justified in that flight. Yes, agreed. And the similar situations in the Plumhoff case or in these other cases involving high-speed chases. Scott v. Harris is another example of this, where the person has been like kind of cornered by the police, and he's taken the police on this crazy, insane high-speed chase where they're driving incredibly recklessly. And regardless of whether or not it's a criminal, inherently violent crime that they're running away from, their conduct on the road is so reckless and so dangerous that their flight by itself is the threat, okay? And that informs the officer safety analysis as well. So in the Plumhoff case or Scott versus Harris case, oftentimes it's...
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't the one who was saying, somebody else in chat told Polygraph to chill out. And so that Poly was responding to them for saying that they were typing in blocks. Took me forever to get around that motherfucker, dude. You want to go get him? Sounds like somebody just killed another dude. Where are they at?
Seems very similar because they've just started to move again, let's say, right? And that seems like Renee Good. But you have to understand the difference in that case. The difference in the cases like Plumhoff, etc., where
he's over
it
here,
seems
he's over
similar
here.
because they're starting to move again and they're firing the gun. That TOC is premised.
We got a rat
on the need for public safety, also officer safety, but it's
he's in the
informed
building
by this fuckered chase or an inherently dangerous felony, which isn't what we have here. They're distinguishing factors. And so that's why I think what you just said is so valuable. Because yeah, I would grant if this were like Scott v. Harris.
Fuck, dude. The guy who said that he was coming to help me, I turn around and he's standing right next to the motherfucker at the end. What the fuck?
If this were like Plumhoff, I think the officer would be protected. My contention is it's not like these cases. And that's why
maybe it's Nick's fault or Destiny's fault. Destiny didn't seem to have much to do with like Nick's pop off. That had more to do with Kanye West and Milo Yiannopoulos than anybody else. They were when Kanye West, Milo was the one who suggested that Nick come on to Kanye West's campaign. And then when Nick joined Kanye West's campaign, that became a fucking circus where, you know, Kanye West was saying the most outrageous shit. And because Nick was part of the campaign and he was an advisor for them, he went with them everywhere onto all of these podcasts. And so they were a team that, like a package deal that made it to where all of these people who want to talk to Kanye West now have to talk to Nick Fuentes. And so Nick Fuentes just happens to get all of this spotlight because of that. And he ends up on just tons and tons of channels because of it. So like Nick's career kind of seemed dead at the point that Destiny stopped talking to him and completely revived by Kanye.
I think that we need to analyze, well, what is the lawful purpose of the officer, number one? And I think the only possible rationale that one can offer for the use of force, for the lawful purpose of Agent Ross, is defense of self. That's the only possible one that they can even colorably argue. I think it fails, obviously, given my position. But can you think of another lawful purpose besides defense of self?
What, for the execution of that deadly force?
Yeah.
I mean, well, hold on. So detention. Okay. Now, I want to be clear about this, though. The way that I understand the vested authority within a law enforcement officer is that a law enforcement officer himself is not, as a human being, like my social security number, my birth date, me as a human being, I am not invested with the power of the court. It's the office that's invested with the power of the court. Okay. And therefore, we've established a society in which if an officer of the court detains you, you as a citizen pretty much have the responsibility to surrender to that detention and then go through the process so we can avoid the violence and mayhem of fleeing and eluding and resisting without violence, resisting with violence. Like all the mayhem that happens during use of force scenarios is actually supposed to be prevented by a citizen surrendering. And so you're saying, what's the lawful purpose
to use your gun
behind this action?
I don't think detention can be it. And I'll tell you why.
Well, no, but I think to an effective detention, we have to ask about like reasonableness of the use of force in order to effect a detention. But we do understand that law enforcement officers effect detentions all the time.
I agree.
With different variations of use of force.
I agree.
So the lawful, hold on, just let me finish the sentence and then you can tell me where I'm wrong or where you would amend what I said. The lawful predicate is that we have a reasonably believed lawful detention. And typically, officers of the court are invested with the capacity to detain anyone as long as they are reasonable in said detention. And so at that point, standing in front of the vehicle, by the way, if a vehicle was shut off or if it was parked in a different direction or whatever, there's no law stating like a law enforcement officer can't stand in front of a vehicle. There's no law that a law enforcement officer can't stand in front of a running vehicle.
You're fighting a ghost, Connor. I haven't said that.
Okay,
I'm not invoking. I'm trying to preempt
shitty arguments.
So let's not. But let's not try to predict where I'm going. Okay, I'm trying to listen to you.
I think detention is something that allows the officer to engage in an attempt to detain.
I agree with that, but that's not what we're talking about. The question is the use of force.
Let's try to differentiate because I think I am a little bit lost in your logic.
Yeah, I'm lost on why.
So we're trying to justify the shots, the gunshots. Okay.
Okay.
And the gunshots aren't.
Hold on. Let's back up one step and then let's move to your step.
Okay.
Okay. There is policy stating that a law enforcement officer cannot or should not stand in front of a running vehicle because of the risk to himself. Right. I don't even know if Wick pulled up the right policy, but he pulled up a policy on one of his panel shows that was saying that it's like stated policy from DOJ or whoever that basically like whenever possible, do not stand in front of a running vehicle due to the risk to law enforcement officers, right? That's like a stated policy, okay?
Yep.
However, there's no law stating that a law enforcement officer cannot stand in front of a running vehicle.
Agreed.
Right? Okay. And so at that point, he could be violating.
That is something that I've had to like repeat a bunch of times. Is a bunch of people are saying, oh, but the standard X, Y, and Z for the law, it's not, the standard isn't the law. So saying that somebody broke like a DOJ policy doesn't mean that they would go to jail or that they would get charged or anything like that. It normally means that they would get fired or they had to have some sort of like, you know, professional consequence for them. Usually that, you know, that's we're under a Trump administration right now, so that doesn't mean much. But the idea that they broke policy, therefore, and it cost somebody's life, therefore they would get charged, doesn't mean much. It has more to do with like their standard is going to be the same as like a normal citizen's for the most part, as far as like self-defense goes. And then they even get some leniency on top of that. So yeah, it's saying that they broke policy just doesn't have much to do with whether or not they broke the law.
Policy, but if there was a running vehicle and Renee Good is in the vehicle and they're 3 feet away, and instead of shooting her in the face, he just says, "You're under arrest, please exit the vehicle." Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's violated policy, but he's still trying to effect the detention, right?
Agreed.
Okay, so let's move on from that, because what I would argue is,
well, I wasn't on that.
Up until him pulling and firing the weapon, that's the legal, maybe not the policy world, maybe not the moral world, but that's the legal world in which we exist.
This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to ignore the situation that he's in front of the car, but you can't because it's TOC.
I'm not.
No. Okay. So like, I agree with you. We're not examining whether or not he broke the law by standing in front of the car. And I agree. Right. I don't think he violated the law by standing in front of the car. But
Hold on. I'm going to say this. Beef Supreme, stop being a smug bitch. Okay, continue.
Okay. So we're not analyzing whether he broke the law by standing in front of the car. But whether or not he broke policy by standing in front of the car may or may not be relevant to whether or not he was unlawful in shooting Miss Good. You need to analytically separate those things.
Yeah. Please do.
Okay. One thing is saying that the liability is for standing in front of the car. No one should argue that, okay? That's stupid. The liability that's being proposed is for shooting Miss Good. And whether or not he's guilty of that in some capacity or liable in some capacity will certainly turn on whether the use of force was reasonable. And whether the use of force is reasonable might turn on the extent to which it was unreasonable for him to violate policy with respect to standing in front of the car.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and I think that I feel like anytime somebody causes a scenario where they are forced to use self-defense, I feel like courts would just always say this is wrong. I feel like courts would always be like, yes, you're wrong for creating the scenario where you had to use self-defense. I feel like that's just obvious. But we were talking about this yesterday, where it's really hard to come up with a scenario where that's the case, where it's not the exact same scenario that happened here. Now, I came up with one yesterday. I can't remember what it was, but I came up with one yesterday, and now I'm trying to think of what it was. Fuck. Do you remember the scenario, the hypothetical? What up, Eric? How's it going, man?
They're different analyses. You understand that? Separate. You're trying to remove the relevance entirely, but unfortunately, we don't know that we can do that yet, because we don't know whether or not the TOC will include unreasonably created officer hazards. Okay, that hasn't been decided yet, so we can't remove it from the table just yet. Just like we can't knowingly put it on the table, we can't knowingly remove it yet. It's
which is kind of why I wish they had given us a definitive ruling on Felix versus Barnes.
I still think even if we don't have that ruling, that policy in some respect is relevant, but we're not there yet. But we are just examining whether the use of force in firing the shots was objectively reasonable. And for it to be objectively reasonable, you would need to identify a lawful purpose of the officers, right? And what I'm trying to get common ground on is the only possible justification that someone can offer for a lawful purpose for Agent Ross would be self-defense of himself, correct? And I thought I heard you say, well, no, he could also invoke detention rationale, but not for shooting the shots, right?
So you might know the case law better than me. So let me kick back to, holy shit, 11 years ago now. So if I don't have the exact case law or whatever, then just bear in mind I'm remembering this from 11 years ago. Okay. So that felonies are incredibly easy to commit. Okay, like shoplifting over $300 is a felony, right? And there was either a state level case in the state of Florida, or it was a national level case, and maybe it's even Tennessee versus Garner. I don't remember. But effectively, it was whatever one determined fleeing felons. Okay, because what happened was there was a law enforcement officer. I think it was in Kentucky. I think it was in the early 20th century. But so obviously not Tennessee. But what happened was cops were just gunning down felons left and right. Okay, somebody like shoplifts for $300 or whatever. Now, bear in mind the statutes were probably different back.
Oh, you're right, Freddie. That's right. You can't jump in front of somebody at a shooting range and then claim you shot them in self-defense because they were pointing a gun at you. Yes, correct. Yes. So where you move, where it is likely somebody is going to be pointing a gun, and then because they're pointing that gun at you now, you cannot now say they were pointing a gun at me, I had to use self-defense and shoot them. So you created the scenario where they were going to be pointing a gun at you. Like, that's on you. You can't use self-defense because they pointed a gun at you when you put yourself in the way of the fucking gun. When you're standing in the middle of the road in front of a car, when you are approaching the car, everybody knows this is when the car is most likely to flee. This is when when they first come up on the car and say, like, you know, you're under arrest or something like that, everybody knows this is when the car is most likely to flee. So it's kind of crazy to then say, oh, we approached the car and then she started to flee and then we got in the way and that's when she started driving forward and what? I had to shoot her. It's like, well, did you though? Like, you kind of put yourself there, bro. I started streaming on this account, new account, different than my other one. What was your other one? Are you saying we know you by a different name, but But this is a new account
back then. But effectively, like,
Eric videos. Oh, okay.
if you're a felon and you run away from a cop, the standard was fleeing felon, like, you know, they stand a hazard to the broader public, therefore we can gun them down.
Okay.
So then you're not kidding when you say comment Tom L. You are not joking. Maybe about the comment part, but you are not kidding. Well, no, you wouldn't even be kidding about the comment.
That's not true, though, right?
Well, it's not true, especially after the established case law, but I don't remember if it was at the state level
Connor,
or if it was at the federal level.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask.
Yeah, no, I'm subscribed.
Ask you to not be a pussy and answer the question.
Sure.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Okay. See, I hate you.
I'm trying to elucidate a complex topic, and you're interrupting me to say answer yes or no.
No, I'm not saying answer yes or no. It wasn't.
Yeah, you are.
You don't even remember the question.
You're pissing right now. You're pissing,
dude.
All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to.
Is detention? Can you use deadly force in order to effect detention? In broad, yes. Is it reasonable? No. Are there times where law enforcement officers, for instance, whatever case law that I'm talking about, where random felons were getting shot in the back, but they were non-violent felonies and they didn't stand a broader threat to the public? Before this case law, it was standard to shoot felons in the back. After this case law, it became no longer standard because it wasn't viewed as a reasonable.
But the standard to shoot, even if it was
law enforcement officers are invested with authority in order to detain people.
Connor, you're smart, so you should understand. Even if you grant that it was standard to shoot felons in the back, that the standard of shooting felons in the back, even assuming that were the standard in Florida, wherever you're talking about, isn't premised.
Damn, I was about to say that's not going to word on Connor when he says you're smart. Connor's probably going to turn around and be like, bro, don't fucking try to fluff my ego to get this across. But no, Connor's like, yes, whatever. I am smart, so I am listening. What did you have to?
On detaining them, it's premised on a danger to the public. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. And so let's break that down. The detention means to seize someone by the state, correct?
It's to seize someone, yes.
Okay. So the reason why detention, or the reason why law enforcement officers believed that detention was reasonable prior to this case law, was that a felon, through nature of being a felon, because felonies used to be more serious, like considered more serious a century ago, by virtue of being a felon or somebody who had committed a felony, you are de facto a threat to the public.
Right.
And therefore you must be detained, and therefore any force can be used to detain you. That was the argumentation.
On a theory of public danger. Right? It's not to effectuate
but what does that have to do with whether or not you're lawfully able to be detained? And why can't somebody argue that a woman who's willing to flee and elude from a law enforcement officer while being within feet of them from a lawful perspective, why can't they argue that person's potentially a threat?
I'm not saying they can't argue. First of all, let's get out.
Is my chat broken on here? I see Dwayne saying Tom Pisco is blank right now. Don't you get it? I'm trying to pull up the chat on my phone to see what was bleeped out. And the last couple messages are, yo, serious, sucks. Yeah, I'm not insecure. I'm masculinity. That movie probably actually didn't age well. Weren't you just calling others a mutt with toward projection? What the fuck? Oh yeah, no, I just refreshed the whole thing, and yeah, Pisco is pissing right now. True. Let him piss. Let him piss.
Of this can argue, can't argue. We're talking about you. We're talking about me. What we're arguing. And so when you say can argue, can't argue, I'm going to be obnoxious as fuck.
Talk about what the broader society is arguing, but that's okay.
I don't give a fuck. It's you and me. Let's have a conversation. We're not talking to the communities or broader people. We're talking to you and me. And if you say, well, couldn't someone argue? I'm going to interpret that as obnoxiously as possible in the ways that you people.
Yeah, I also don't like it when people say one could argue. Like, are you arguing? Or are you just telling me that one could argue? Because I don't really care that one could argue this thing. I want to know what you're arguing. So, can you tell me that?
We'll get pissed off. Let me own it then. Let me own it then. I think that in a society that is based off of the rule of law, law enforcement officers are invested with detention authority and are also invested with detention authority up to and including deadly force. And it is only the context in which those detentions arise that determines whether or not use of force is warranted. The detention authority is never in question.
I'm not questioning the detention authority, okay? I'm calibrating very narrowly to the use of deadly force in this case.
But you just said that it wasn't a law enforcement purpose served or something. You said that the only purpose of the use of force. Okay, fine. Then re-articulate it, and I'll try to
listen
update
very
my brain.
carefully.
Yeah, sorry. I'm friendly. I'm friendly. I got read it a couple of times today, so just I am going to be a little suspicious, but we're good. We're good.
I'm trying to identify a lawful purpose to use the force in this case. What would be...
And you're talking about specifically the shots fired.
The shots, okay? I'm not talking about detention. You would agree that in order for the shots to be justified, there needs to be a lawful purpose, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that lawful purpose needs to be reasonable in relation to the force used, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to identify potential, by which I mean, this is, and now I'm going to sound like a hypocrite, but I do mean this in this way. I think it's appropriate. Potential arguments that people on the other side in favor of Agent Ross would levy, such as yourself.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Bro, this guy seems so fucking scared right now. And he's like trying to get away from everybody. And then he started running up the fucking escalator. And I just said, where are you going? And he just stopped. And he's just sitting there now. He's just sitting there. He doesn't know what the fuck to do.
To identify which are those lawful purposes, those lawful needs to which Agent Ross is able to marshal an argument. And I've offered one that people are, the main one that people are using is defense of himself. And I agree that needs to be analyzed. I'm just asking, is there another rationale, such as the need to apprehend him or her, or the need to protect the broader public, that you would say is reasonable in relation to the shots fired? And I'm just going to say the apprehension thing, I think, is going to fuck you over, because I'm just going to give you a bunch of hypotheticals where the mere apprehension, right, merely trying to apprehend someone isn't sufficient to use the deadly force. You need one of those other threats to public safety, threats to officers, because otherwise you're not going to say it's reasonable.
This might be a moment where we're talking past each other. So I do kind of want to mind map it with my chat if they disagree with me.
Okay.
But I do kind of want to put I want to articulate my view, and then I want to pin it, and then I want to move forward and just try to understand maximally what you're saying.
Okay.
Because what I'm trying to say, is that there is a relatively simple calculus, okay, which is cops are invested with the power of the state.
There's a Rocketeer aggroed on me right now, so. Sounds like there's a lot of people dying out there right now. What? So we should go kill him? I don't know. If he's the one who's going and killing folks, probably best. How do we avoid him? We go double up on him and fucking kill him. Right?
If you're aggressive, it puts you in more aggressive lobbies.
True. But
I'm just pissed off. The last game I played last night, I spent 40 minutes farming for snitch scanner, had an inventory full of it, went up again with a Jupiter and a health tracker. Some guy ratted me, killed me.
yeah, I got ratted in the last game.
And then I was crawling right near the
Hold on, wait. What'd you say? I think so. Where are you at? Oh, he died. Shit. I didn't know where he was. I thought he was all the way outside. Damn. Well, you can loot him first. I need medals. Yep, there goes another one. Fuck. Yeah, I think I keep getting ratted as well. And at this point, I think I'd rather just take out the fucking rats.
They have the right to detain citizens. And then once citizens resist said detention, they have.
Started quitting, and I was like, why, man? And then he stopped, said sorry, patched me up, and then waited until I got to the console, started typing, and then got me in the back.
Well, what are you? I'm probably about to extract. Are you?
No, this is Scotland.
What are you here for?
I was gonna go to loot Grandiose apartments.
Oh, that's on the other side. Well, I'll go with you. I'm probably gonna head over there as well, and I'd rather stick with somebody. So, all right.
Where are you?
The guy with the defibs, he's over here. He died already. Wait, you need a defib?
Have the capacity to escalate force as necessary to detain said person. Okay. Now, I think that that is just a blanket true statement. And so, when
so long as it's
me,
reasonable, so long as it's reasonable.
Well, I don't. But I don't. Well, hold on. This is where we're not seeing eye to eye, and I don't think we're going to be able to reconcile it. I don't think we're going to be able to reconcile it in this conversation, and I don't want to spend 40 minutes arguing with you over it. Okay.
What do you think we can't reconcile?
What I'm about to say next.
Okay.
So I think you're saying as long as it's reasonable, which puts an asterisk on that statement, which means that all of the detentions have to be evaluated.
All applications of force by the government that are considered seizures must be reasonable.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's why I'm putting an asterisk there. And so we're not talking past each other on that. We agree on that.
Okay. Maybe I'm inferring something that you're not implying. So let me let me state what I'm inferring, and then you can tell me whether or not you're implying it.
Got it.
So okay, hold on. Let me try to think about how to articulate this where it doesn't
take your
start a
time.
fight.
There's no pressure.
Okay. What I'm hearing there, because I'm doing a very simple calculus, which is state, power, vested, individual, detention, people must surrender to the detention, then we evaluate force after that fact. I view that as a true statement that is then, and then reasonableness is kind of something that draws back that power so we maximize society's well-being. But reason.
What'd you say? Yeah, I was gonna try to look in the thing, but they fucking disappear all the time after we knock them down. I don't know where the fuck it went. Oh wait, I see the smoke. It should be right here. But it's not here. Weird.
Reasonableness does not eliminate the right of detention. And let me articulate this just a little bit more, So for instance, let's say that he had gone to the passenger side, given her lawful orders, and she had fled the scene. Okay, nobody's hurt, right? At that point, because it's still true that the state has the right to invest officers with power, and those powers include the right of detention, and detention is necessary for the functioning of a lawful society. At that point, said officer would have the right, maybe even the duty, to write up a warrant saying this person interrupted an a lawful ICE operation. This is their driver's license. This is their license plate number. This is video of them violating
Connor, your intuition is correct. Your intuition is
eluding. Therefore, we are going to detain them at a later time.
Your intuition is correct.
You haven't given up the right to do.
Sorry, what'd you say? Oh, I don't know.
Do this. You've just used more reasonable force within that right.
the authorities vested to the police, and oftentimes are done through statute, and in the case of DHS specifically, they are the Congress of the people of the United States chose to endow ICE with authority to detain, okay? No doubt about that. They are given authority to detain. But everything is subject to the Constitution, okay? So the ability, the authority of the DHS officers, insofar as it violates the Constitution, is not any actual authority, okay? They don't have authority to violate the Constitution. There could be other doctrines that limit the scope of certain remedies, even if they violate the Constitution. That's a doctrine of qualified immunity, right? Different doctrine in civil damages. And they're actually, sometimes, you alluded to this actually with one of the things you're saying, which is novel laws. You don't get punished for novel laws. In some sense, that's true with respect to qualified immunity doctrine. In qualified immunity doctrine, you need to have a gross departure from like an already established.
I don't know where that guy went. Wait. Yeah, that's not him. Fuck.
Constitutional right / procedure, okay? That's true in the qualified immunity doctrine, but we're not talking about qualified immunity. What we're talking about is whether the use of force in this case, the deadly shots, the firearm, was justified. And when you're laying out this foundation of authority and escalation of force, I will agree with you that that's how officers are trained. I will agree with you that officers have all of that authority subject to the Constitution. And the Constitution requires that all seizures be reasonable. And shooting a gun at a person is a seizure, okay? So that's what we have to contend with. Agreed on the authority part. I'm not arguing the authority part. Agreed on the affirmative duty of citizens to follow the law. Absolutely, she should not have run away. That itself was probably a crime and probably was also the cause of her death in addition to other things.
When you're done, at the risk of looping, I think I can articulate it a little bit better.
Go for it.
Okay, so excuse me, and I actually don't think you'll disagree with this at all, which will allow us to move forward. So ICE is allegedly engaging in lawful law enforcement operations. They believe that they have an interruption to their lawfully performed duties, and they're invested with detention power in order to effect an arrest. They approach Renee Good, and at that point, at least 2 or 3 of the officers, I would say the 2 or 3 of the officers who are not the shooter, are approaching from one side, and they look like they're on the verge of a detention. They look like they're trying to get her out of the vehicle, detain her, etc.
Yeah, they're attempting to detain her, for sure.
Okay. And then the other officer believes that, oh shit, because he was just like videotaping them before, so who knows if he was using it for evidentiary purposes, who knows what he was thinking in the moment.
Well, that's a really big question, Connor, and that's relevant as well, but go ahead.
Sure. So at that point, he should at that moment believe that he has the ability to detain Renee Good. Okay. So at that point, if we think we have lawful purpose, authority, like legal ability to detain, I just want to check those boxes as green, and then we can move into reasonableness.
Okay.
Because I think what's being implied, real quick, because people might be like,
well, I think I definitely agree with like that. It probably is how you ought to move in these conversations. That's probably how you should have the conversation, because if you're talking about whether or not like the shooting, shit, I totally didn't see you there. Holy shit. You're good, man. I just walked fucking right past you. Holy shit, that was fucking crazy. Yeah, no worries, man. Huh? I have no idea. Dude, I fucking lost you. I was looking at something and then looked up and you were fucking gone because 2 people were shooting and I was like, where the fuck are those shots coming from? And I turned around and you were gone and I stood there for like another like minute or 2 just spinning in circles. Like where the fuck did he go? Yeah, no problem. Yeah. There was a guy shooting right by the extract, and I was trying to like peek on him. Oh, were you going to the room with the weapons and shit in it? There's another one over here. I don't know if you know about this other one. It's right by here. Off. Here, I'll show you guys. It's the square building, yeah, right across. So here, you can follow me if we can get past this fucking. Okay, yeah.
Why is Connor autistically focusing on this green checkbox?
I thought I granted most of this, so I'm
No,
gonna go.
you probably have. You probably have,
Okay.
so we can move on. What I think I'm inferring from what you're saying, though,
is it they couldn't stop her? You really thought that's what I was saying?
What's that?
That they couldn't stop her?
No. What I think I'm inferring, and bear in mind it is the morning and I'm getting caffeinated.
No,
is effectively that like because the seizure was unreasonable, like because the
detention
shots
was unreasonable?
fired were unreasonable. Sorry, say that.
Did you think that I thought that because the detention was unreasonable, the shots were unreasonable? I hope you didn't think that.
No, the inverse. So I thought you were effectively saying because the shots were unreasonable, the detention was unreasonable.
That is so stupid that you thought I thought that. You thought I thought that the like going
Oh,
back in
shit.
time, that like shooting that happens after the detention is initiated bears on whether the detention was lawful. Do you really think that?
No. So what was implied by what you're saying? And I'm not trying to say that you're stupid.
know
Or
what-
whatever.
oh,
I'm not trying to
fuck.
imply that I think you're stupid. I don't think you're a stupid man.
Nice
What I'm trying to
shot.
say is the blanket statement of,
Nice fucking
and once again, this
shot.
is why
Oh,
I think we
shit.
can put a pin in this and move on.
Fuck.
The blanket statement of the state is invested with the authority to detain as long, quote unquote, as it's reasonable.
Yeah, and the
Then
detention was
that-
reasonable.
that blanket
Yeah, this isn't it. I think it's the building next to this. There's two square buildings next to each other, so it's the one right across from this one, I guess. I normally jump into a window, like, but I can't tell where the fuck it is. I'm trying to see where I normally go in at.
But that blanket statement then says if it's considered unreasonable by some, or some like something like that, then you can basically eliminate the right to detain. And specifically in the Renee Good sense, it almost sounds like that statement, perhaps in isolation, but that statement sounds like you borderline don't think that the ICE officers have the right to detain.
So I'm granting.
I'm arguing your points for you, and if we've made it this far, we can move into the
No, we
unreasonable-
can, and I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I
you
just
can
think the
have that.
conversation will move more quickly, and I respect that what you're trying to do. I think that what your mind is doing is like you're seeing the arguments in a head, and you're trying to like, in good faith, anticipate perhaps where I'm going and just head off or something. And so I understand that.
I'm also trying to head off like R-slurred people, dude. Like, I get that you're like a smart guy or whatever,
let
but
me
there's
just-
also people who are going to use your argumentation and then they're going to come to my chat and they're going to say soy shit
there's
based
more
off of what you
stuff
said.
down here.
You know what
Okay,
I'm saying?
Let me just head it off
We
with
can move
my.
forward.
But I do want to talk about the
this
detention real
one's
quick,
empty
just
this
so that
time.
people
It's
understand my
normally
position.
full.
It might be the
Yeah,
case.
Beast Supreme already did it. He's like, it needs to be reasonable or else they lose their detention authority.
Yeah, normally I go to those apartments and I get the guns out of there, and then I come right here and get the guns out of here, and almost every time it's normally an Anvil and an El Toro, sometimes a Torrente. But yeah, I get there's a lot of good shit just going to those two places every time.
It's like, dude, they're already doing it.
It might be the case that the detention is ruled unlawful at some point in time. I doubt it, fundamentally, because I think that there probably will.
All right. Well, I gotta head out. I got pretty fucked up by those fucking balls. So I'm no, I'm full anyways, so I'm just gonna start heading to the extract, but yeah, good luck, man.
Was reasonable suspicion on some obstruction related offense that they have somewhere in the in the laws. So this might be me being presumptuous because there is right now a live fight on one of the basis of obstruction, which requires force, and I don't think that Renee could use force directly, and so it's maybe like an implied force. So I'm not sure which statute would give reasonable suspicion or probable cause, but I'm assuming there's something there, and maybe that's me taking the light like kind of in favor of DHS and saying like I don't really want to get into it. I'm assuming that the stop was authorized. Different question whether the stop was reasonable. It actually can be reasonable and unlawful in some respect, unless for purposes of the self-defense analysis and for the seizure analysis. So whether something is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment as a seizure, and a detention would be a seizure, doesn't necessarily mean that it's legal for other reasons. Okay, so there could be other reasons why a stop is illegal other than the Fourth Amendment reasonability test. Okay, but I'm assuming that they're endowed with statutory authority to make this kind of arrest, and the facts at least give reasonable suspicion to make a detention on those facts. Okay, that's what my assumption is. I'm not contesting the reasonability of the detention. It could be that it's unreasonable.
I made an inference not stated.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is I think that people they're barking up the wrong tree to be like, well, ICE shouldn't even be there in the first place. That's more of a political argument that I probably agree with, but it's not so much bearing on my analysis here. And some lefties even say, well, it wasn't lawful for this, that, or that. I'm not convinced yet, but I'm open to those arguments. But it's not factoring in. Okay. So I'm not analyzing the detention for its reasonableness. I'm analyzing the firearm usage. Okay. Now, the facts and circumstances leading up to the attempted detainment bear on the reasonableness of the firearm usage, but they don't necessarily they're not coextensive, because if assume it was illegal detention doesn't mean that it was a reasonable use of force, and vice versa. They could be both. It could be both, neither, or we don't know for one and we know for another. That's all I'm saying. They don't have.
Sorry, what did you say? Yeah, I'm good. I've got one of those shields that are augments that comes with a shield recharger. Yeah, so it's all good. Yeah. My health is fine right now. My shield was what got fucked up.
Have a necessary connection with each other. They don't determine each other. They're independent.
I'm with you.
Okay, except for the factual predicates that inform both of them. All right, the use of force, in this case, deadly force.
All right, man, have a good one.
Where I'm trying to go with, and I'll just tell you my outline, is deadly force needs to be justified with reference to a need, all right? There's a specific need that the government is using to justify its seizure. In this case, what I'm saying is the only plausible sounding.
Every time Connor got called out for bad arguments, he would say, well, he wasn't, he does do this. I know that he actually does this. So when he's not making bad arguments, he is making correct arguments that just don't apply to what it is that Pisco's saying. And he is like, he is doing what he says he's doing, where he looks at chat and gets triggered by what they're saying and then starts arguing against the shit that they say instead.
Rationales that the government would have, really Officer Ross would have, Agent Ross, would be defense of self. And I'm asking not a yes or no question, but whether or not you can conceive of other rationales that you think are plausibly reasonable other than defense of self. I'll give you some examples.
Possibly.
To apprehend.
I would not be plausible, and I think it would be an argument in bad faith.
Okay, cool. So let's stick with the self-defense rationale, right? I'm trying to narrow, not trying to widen.
Sure. Can I give you what I think is a weak argument, and then we can move past it?
Yeah.
So the weak argument would be if this person, because once again, like everybody else sees like a 37-year-old woman who says, "Oh, I'm not mad at you, honey," whatever, and they're just like, "Oh, totally safe," right? But that's not how police officers think. And then once she knows that she's being detained, and then she backs up her vehicle and then drives it forward. I think it is a weak argument that should not be taken as good faith. But I think in the course of a legal defense, an officer would argue, well, if she's willing to flee and elude in a reckless way that puts my life in jeopardy, then therefore she's also a risk to the public.
Yeah. So
right.
the reason I don't buy it,
I think it's weak, and I'm not going to die on the hill.
Okay. Yeah. So let me give at least the audience a reason why I don't buy it. I don't buy it because for those defense of others rationale, general public, what we're looking for are reckless violations of the traffic laws. Things like very high speeds, driving into other lanes, you've already hit a pedestrian or done something grossly reckless. It's not enough to just run away to be considered a threat to the public. Now you could say, well, the nature.
I could have sworn Pisco earlier did say that, like, just by her driving off, this is like a reason to consider her a danger to the public. I could have sworn Pisco said that earlier. Am I fucking crazy? Am I crazy? Am I not? I could have sworn he said this.
Of her driving to the in the manner that Officer Ross showed would cause him to think that she would be likely to do it, but that would very quickly swallow the rule. If it were enough to say, well, a flight by itself is enough to get that safety to the public rationale, then you're basically suggesting that most, if not all, attempts at flight would be considered threats to the public, such that you could use deadly force. But
I try to fly all the time, but normally I only end up hurting myself.
Yeah, I don't think
courts.
it's a good faith or a strong argument.
Okay, yeah. A different case in Plumhoff and Scott v. Harris, where, yeah, they unloaded the mag in that situation after a fuckered chase, after incredibly insane, reckless driving, which
I think to be objectively reasonable, we would need more threatening factors.
Correct. Perfect. All right. Beautiful. I agree with that. I think that's reasonable. So the only, we think, and I think we agree, plausible rationale would be defense of self. So we now have the officer purpose, the purpose for the use of force. And so let's follow what the court admonished us to do. The relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Well, how? How does shooting good in any respect have a tendency in the mind of a reasonable officer to achieve the aim of the defense of Agent Ross?
Yeah, so let's argue statistical probability. Okay.
Okay.
So where I move your way, so let's try to analyze them. I don't want to say in a vacuum, but let's try to analyze them independently, I suppose, and then like add them up as a TOC. Okay. So vehicles, even at low speeds, if they hit somebody and run them over, crush their legs, crush their arms, crush their hands, whatever, that is potential imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
Can be, yes.
Okay.
No doubt.
As a vacuum or as an isolated variable.
Yes. I grant that can happen. Yep.
Okay. Then we have a officer who is standing in front of a vehicle, arguably through officer created jeopardy. But for bad tactics, adrenaline, whatever you want to call it, violations of policy, he's standing in front of said vehicle, and said vehicle is moving towards him. Okay. Within the action reaction gap, within the adrenaline out context of the subjective experience of the officer, he can perceive the vehicle and will argue in court that he perceived the vehicle as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm at himself, at which point he is authorized to use deadly force, right? Now you're asking, and I'm going to answer, how is that actually going to help the situation?
No.
Actually going to defend
Let me be clear.
The life.
Why would an objectively reasonable officer in Agent Ross's position think that firing the gun in his position would have any relationship with the elimination of the threat or prevention of the threat, which is what the Supreme Court told us? That is,
yes, eliminating the threat. This is, again, like, we're finally back here. We're finally there. So this is like, we took a very long fucking road to get back here. This is the whole point, is when you use self-defense, you are defending yourself against a threat. That is the whole fucking idea. That's the whole thing. That's what you're doing. That's why you're able to use self-defense, is so that you can eliminate a threat. That's the whole thing. That's it. That's all of it. It's pretty simple. Now, how this is like even controversial or something that we need to question, I do not know. I don't understand. I don't know why we are even discussing this as though like we're not sure if that's the case, but it seems fairly obvious to me that yes, that is the whole point of self-defense, is to defend yourself against a threat. And so if you are defending yourself against the threat, that means that you are stopping the threat from hurting you. That's it. That's the whole idea. That's the whole thing. That's the idea. Like, that's what self-defense is. The fact that it's just amazing to me that we're even discussing this.
Used to justify the use of force in the first place.
Okay. So, as the vehicle is backing up and bearing in mind that this...
I think for an individual who is a like a citizen or something like that, I can understand different arguments that vary from what it is that I just said. I can accept that there could be different arguments that vary from the argument that I just gave. Because I do think, like, if like there's states that allow people to shoot somebody even if they're fleeing. Like if they broke into your house and they're running away, they'll allow you to shoot them as they're running away. They won't like cops do that sort of thing, but they'll allow like a person who's like protecting their home, because there is an idea of like, you can't let people get away with that sort of shit. Like you can't let them just break into your home and then get away and disappear. And so that while I think that's like super excessive, I'm saying that there is an argument that like for scenarios where you can feel as though like hurting somebody in return, it makes sense, but that's not something that a cop can ever do. Like that's not something that a cop can ever do in any scenario.
It's happened in like 3 to 5 seconds or whatever. Drawing and firing and killing the driver, if you believe that it's the driver's intent, or you don't know their intent to hit you with a vehicle, then what you could do is you could kill the driver, and then you could reduce the speed with which they hit you with said vehicle.
All right, let's narrow even further. So you would agree, absent an officer's reasonable apprehension that she was intending to hit him as her conscious object, that it would have no relation to end the threat, right?
But the reason
why... Can you answer that first, and then you can explain?
You're saying that intent has to be present in order for the officer to view that objectively reasonably?
That the use of force, that killing the driver, it would only be reasonable in response in that distance if it was reasonable to think that Renee's Good's intention, her conscious object, was to hit you. Otherwise, there's no... And it's not because you're going to stop the hit that's about to come or has come. It's because you're afraid that she might run you over, right? Or like back up into you, right? She's gonna miss you and then back up into you, right?
Sure.
Because you're not going to prevent the threat by shooting her in that context. Agreed? Because the car's going to keep going.
No. I don't... Hold on. Let's deal with intent first, okay? And maybe once again, I'm inferring too much.
I want to separate. So we'll deal with the situation in which you reasonably apprehend the intent to run you over. But let's take the situation in which you don't apprehend that intent. That is to say, you don't think she's trying to hit you. Assume that it would be unreasonable. We'll get into the intent part. Assume that it would be reasonable for an officer to believe that she was not trying to hit him, and it would be unreasonable to think that she was trying to hit him.
Let's work with that frame, but I'm going to make the same point. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you cause, in a vacuum, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm without the intent to do so?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
So, Renee.
And the officer, like, she does not have to intend to hurt him in order for him to have a reasonable fear for his life. So this is the what was it called? The Penny, I forget his name, Eric Penny or something like that. Daniel Penny. This is the scenario with him where he was on a train. There was a homeless person who was like screaming at people and saying things that sounded threatening, and it wasn't clear that he was actually going to hurt anybody. It wasn't clear that he was actually wanting to hurt anybody. But from the people's point of view, because of his demeanor, the way that he was saying things, and how erratic he was, it made sense that those people would have a fear for their life. Now, a bunch of people afterwards kept saying, but you don't know that he was going to hurt them. Where was the intent to hurt them? Blah, blah, blah. We don't have to have intent. Like, he doesn't have to do this intentionally. It just has to be that the other person has a reasonable fear that they're going to hurt them. And in that case, they had a reasonable fear. Daniel Penny had a reasonable fear and was able to take this homeless guy down and stop him from continuing to scare people on the train. the reasonable fear, yes, does not apply to intent. It is just this person has put me in a state to where I feel as though I'm afraid for my life, and so now I'm going to use force to defend myself. That's it.
Nay Good trying to flee the scene while turning her wheels away from the officer, but then accelerating at the same time. Her intent on whether or not she's trying to hit the officer actually is not.
Connor, listen to me.
It's an important variable, but it's not the variable
Connor,
that determines whether or
how
not
does
use of
shooting
force
the
is
bullet
justified.
at the driver at that distance between Agent Ross and the car have any tendency in the mind of an
Okay, I think I actually get where Counterpoints is going. Okay, so if she does intend to hit him, okay, shooting her does now stop the threat, right? Because if she intends to hit him, she's driving at him. Once she passes him, she can just turn around and come back and try to hit him again. Or she can just stop and back up and try to hit him again. Like, if there is a belief of an intent to hit him, then you are eliminating the threat by shooting her. So I'm being super charitable and assuming this is where he's going. But Tom, legally, the definition of self-defense isn't just the self, but also includes others who could be victims. Right. That's why I just gave the Daniel Penny scenario. He was not defending himself. He was defending, I think there were two women that the homeless guy was yelling at, and that's when Penny came up and put him in a headlock. Yeah.
An objectively reasonable officer to prevent him being hit by it in that moment, assuming she doesn't have that intent.
Okay, assuming that she's dead or injured and then therefore doesn't slam on the accelerator, that is a decreased risk of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm compared to if she's still conscious and capable of slamming onto the accelerator.
No. At that distance, it wouldn't stop it, right? The car's going to keep moving,
but it might reduce the amount of injury or death.
How? Explain that.
How? Okay, you stand 3 feet in front of my car and I gun it. Okay, that's one scenario. You stand 3 feet in front of my car and I hit you at 2 miles an hour. Can we agree that speed and acceleration is still going to be, it's going to be a variable that determines how injured you are?
No doubt.
Okay. So if the officer wants to stop, he doesn't let's say that it's a conscious thought. And by the way, I don't even think this is a conscious thought, but let's pretend for a second it's
then
a
you have a problem.
Thought.
You have a problem, right?
Well, hold on.
If it's unconscious shooting,
you can tell me the problem.
Okay.
Let me run it and then you can tell me the problem. Let's pretend that it's conscious thinking real quick. Holy shit, this bitch is about to hit me with her fucking car. She is either trying to hit me with her car, or she's fleeing and eluding and she doesn't care if she hits me with her car. Therefore, I'm in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I'm going to shoot this woman. That way, if she tries to, hopefully she's dead or injured or something, so she doesn't stomp on the accelerator and then cause me greater injury or death than if she's dead. Let's pretend that was a rational line of thinking.
No, why would we pretend that? I think that's an irrational line of thinking.
Why is it an irrational line of thinking?
Because at that distance, there's no reason to believe that shooting in the first shot, right, would cause her to not hit down on the accelerator for the brief period of time under which the car would be such that you would have any bearing on your injuries, right? In fact, this is where the policy becomes relevant. Part of what's informing the policy to not shoot at moving vehicles is a notion that these kinds of things increase the risk of whatever's in front of the car. Connor, so just so you're aware, the reason the policies are written that way, this is how the policy is relevant even outside of the context of officer-created jeopardy, is the people who wrote the policy said, except in these weird situations where, for example, you have some intentional madman trying to ram people in, then of course, right, I would grant very easily, that it would reduce the threat. We think it actually increases the threat to have someone who's shot manipulating a vehicle for whatever's in front of the vehicle. But in this case, given where he is in relation to the vehicle,
I agree with this, so I should rebut that in a minute.
But how does shooting him with that first shot, where he's aiming like this, the car's going to hit him or not? And there's no way an objectively reasonable person would say, "Oh well, I'm doing this because I think that it's likely, given that I shoot her, that she won't slam on the accelerator." That's not what an objectively reasonable officer would think. They would think, hey, this car is going to hit me. And unfortunately, right, this gun is not going to stop that. It's too close to me. The car is too close to me.
No. You're using objectively reasonable officer, and yet I almost guarantee you that if we went through a polling of officers and we gave them the exact scenario of Renee Good, where they're in the exact scenario that that officer is in, and eliminate the officer cause jeopardy for a second. Let's just say you're three feet in front of a car. It's about to flee and elude, and or they're going to try to hit you. Can you pull your weapon and fire in the hopes that you strike the driver and it reduces the chance that it's going to injure or kill you?
I'm not letting.
Damn. Oh, bro, 3 fucking guys just died in there. Holy shit.
This happen. I'm not letting this fucking happen.
90% of officers are going to say, yeah, 100%.
This isn't a polling issue. It's a legal issue that courts determine. You might not like it.
You just said you're appealing to objective reasonableness of law enforcement officers for actions, and you're
not by virtue, 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 not by virtue of your stupid fucking poll that you just.
3 feet in front of a car. It's about to flee and elude, and or they're going to try to hit you. Can you pull your weapon and fire in the hopes that you strike the driver and it reduces
I'm not letting this happen. I'm not letting this fucking happen. This isn't a polling issue. It's a legal issue that courts determine. You might not like it.
You just said you're appealing to objective reasonableness of law enforcement officers for actions, and you're
not by virtue, 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 not by virtue of your stupid fucking poll that you just proposed, which is obviously so slanted and fucking biased, Connor. Not like that. Yes, and by the way, we have an informal poll that happened in the moment, which is none of the other fucking officers pulled their guns. Explain that.
Because they weren't in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
But they are allowed to defend their officers for imminent fear, who are imminently in fear of great bodily harm or serious injury. Why didn't they pull it, Connor? Why didn't they pull it?
Why didn't they pull it? Probably because they were so in shock that this random chick is going to try to take off from them.
Okay, but
oh my goodness, yeah, all of the people, okay, all of the people in the video, you can watch the fucking video. All of the people, there's 4 people around the car, 4 people standing around the car, and the 2 officers are on the driver's side. 1 officer is in front of the car, and her wife is on the passenger side. 3 of those people move with the car as it's moving. 1 person moves just slightly to the side and starts shooting. Like, that if we want to talk about being reasonable, if we want to poll people, that what Pisco just said is actually really good. Like, you have 4 people there. If you want to lean on polling, 3 of the people, 3 out of the 4 all moved with the car. So when everybody says, it's split-second decisions, you gotta go, you don't have time to think, you just gotta do this and that, blah, blah, blah. Everybody was able to move with the car, okay? The way that she backs up, where her wife is here, and she turns like this, that would have hit her wife. That would have hit her wife and knocked her over if her wife just planted her feet. If her wife had just decided to plant her feet and stand there, this car backing up would have hit her and knocked her over. But instead, she moved her feet. So I really need to like get like all the different angles and put it into a file somewhere, because I keep putting them into like my Discord place and there's just too many fucking links there. But I really need to get like all of the angles of this so I can just pull them up anytime I want to. Yeah, this is the one that I'm looking for. This one. This is the one that I'm looking for. So this is why I keep saying we have the evidence that he is on the side of the vehicle and leans onto it without it hitting him. Like, we know that this is the case. He also moves with the vehicle. He also moves and gets out of the way of the vehicle and decides to plant his feet, pull out a gun, and start shooting. So this is the angle that I'm looking for. If anybody has this angle, that would be great. But
Shame! 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 Dude, what's happening to her? What happened?
Turn off the car.
is this the video that Chud Logic pulled up the other day?
Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Now!
Is this it?
299, she almost struck me. Get out of the car! Shots fired! You're hit! Show your hands!
I thought this was AI. It's sad because normally you can hear AI in the video. Like, it sounds like somebody on a phone. It sounds like somebody recorded somebody on a phone. Where it has this echoey sound to it, kind of like this, to where everybody always sounds like this. Even if they're in a podcast studio, the AI person is in a podcast studio talking like this. The video always sounds like this. Always. And so I thought this was AI. Is this real?
Metro, she struck me. Shots fired.
Like, how the fuck did they get such good audio for this? From these officers. And then also, he keeps yelling at her to get out of the car, and the other officer keeps yelling, no, back up. And the officer keeps saying, turn off the car. And the other one's saying, no, back up. Because she's still on top of him.
Show your hands! Back up! No, back up! Show me your hands!
Oh, maybe he's yelling at bystanders. Maybe he was yelling at bystanders to back up. Where did I just see like a... Okay.
As I watch this POV so hot, screaming, get.
Okay, yes, this is it. So this is the footage that all the conservatives started using to try to say that he wasn't hit, and it actually fucking debunks their narrative. Because look, they're like, oh, you think he wasn't hit? Look at this, and then they show this. Okay, they show this. Just FYI, this is sped up to where like it makes it look like he's getting like hammered, right? Whereas it's much slower than that. I don't know the exact speed because it looks like they're holding the bar and just doing this and just screen recording it. But the car is moving way fucking slower, and they make it look like he's getting fucking smacked. But the point is that you can see his hand is on the car. There's space. There's daylight there between him and the car when he starts shooting. And then when it actually gets to him, he's out of the way. It never, at no point does it even fucking like knock him or anything. It's because he keeps shooting from the side of the car too. Yeah, it's a screen recording. You can see they're holding it here and just doing this. So yeah. But anyways, that's the version that I was trying to find. So I'll just copy this to a folder real quick.
The issue isn't pull the fucking police department with your fuckered questionnaire. You're trying to make this anything but.
No, that is the issue.
No,
Number one, that is the issue. Number two,
no,
I need
not.
to return to a stupid point that you fucking made.
Oh my God.
I need to return to a stupid other point that you made. Hold on. We agree that objective reality, I believe in objective reality. I think that when I die, there's a reality outside of this. However, we do agree that objective determinations are the pooling of subjective experience, right?
In some sense, when I say objective, it is a reference to an intersubjective belief of reasonability, but it isn't by virtue of polling cops.
Okay, I don't want you to worm. I want you to listen to my logic. Okay, you can worm
I'm not
after I've
worming.
made my argument. Okay, so what I'm saying is objectively reasonable officer. That's the standard that you've brought up for the past hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
So
by virtue of polling cops. Not by virtue of polling cops.
But if you take, well, hold on. But this is where this gets really silly to me. And I feel like you're evading what I'm saying. If we took every law enforcement officer in the nation, we have to, like, through reason, just presume that there are reasonable law enforcement officers who serve in the career of law enforcement. And so by taking the poll across the entirety of the United States, I'm not saying that every individual officer is going to be reasonable. I'm saying that we are getting a pulse check on what officers believe is reasonable.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, but the problem is that even so when you say, okay, why didn't the other officers shoot then? He says because they weren't standing in front of the car, but they knew where he was. Did they not know he was in front of the car? Were they totally unaware that he was standing there? Was he just a fucking ghost that like nobody saw him there? If your officer is about to get shot at or about to get hit, yeah, you would do it. In the other video that we just watched, the car goes to hit one officer, the other officer shoots the fucking driver. That makes sense because they're protecting the other officer. So as we said earlier, self-defense doesn't have to just be for yourself. It could be for other people too. Why wouldn't the other officer shoot her? Why is one person deciding to pull out a gun and fucking shoot while the others are telling her to stop the car?
And what you're suggesting, I'm not saying what you're suggesting wouldn't be assuming the question weren't biased and slanted. Assuming the question weren't assuming the question weren't a straw man like you always try to make and make it sound so fucking insane. And assuming the question was
man.
All right. So here's the question, Connor. Connor, I'll ask you. We'll start the poll with you. If you were in Agent Ross' position, would you shoot her?
hold on. Let's separate this. I would not.
But I thought he was going to say with like afterthought and knowing what we know now. No, in the moment of like in his shoes and what he had been through and what, like, you know, the context for his frame of mind. I think if I was him, yes, I would have. I think that's what he's going to say.
Not have done the poor tactics in the officer created jeopardy that puts me in front of a moving vehicle.
Cop out, pussy.
No. It's not a cop out because I'm going to answer you directly. I'm going to answer you directly. If I'm standing in front of a vehicle that is 3 feet away from me and it's about to accelerate and hit me, yeah, 100% I'm shooting.
Okay. I think that's fucking stupid. I think that's crazy. I think it's unreasonable. And the question isn't a poll of every cop. That's not the objective reasonability test. I would agree.
But you're
what cops have
the logic of what I'm saying. You're ignoring the logic of what I'm saying. I'm going to point it out to you right now. If we took, there's probably, I don't know, if we took a look at it and we did 1 million cops, okay, let's say there's 1 million cops in the United States of America. And if we pull them and we say, hey, a car is 3 feet in front of you, it's going to accelerate. Do you pull your weapon and fire because it's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself?
Yeah, change the situation. Change
reasonable.
Yeah. Change the situation. Change the complete situation, right?
What?
And no. What you're doing is you're trying to make a more defensible, generic situation and play to the fucking sympathies of cops.
Correct,
and do your little cop shit. Fuck you. You know what you're doing.
1 million cops.
You know what you're doing.
You're acting like a differentiation is not important, and it's wildly important to the thing. Because if you also ask 1 million cops, is it reasonable to step in front of a moving vehicle while trying to effect a detention? 99.9% of cops are going to say, no, that's incredibly stupid and reckless. So you're going to have to differentiate these things, because when you're saying, because what we did.
Why do they have the policies against shooting people?
We did this earlier. No. We did this earlier in the conversation. What we did is we walked up to the moment of detention and we said, green light, green light, green light, green light. Then what we did is we said, is it reckless and stupid? No. I'm listening perfectly well. You're
not listening.
I'm listening just fine. It's fine. Tell me what you think I'm missing that's going to move me your way.
Recapping.
Because I'm not listening apparently. Yeah. So tell me the thing that's going to change my mind.
Recapping our agreement on detainment likely being reasonable serves no fucking purpose, Connor. It is a filibuster. It is a filibuster. It is nothing. Why are you bringing up the detention again and going over our agreement on it? What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're saying that I'm ignoring variables by creating an experiment in isolation.
You're making that.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We got over 30 people watching, and I think we have like 20 thumbs up sees right now. So we can easily get this up to 30 real quick. Let's we got 23 thumbs up sees. Let's get those thumbs ups up. We're not hitting goals, we're not hitting donos. Let's at least get some thumbs up sees up in here, ladies and germs.
You're making it more generic than it is, and also in your generic example.
No. Pause right there, because this is how you're going to show me whether or not you're full of shit and whether or not you're trying to win the argument. Steelman, the question.
The question is that you provided was, what do you think most officers would say in response?
No. You're creating the question. Let's just say that you accept my premise.
What premise? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to tell you the premise. Why are you asking what premise when I say, let's say you accept my premise? What the fuck are you doing?
Get to it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I have to listen to you for 45 minutes and agree with you on everything.
What do you think is
the second
talking
I disagree with you, you get spicy. Shut the fuck up. All right. Anyways, let's say that you accept my premise that within 1 million law enforcement officers that serve nationwide, there are some reasonable guys in there. And we should take a look at what they think in order to establish an objectively reasonable standard.
Yeah.
I asked a question, and you said that I robbed it of its original context, that it's overly vague, and that it's going to slant the responses in my argumentative direction.
Yes.
I'm asking you to come up with a stronger, better formulated question in order to get a better result.
Was it reasonable to shoot Renee Good in that situation, according to your training experience?
No, but then you're remarrying the detention and the officer caused jeopardy back to the scenario.
Okay, but what your example does is
that's not what we're arguing.
But the thing is, the test is TOC, Connor. The test is TOC. Now we can go to a more stylized example.
I already argumentatively gave you officer created jeopardy. I already gave you poor tactical decision making. I already gave you all of those things.
I'm trying to isolate.
It's not reasonable.
I'm trying to isolate.
In the moment, it is reasonable.
I'm trying to isolate one specific thing, and we can use these kinds of stylized examples and hypotheticals or even questions for discrete inquiries. But you're blowing up.
I think your question is total bullshit.
What question?
So hold on. Saying TOC, would you have shot Renee Good? Then what's going to happen is every single officer, every single reasonable officer is going to say, no, I would have never put myself in the situation in the first place. But that's not what we were arguing. What we're arguing is whether or not once you're already within danger, is it reasonable?
No. See,
yes, we are.
So we went one level beneath that, and this shows me you're not listening, which is as part of determining whether it
Stop
is.
being my wife. I'm listening to you perfectly fine.
So as part of our test to determine whether it is reasonable, as part of that, right? So we are, in some sense, trying to find out whether it was reasonable in the moment, right? But as part of that, excuse me, what's out?
I thought Connor was correct there. That the issue with what he said was that he was saying that he wouldn't put himself in that scenario in the first place. But instead, you have to already be in that scenario and then decide whether or not your actions are reasonable from that point of view.
Is he pulling a Xander Hall?
Nasal drip that I'm okay. Sorry.
Did you just pull a Xander Hall?
No, I have a post-nasal drip that I'm curing, and it was really gross.
Xander Hall, didn't he throw up during a debate one time? Is that what happened? He threw up during the debate or some shit?
But
okay.
It's good now.
I will listen to you.
Okay.
But I also want to double back on a question, and I want to force you to answer it. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. We are in some sense.
Guys, we're still at 23 likes. Hit the fucking thumbs up button, or I'm getting off right now. I'm threatening right now. We get 30 likes, or I'm going home.
Inquiring into whether the shot was reasonable. Okay, we are. As part of that inquiry, the specific thing I'm trying to find out is whether an officer in the position of Agent Ross would think that shooting a gun at the driver of a vehicle at that position, at that speed, in those circumstances, would have any relation to preventing the threat to Officer Ross. And I think
weirdly
the
enough, you're cutting to what I'm going to ask you. You're cutting to what I'm going to ask you. Okay.
Hold on, I need to hear that again.
Agent Ross would think that shooting a gun at the driver of a vehicle at that position, at that speed,
Bro, is it just me when he talks like this? When he talks in this cadence, it's like impossible for me to understand what the fuck he's saying. Is it just me?
Trying to find out is whether an officer in the position of Agent Ross would think that shooting a gun at the driver of a vehicle at that position, at that speed, in those circumstances, would have any relation to preventing the threat to Officer Ross. And I think
what? No. Okay, so that's what you guys were getting at. But just a moment ago, when he asked Counterpoints, would you shoot this person if you were put in that scenario? And Counterpoints answered, I would never put myself in that scenario in the first place. That was like, Counterpoints was correct. The issue with his answer was that he was not actually answering the question in the first place and was kind of avoiding it because he was taking himself out of the context and out of the scenario that we're asking about. We're saying you're already in this scenario. Now, what would you do? And that is what Counterpoint said, was that, yes, your issue was that I didn't put myself in that context and in that scenario and then answer the question from that perspective. Pisco then said, no, that's not the issue. But then now Pisco's saying, the issue is that we're talking about whether or not this would stop the threat from happening. That is not where you guys were just a second ago. And now it feels like they've moved off what they were in the middle of discussing. Am I crazy?
Weirdly enough, you're cutting to what I'm going to ask you. You're cutting to what I'm going to ask you. Okay. You and I can agree that Renee. Hold on. I don't want to volunteer your agreement. I want to state this as a fact that I perceive. There's 1,000 Renee goods. Okay. There's 1,000 of these scenarios. They happen all of the time. And so what we need to do is we need to analyze said scenario, and we need to come up with good rules that don't just apply to a TOC analysis of the Renee Good shooting, but are actually good guidance for law enforcement officers and how they conduct themselves across the nation. Okay. So what I'm going to ask you in good faith, and I would appreciate it if you put some thought into your answer. Okay. You're saying that if there is, I don't want to say ignoring is the wrong way to phrase this, but you're saying that separate from lawful detention, separate from officer caused jeopardy, if a vehicle is standing in front of you, it is not reasonable to fire into said vehicle if they're moving towards you at a slow speed, or they're moving towards you or something like that. You phrase it however you want. I don't give a shit.
No, that's too general. No, that's too general. That's too general. Like, obviously,
I feel like you're copping out.
Obviously, no. Obviously, some.
Obviously, I'm not lying. You might be arguing or talking in good faith right now. I think this is a total cop out. I think if you put some time and thought into it, you could come up with either a relatively
Am I okay? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind here. Okay, so it is too general, right? That is insanely general. We can't just talk about whether or not a car is moving towards you. It has to be that they're moving towards you at a pace to where you feel as though your life is in danger, right? Cars move towards people all the fucking time. When I walk through parking lots, like, there's cars that while I'm walking, instead of them coming to a full and complete stop and waiting for me to walk, they'll just slow down and then just keep slowly moving while I'm walking across, so that they don't have to come to a full and complete stop. They can just slowly roll, wait for me to get out of the way, and then continue. It's harder to go, from a moving object to a fully and complete stopped object to then moving again, than to just slow down a little bit, keep rolling, and then move again. I don't shoot at any of those cars. I don't have, not in fear for my life when any of these cars do this. I just got up to go get something, and I didn't even get it. Okay, whatever. And so we can't just say that a car is just heading towards you, right? That is the issue here, right?
Objective question, or you could even come up with a question that slants your way. Like, you could even come up with a question that slants your way, but your inability or unwillingness to create said question, I think is an evasion.
I am not unwilling. I am not unwilling to create a question. I gave you a question. You're the one who says that question sucks. The better question
is the question that you would ask officers. Please don't. Oh, you just said
you didn't listen. No, you didn't. You didn't fucking listen, Connor. Hey, Connor, don't look at your chat. Don't think about other shit. Listen to what I'm saying. Did you hear me when I said that the question I'm analyzing is whether a reasonable officer in the position of Agent Ross, would they think that shooting the gun at the driver of that vehicle in that context would have any tendency to prevent or eliminate the threat that would justify them shooting in the first place?
Okay, then I'm going to isolate two arguments, and I don't want you to accuse me of evasion, because I'm not evading at all. I am answering you very directly, okay? In the scenario in which you're standing in front of a running vehicle that is approaching you, I think an objectively reasonable officer will pull and fire in an attempt to reduce the death or great bodily harm for themselves. I think that is true. I also think that the poor
Can we pause?
tactics,
You're just filibustering. Can we fucking pause?
I'm not
it's so disgusting to watch you do this.
No. I'm not evading at all.
You are.
I'm answering your question very directly, and I feel like you're being totally evasive.
You're making it so generic.
You're being totally
You're being so generic. So we can do hypotheticals. We can do hypotheticals if you want. If you know that
I'm not.
So here's the question.
You know why? This is why you're losing, bro. This is why you're losing. Because the use of force for a vehicle approaching you, you are allowed to use firearms in order to stop that imminent threat of death.
So let's test that. Let's test that. In every case, Connor. 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 In every case, yes or no. In every case, yes or no. Now we're gonna get linearized because you can't be handled to have more room to do the conversation because you'll just filibuster and you'll monologue. So in every case is using in every case is using deadly force in response to a vehicle approaching you justified? Yes or no? No. Okay. So in the case, for example, let's say 10 feet away, the car is coming right towards you, but the officer knows that the driver is suffering under sleep apnea. Okay, or what is it? Narcolepsy, and you know the driver is actually not conscious at the moment. Would it be justified to shoot the person there in that situation?
No, but there's an interesting addendum to that.
Okay, what's the addendum? Quickly.
The addendum is that you can use deadly force against people with schizophrenia and people with type 1 diabetes when they're having a violent episode.
I know, but obviously the difference is that you would realize that someone with narcolepsy, shooting them doesn't stop the threat, right?
No, and yes
or no? Which one is it?
Shooting somebody with narcolepsy doesn't stop the threat,
right?
Because they're asleep at the wheel, right?
Right. So shooting them has no relation to ending the threat because whether you shoot them or not, the car's going to hit you or not, right?
Correct.
Okay.
What I'm trying to identify with your audience, because your audience is fucking retarded, is I'm trying to identify the fact that intent isn't the sole calculation in this. Okay, continue.
Okay. So another situation which is
Yeah, so again, like he's saying like he's doing it for the audience, which in this case, it does seem like somewhat of a cop-out.
reasonable to use force in that context is if you know the force will not have a tendency to reduce the threat because the car is too close to you for it to at all, for a reasonable person to think that it would change either the trajectory, speed, or acceleration of the vehicle in a context in which it's unreasonable to assume that she is intending to hit you. That would also be unreasonable.
I don't think you know that at all.
No, I know, but that's why I'm trying to separate it, Connor, and why you're so immune to it. Put aside for now the perceived intent of Renee Good and just focus on the physics question.
I don't even care about intent.
The physics question. The physics question is...
Yeah, let's talk about physics. I would love to talk about physics. Physics is my fucking favorite.
In that context, shooting Renee Good, the car is already moving. It's already accelerating. And shooting her, it's going to take her time to die, and dead people can press on the acceleration. And this is why they're trained. Officers are trained in general not to shoot people in moving vehicles. That's the default presumption. That is the default presumption, among other reasons.
No, you've made an incorrect statement twice now, and I'm going to have to correct you. No, you've made an incorrect statement twice now, and I have to correct you. This is the one that I wanted to come back to. I don't think you could find me a single fucking policy or law or anything with the assertion that you stated where you said the reason why shooting into vehicle policy was written was because of the danger to people in front of the vehicles. I don't think you could find a single fucking policy that says that. Hold on. Let me finish.
Sorry, what? Yeah, I'm friendly. I'm just shooting arc. Yeah, I'm just getting medals. Yeah, there's another guy up top as well that just ran by. He seems cool. He could have shot me as well, so he just went that way.
Why do you think the policy exists? It's a random policy. It's random.
And now you're straw manning. You're being evasive and you're straw manning.
What's the purpose of it then, Connor, if it's not for safety?
Yeah, I love how you accuse other people of being bad faith.
I should have looked at that guy. I didn't look at him at all. And I keep doing this where like I see a guy and then they walk away and then later I see somebody else and I stand there and I'm like, shit, that guy's being sus. I want to shoot them, but I can't tell if they're the same fucking guy that I just saw a little bit ago.
What's the purpose of if not for safety, Connor? Tell us.
I'm just going to point out that I never said that it wasn't for safety. You made a more specific prescription. Okay, so allow me to articulate this. Shut up. The reason why you don't fire into moving cars is probably for a variety of factors that we've seen borne out in cases multiple times. Number one, hitting a moving object or a moving person is incredibly difficult, and law enforcement officers are not known for their accuracy. Okay, so the increases of errant projectiles hitting members of the public when you're shooting at a moving vehicle go up substantially. Not only that, but often in a moving vehicle, the person who's causing the threat is the driver, but there are unknown people in the vehicle. There have been people who are in the vehicle where people were shooting at the driver and they hit children or animals or innocent passengers or hostages. That's another reason why the policy was written not to fire into moving vehicles.
Is one of the reasons because a decision was made that actually shooting the driver of a moving vehicle in most cases makes it more unsafe on the road?
Yeah, that's absolutely a consideration.
That's
However, you saying it's like, no. The confidence with which you stated that twice now is that was like the primary. I feel like you're implying.
If it sounded like the sole reason. Okay, sorry. No. I'm going to correct. I'll just correct it. I'll apologize. Wait, Connor, I'll correct it. Connor, I'll correct it. Connor, I'll correct it and move on. Listen, this is my correction. When I said that's the reason they have the policy, if you understood that to be exclusive, that wasn't right. I didn't mean
or primary.
I didn't mean to make it seem like exclusive. I think a significant reason why they enacted the policy, in addition to what Connor described, is because of the danger on the road itself. That's what I should have said.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So why don't we move on and not filibuster on this point for a trillion times?
I'm not filibustering on this point. You made a series of strong arguments on which the predicate is injuring a driver or killing a driver makes the scenario more dangerous and therefore should never be done in any circumstances.
No, I never said in any circumstance. Who's doing the straw man now, Connor? I granted in Plumhoff.
No. You just asserted without evidence twice that the primary reason why this policy was written was because
Did I ever use the word primary? Did I ever use the word primary, yes or no?
No, you didn't, but you 100% implied it.
Well, I said the reason they did this, and I understand that some people could take that as the exclusive. I understand that uncharitable. I understand that uncharitable people could say, "Oh, he meant the sole and exclusive and conclusive." I didn't mean that, and I'm sorry. I do think that someone could understand that.
No. I don't understand what we're even arguing about. Like, if he's already admitting that, like, you could have gotten that interpretation from what he said, and he's apologizing. Like, this is something that happened earlier on Twitter with I was going over the guy earlier who I had to leak his DMs because he was like making up shit in our back and forth on Twitter, and this is one of the holy shit, another one. And this is one of the things that he did is he was like arguing with me about whether or not it was like whether or not I had said something in a way, and he was like, he kept saying like, well, I heard it this way, and I was like, yeah, I can understand how you could get that interpretation. That's fine. He's like, but then he's like, you're lying. This is what you meant. I'm like, the claim is that I thought that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that I thought he had a visa or a green card. That's the claim. That when I argued with Rob Knorr, I thought that Kilmar had a visa or a green card, and that's when I said to Rob Knorr, what did I say? The government has illegally deported a bunch of people, and people with green cards, they've deported people with green cards, visas, or even people like, or what did I say? Or people that they weren't supposed to deport, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And so he thought that when I said this, I was saying Kilmar Abrego Garcia has a visa or a green card, and was not supposed to be deported. And so I was like, okay, this like, I can understand how you could get confused there. So that's not what I meant. I was saying they deported people with visas or green cards. And then there was a third category of people that they were not supposed to, which was Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And he's like, nah, you're lying. You're lying. That's not what you were saying. Like, what? That is what I was saying, though. Like, there's no evidence that I ever thought Kilmar had a fucking visa or a green card. And so I just kept saying, like, I understand, like, how you got that interpretation. Like, makes sense. Can we move on? And he's, no, you're fucking lying, dude. You're lying. You thought he had a fucking visa. This is a topic that I've been talking about since the thing happened. I've got, like, a million videos on it on YouTube, on TikTok, on every fucking platform. If you think like this is what I think, you can pretty easily go to all of my fucking videos on this and find out pretty quickly that this is not something that I believe, because I've never said it. So I've literally said the opposite.
I just clarified it.
No,
but you're now preventing the conversation from happening because you know you're cooked.
No, I'm sure all your lib, soy,
do you agree that one significant
audience understood that it was a nuanced and complex, multi-variable calculus?
Are you serious?
Why this policy was written? It's bullshit.
Is at least one significant reason for the policy because of the expectation that shooting someone who's driving a vehicle makes it more unsafe on the road?
Yes, and you're inferring. No. You're inferring that because a injured or dead driver is more likely to get into an accident, therefore an officer standing in front of a vehicle and shooting at them when it's a low speed is unreasonable.
No,
that's your argumentation.
You are zooming.
That's the argumentation you've been making for weeks.
Calm the fuck down.
No, not at all. That's you cannot attach those fucking arguments. The one is a justification for a drastically different argument that they were having. Like, these are two completely different things. You cannot attach the two and say this is why you said that. What the fuck?
Just follow.
You're the one who started the yelling, bro.
Calm down. Follow.
You're the one who started the yelling.
Follow the chain.
Yeah, the yelling is not the problem. He's not upset that people are yelling. He's upset that because it seems as though because there is yelling now, that the conversation isn't being had because he thinks that Counterpoints getting too excited is making it to where he's just not listening anymore.
The yelling.
Follow the chain of logic. Follow the chain of logic. We agreed that the use of force needs to have some relation to ending the threat to be reasonable. Okay? And the question before us isn't reasonableness at some level of generality above that. We're focusing in on the inquiry specifically as to whether an officer in Agent Ross's position would think that using the force would have any tendency to prevent the threat that to his serious bodily injury, assuming that were there. That's what we're looking into. I'm asking you to put aside the situations for now where a reasonable officer would think that she's intending to hit him, and just to focus on the situation in which she's not intending to hit him. And I'm asking, in those cases where a reasonable officer would think she isn't trying to hit him, just assume that, would it be justified to use force in that context? And the answer is no, Connor. The answer is no because of inertia. The answer
yes.
Okay, so if you knew, so here's the question for you then. Agent Ross in the exact same position, but Agent Ross knows that Renee Good is having a narcoleptic episode, and the exact same situation happens with respect to the turn of the vehicle. Justified to shoot or not?
No, she's already unconscious.
But, okay, why? But hang on a second. I haven't changed anything about the direction of the vehicle and the movement of the vehicle.
Yeah, but all I've rendering her further unconscious doesn't change the variables at all.
Okay, so how does rendering her unconscious change how you view the threat in this context?
Because depending on the consciousness, okay, so let's isolate this moment. Standing in front of a vehicle, 3 feet ahead of you, it's moving, it's going to hit you or clip you, okay? You have an option to pull the pistol or not pull the pistol, okay? So you say imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you're pulling the pistol, okay? Firing into the driver, okay? There is a multitude of variables that can happen once you're firing into the driver. Of course, if you incapacitate the driver instantaneously with a headshot, then they can dead foot and accelerate, at which point you've made the situation worse. What also can happen is you could hit them and injure them, and then they freak the fuck out, and then they realize how crazy and dangerous the situation is, and they slam on the brakes, at which point they don't even hit you with the fucking car.
It's too close for that to happen, Connor. It's too close for that to happen.
You're acting like he has like a helicopter god's eye view of the mechanics of what's happening. No. And here's another option.
Too late for the brakes.
Hold on. Here's another option that happens: is you shoot at them, they panic, and then in their attempt to slam on the accelerator, because they're in a panic, they miss the accelerator. At which point they hit you with a lower amount of force than original.
Within a foot or two?
A dozen options, one of which is worse, one of which is the same, and two or three of which,
first of all,
which is better.
I'm not sure that braking makes it safer if it's making contact with you at the time the shot happens, assuming that...
Now we're arguing about whether or not it's better to be fully run over or hit with a braking car.
In that context, I'm not sure.
Hold on. You already know this, and I already know this.
This is so pathetic.
Why don't you listen? You already know this, and I already know this, and I'm going to finish this sentence.
You're just filibustering.
Once we get into this level of analysis, where the arguments about what's possible are so detailed, and not only are what's possible getting so detailed, it's unfolding in a matter of seconds, you already know that the courts defer to the judgment of the officer. You already know that.
So listen, first of all, they consider the TOC,
you already know.
And it's not just the moment of impact analysis. That's what we learned from Barnes v. Felix. It's not just the case that we analyze those 2 seconds. And
yeah, it's how you
at any given moment, in
order to arrive at the same analysis that I did. It's how you evaded the hard question of this conversation.
Let's just you're trying to zoom out, and now you're making the point about deference. And about in a split second they're gonna, because you can't deal with the specific inquiry that I'm trying to handle right now. And that inquiry,
I actually gave you
that inquiry doesn't turn that inquiry doesn't turn on the court's deference. It's about you and me, not about polling some other people.
Yeah.
It's about you and me.
No. This is where you're full of shit, even if you don't realize it. You're saying that you walked me down a specific inquiry and I was unable to answer. I gave you.
When is anybody ever full of shit based on whether or not they realize they're full of shit? When is that ever the case? Like, this is like a special scenario where somebody's full of shit even if they don't realize it. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Let's get into it. We haven't gotten into
it. That you make up the position of the other person.
We haven't gotten into it. I'm trying to get into it.
Okay, fine. I gave you 5 answers. Analyze my 5 answers, please.
So you gave some of your answers, said it increases the risk. Agreed?
Correct. Yeah, one of them does for sure.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in the position of Officer Ross or Agent Ross. In his position, would you have any reasonable basis to distinguish between, in that moment, the situations in which it increases risk and decreases risk?
No.
So you wouldn't have a reasonable basis to believe that it would decrease the risk?
Correct.
So if you don't have a reasonable basis to believe it would decrease the risk, why is it reasonable?
Because you're rolling the dice, because we're arguing this on a webcam, whereas officers are making judgments in the field. So if you have a scenario that is, it's not totally outside of your control, it's 1% within your control, or it's 10% within your control, and you can roll a 6-sided die, and 2 out of 6 times, it's gonna hurt you more. 2 out of 6 times, it's gonna be the same. And 2 out of 6 times, you're actually either gonna avoid or decrease injury or death. in those scenarios, 100 people out of 100.
Here's my contention. Here's my contention. Here's my contention. Here's my contention.
That you can't let me finish the concept.
No, here's my contention, which is the dice is a D 10,000, and the odds that it helps your situation is like, I don't know, 1.
You're making that argumentation, and I don't think you can back that up with any kind of stats whatsoever.
Well, here's a stat for you, and I'm not talking about stats, but just in terms of common sense day to day. Someone who is like incredibly close to a vehicle that's moving towards them, shooting the gun doesn't stop the vehicle.
Correct.
Shooting the person who's driving it doesn't stop the vehicle. Newton's first law of motion: an object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an outside force.
Okay, you're incorrect. There's another situation. No. There's another situation where Renee Good is still alive, by the way, where the officer went to pull their gun, and the mere act of pulling their gun was enough for Renee to go, "Oh fuck," and slam on the brakes.
I don't know why that's relevant to what I just said.
That realm of possibility and probability 100% exists.
No, but I'm not talking about taking out the gun. I'm talking about firing the gun. So I don't know how that's responsive to what I just said.
Yeah, now you're trying to isolate away from what I'm saying. The fact is that the officer pulling and firing in reference to an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and that there is a statistical probability of increased injury, neutral injury, or decreased injury is already enough.
I don't know, but hang on. But what do you think is likely? What do you think is likely? What do you think a reasonable officer would think is likely in that situation? A reasonable officer doesn't look at the situation and be like, yes, killing Renee Good in that situation significantly lowers my chance of getting hurt. Agreed?
Yeah, but who said that significantly is something that a threshold that you have to meet?
So do you think, so I'll ask you, do you think by yourself that shooting her had any significant decrease in risk for himself?
Okay, yeah, significant is added in there, and that's a hard. I don't like him using the term significant here in this context. I feel like it would be better to say crap. What's that? I'm blanking on the term. It's like a term that says like enough, or like an amount that is like assumed to be enough, or it added to the risk, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that the narcolepsy example is a good example, because when we're talking about like at the distance that they're at and all of that, sufficient. Yes, that is what I was. Yes, sufficient. Is it sufficient? Thank you. So is it does it yeah, it's a sufficient risk. Decrease the risk sufficiently. But yeah, I think the narcolepsy example was a really good example, because that kind of says that there is, if you don't believe that like shooting the person with narcolepsy actually decreases the risk, did Counterpoint still say that he thought that they should shoot them? Because I feel like he would say that yes, there is a justified threat to your life, and so that means you're just like, he keeps explaining this as it's not a self-defense is not a tool to stop you from being attacked or somebody else, but that instead it is like, yes, I get the pass. That's what it sounds like. He sounds like he's saying you get the pass. So when you keep saying like, yeah, but this is like the way it's told to us is like, you get to shoot them if you have reasonable fear. Like that's it. You get to use force. It's like you get to is this like term as though, yes, you get the pass. You're allowed to kill now. Congratulations, you finally get it. Like you get the wild card.
It could be 8%. It could be 12%. It could be 13%.
Wait, those would be significant. Those would be significant.
Significant, but it would not be probable. It would be significant, but not probable.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true. And the reason I don't think that is true is because I think the hit
is overdetermined, and the odds of gunning it with the dead foot or whatever, the dead leg or whatever on the accelerator, that a reasonable officer isn't going to predict that will happen one way or the other, right? Like that just seems like a total random fucking shit. It can make things worse. It seems like a total crapshoot where like, yeah, I'm not sure that I would think that this would have any tendency to reduce the gunning it threat. But even putting that aside, it's going at enough velocity that if it does hit you, like, what does slamming on the fucking accelerator do to increase the threat or not? I'm not even sure mechanically why that's the case.
As somebody who's like, I don't know, lived in the real world for like 10 or 15 years before I became an online content creator, I think this entire rationale is bullshit. Like, unironically, if we had the ability to respawn, what we would do is.
This is when I tuned in. This is what I tuned in. I literally, the second he said something about like respawning, I believe this is right.
You would be the driver, and I would.
I believe.
Be the shooter, and we would run it 1,000 times, and then we would just evaluate what actually happened. Okay, so you could hit me with the car 10,000 times.
You're getting hit 1,000 times, right?
10,000 times.
Well, first of all, he didn't get hit. First of all, he probably didn't get hit.
10,000 times. We could do this, and we could get.
First of all, I just want to be clear. First of all, he probably didn't get hit.
We could hold on. I'm not done yet. We could line up the exact amount of feet.
Pisco saying he probably didn't get hit doesn't matter. He's saying in this scenario, it's Groundhog Day, and we would be able to get every version of this event, where sometimes he gets hit, sometimes he doesn't get hit, sometimes he shoots, sometimes he doesn't shoot, sometimes the girlfriend is on the passenger side, sometimes she's on the driver's side, sometimes the girlfriend might be driving, like, and it's just kind of the same. But it is it doesn't, like, it is kind of a dumb thing to bring up. Both of these are weird arguments.
The exact vehicle, the exact gun, you and me, and run the scenario with 10,000 different inestimable variables within the scenario, and I'm telling you, we would get a variable result.
Yes, yeah, because this is when Pepe was in chat, and they said, what's that hypothetical with the cat? And I was the one who responded, it's Schrodinger's cat. I saw that I just posted there, but I'm positive I wrote something before this.
Do this, and we can get. First of all,
and it's just not. Oh, there it is. I said, is this a follow-up debate, part 2, or do I have deja vu? I feel like they already had this argument, and this exact argument, and it is weird because in this conversation it feels like they're having this argument as though this is the first time they've had this argument, and it is odd. But
she caused a hip fracture. There's times that she would miss him entirely. There's times that the officer would injure her, and then she would panic and slam on the brakes, reducing the injury. There's times where she would get hit in the head, dead foot, and and hurt or kill the officer. Great.
And then Will and his channel joined? What do you mean? Like he joined the debate, or he joined the chat, or what are you talking about?
We could run it 10,000 times, but I'm telling you, within the context of 10,000 variables, you're allowed as an officer in the lawful performance of your duties. If you think that a certain action is going to reduce the threat of imminent threat or great death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to roll the dice.
If it's objectively reasonable. If it's
wait. It sounds like Counterpoints is just agreeing to the entire statement of from Pisco now. He just included if it reduces the risk. He just included that.
Performance of your duties. If you think that a certain action is going to reduce the threat of imminent threat or great death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to roll the dice.
If it's objectively reasonable. If it's objectively reasonable to roll the dice. Not if it's 0.00001, right? Agreed?
Okay, but
not if it's wait, Connor. Not if it's 0.00001, right?
But there's a pin in here that you either need to acknowledge or your audience needs to think about, and this is what pisses me off. But go ahead.
But you can't roll the dice if it's an extremely unlikely situation that it would have any tendency to reduce the risk, right?
But I said it was significant.
Okay, I understand that you said it's significant, but I'm just clarifying that if it's extremely unlikely to lower the incidence of serious bodily injury, and a reasonable officer would know that, it wouldn't be justified. You're not allowed to just roll the dice just because.
If there was a less than a percentage chance of affecting the outcome, then I don't think a reasonable officer.
Right, and you actually believe that it's more likely than not that it increased the risk against them, right?
It's probably 33, based off of like not having the ability, to robustly evaluate the vehicle, the officer, the shooting distance, the acceleration, the braking, all that stuff. Without the ability to lab test this, yeah, I have no predictions about what would happen unless it was robust.
Ask the thing that you want to ask. I'm trying to communicate this concept, and maybe we're disagreeing on the application.
This is another annoying fucking thing. I think. Hold on. I'm going to say something first, and then I'm going to say the scenario, okay? This is what pisses me off about fucking liberals. This is what pisses me off about progressives, okay? You guys think that because you're smarter than the average conservative, because the average conservative is a fucking dumbass. Like, the average conservative is a fucking Trump cultist who doesn't understand anything. You think you're smarter than everybody, but that's not true, okay? And you think that disagreement, meaning that we have you and I as...
just to be clear, I don't think that. I know that there are conservatives who are smarter than me. I am well aware there are many conservatives who are smarter than me. But I do think that whether or not they're smarter than me doesn't matter. Because I think that they have trouble dealing with their own bias when it comes to politics. I think that politics has a bias there. And most of the time, it is a religious bias. It is for religious reasons. And so it doesn't matter if I'm smarter than them or they're smarter than me. It doesn't matter. It means nothing. Because they have trouble analyzing scenarios within politics like this.
Differing people have a comprehensive fact, understanding of the facts, and then we're disagreeing on the facts. You think disagreement is incorrectness because you are enlightened, moral savants who just understand the world better than everybody else, okay? But this is what pisses me off, is that it's Dunning-Kruger, okay? You think you're smart cookie. I would never deny your intelligence, but I think that you have overestimated your understanding of the scenario. You've overestimated your understanding of the mechanics of the scenario, and therefore you're arriving at a different conclusion, and that you're presuming that my disagreement is incorrectness, and that pisses me the fuck off. Anyways, let's move into the topic.
I'm actually like questioning my ability to communicate concepts, and so I think I'm not.
No, you're communicating them just fine. I disagree.
Okay, you disagree that a reasonable officer would think it's an extremely low chance that shooting in that context would have any tendency to lower the threat.
I think an officer would say that it's a low chance, but it's a significant enough chance to roll the dice, and they should be allowed to do so.
Okay, and then maybe that's a disagreement there, because you would grant, if you had my belief, then it seems unreasonable, right? If you believe that a reasonable officer would have
this isolation. Me isolating these two.
I don't know what that means. If you had my belief, like, what does that even mean? If you had my belief. What belief? Which one? If you had my belief? If you had my belief that, like, it feels like he's almost like begging the question here, right? Like, if you thought the officer was wrong, you were in my position, and you also thought the officer was wrong, do you think that you would think the officer is wrong? I don't know. This is a question we need to ponder.
Two factors, and I already know that your argument is going to be TOC, but me isolating these two factors, I think is going to clarify the argument for anybody who's unclear. Okay. In my opinion, if you are 3 to 4 feet away from a vehicle, and that vehicle is either fleeing and eluding or attempting to hit you with the vehicle, an objectively reasonable officer reasonably could fire into said vehicle with the expectation that, like we said, there would be a variable amount of results Some of those would increase danger, some of those would decrease danger, some of those would be neutral. But because there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, a reasonable officer would roll the dice. That argument is in isolation and robbed of the context of the Renee Good shooting. Okay?
Got it.
Within the context of the Renee Good shooting, there are so many things outside of that in reference to poor officer safety, poor tactics, ICE even having, like, conducting itself in the way that it conducts himself, all of those things make the dangerous situation itself unreasonable.
Okay.
Now, so the shooting is reasonable. The TOC is not.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. Okay. And by the way, I have a lot of the same caveats about, I'm not sure that he's going to be held to justice. I'm not sure that they'll charge him. I'm not sure that they'll convict him. We're just having a conversation between us two. I'm not expressing confidence as to the results. Connor, I'm moving the conversation on. The other two shots. At a bare minimum, before we get into whether or not a reasonable officer could distinguish.
For you.
Wait, no. Before we get there, can we at least agree that shots 2 and 3, we're getting some indication that shot 3 might have been the killing shot to the head, the instantly killing shot. Can we agree that shots 2 and 3 bear no relation to reducing the risk?
Sure.
Okay. So the only thing that would justify shots 2 and 3 is if a reasonable officer could not perceive the change in risk.
Correct.
But a reasonable officer could perceive the change in risk.
No, time elapsed was less than a second, maybe less than 2 seconds.
But the human reaction time for threat assessment, risk assessment, is less than a second. The average is like half a second, if not lower.
This is where we get into, I would, in order for you to make that argument, we wouldn't even be testing athletes for reaction time. And by the way, like, reaction time is separate. Like, your ability to perceive and your ability to change your bodily actions
is less than a second. It's less than a second.
No, it's 2 different things. I don't. No.
There's scientific
this is where I was having an argument. We'll Google it momentarily. We'll Google it in a second. I want to. This was the crux of the Chud logic debate, and so I made a drawing based off of the crux of the Chud logic debate. I'm sharing it with you in the Discord right now.
Yeah.
So this is where I think your conversation broke down. It might not be exactly relevant to what you're talking about, but it is relevant to this conversation as far as, like, evaluating shots fired. Okay. Because in that conversation, you were saying
the last couple times I came to this map, people killed me. Like, they weren't sneaky about it. They weren't like trying to, like, sneak up on me. They weren't doing, like, they just ran, like, across the fucking, like, desert, just right at me. And I started hiding. And the second I started hiding, they just started shooting. And shit, dude, like, it, and then just ran me down and fucking killed me. So I'm normally focused on doing shit to where it's too hard for me to, like, get into fights when this happens. And because I'm always caught off guard. I'm always caught off, like, by surprise when that happens. And most of the time, like, if you get the first couple shots on somebody before they even turn around, it's really hard for them to defend themselves. Because I saw a clip of people rolling and they get stuck in this. But yeah, I never come to this map because of this reason. I feel like someone's always gonna fucking kill me.
Saying that each individual bullet will be judged on its context. And what Chud was saying was that, and I'll actually read what I wrote, that way I'm not summarizing it poorly, but what Chud was saying is that if you can articulate a let's just call it like a class of threat over a certain elapsed time, all of those bullets are going to be evaluated and treated the same. Okay.
Well, if they bear the same, so yeah, if every bullet is justified under the same rationale and the connection between the shot fired and the prevention of the qualifying ground of shooting is still there, then yeah, the answer is just going to be all of them are justified. So it's going to be the same rationale for each bullet. But so he was misconstruing Plumhoff to suggest that not every bullet needs to be justified. The answer is every bullet does need to be justified, but it's just very trivial and easy to assess them all as justified.
Right. So let's break it down in case I wrote something better than what I just said. Okay. So what I summarize you were saying, and I have a beautiful drawing with bullets on it, is every time a cop pulls a trigger, each individual shot must be evaluated as an individual action / seizure, and therefore each round can be ruled justified, unjustified based on its context. If I was summarizing your perspective, that's how I would have summarized it. Okay,
it's not far off, but I want to caution that I'm not saying that courts will analyze this like bullet by bullet from the perspective of like bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3, bullet 4. They can address them all in a summary fashion, because in Plumhoff, for example, the threat trivially persists throughout all the shots. But here's the difference here, Connor. You just granted that the threat changed between bullets. So we don't have to argue about that. The only question is, could a reasonable officer perceive the change in threat between what we've both identified in that time? That's the only question.
Let's argue that momentarily.
Yeah, we've now just agreed that there was a change in threat from shot 1 to shot 2 and 3. And the only question now, unlike in Plumhoff, is could a reasonable officer perceive the change in threat? Because if they can, the shots would no longer be justified. Agreed?
Okay. Let's analyze and fight about that in a second.
Okay.
Okay. Chud Logic's argument, which if I was to summarize his argument poorly, well, I don't know. In use of force scenarios, law enforcement is trained to fire until the threat is ended, which means that in particularly short instances, bullets will be treated as working off of the same information in context and can be judged as a group. And by the way, I don't think that these statements are mutually contradictory. That was one of my frustrations with watching the debate, was I actually felt like these statements they're like, they seem like they're opposed, but they're actually not necessarily that opposed.
Right, but Chud is wrong in saying that I'm wrong. Chud says, you don't have to justify every bullet. You do. You just,
but I think he's inferring what you said, which is that a court will be, they'll say bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3, bullet 4, bullet 5, bullet 6.
Yeah, that's because he's
we're going to look at each one of them.
I do think that that's what Chud thought he was saying. I think Counterpoints is completely correct here, and that is what Chud thought he was saying. But I think that like fairly early on, Pisco had taken the time to correct that misconception, and Chud did not respond to that. So I don't think it was Pisco's fault or a shortcoming from Pisco. Actually, I could be wrong. Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like there was a period where I was saying I wish Pisco would just say like X to get this across more simply. I feel like I kept saying that during that argument, but I don't know. I can't remember.
And evaluate a legal case. And by the way, I think that's what people are inferring based off of you saying that bullet 1 was justified and 2 and 3 aren't. I think that people are already making that inference.
Well, I want to be clear about applying the Plumhoff test and the test from Gardner and the test from Graham v. Connor, that, yeah, if the threat continues to persist, trivially, you can keep using the force that was justified for the first shot for as many shots, so long as the threat continues to persist and is reasonably apprehended, right? Even past when the threat is real, it's just about the reasonable apprehension of the threat persisting. But we've just agreed that the actual threat has changed between bullets 1 and 2 and 3. Now, I think that they were never justified, but I will say that clearly, to the extent that there was a threat at all in bullet 1, the threat is meaningfully different for shots 2 and 3. And so even in the situation in which you grant that bullet 1 were justified, you now need to look into 2 and 3, because unlike in Plumhoff, a reasonable person would say that the threat changed between bullet 1, 2, and 3. And the question is, could a reasonable officer perceive that real change in threat?
Whit might actually go into the third statement.
Okay.
So what I said applies regardless of whether or not you lean more argumentatively towards Pisco or towards Chud. The elapsed time from perception of the threat of death or great bodily harm, the longer the time to observe, or there's a phrase called OODA loop, observe, orient, direct, and act, react. So the elapsed time from the perception of the threat of great bodily harm or death, the longer the time to observe, orient, direct, and act, the harsher the judgment of each round fired will be. And so what I'm trying to say here...
I agree with that. Like, yeah, those things would make it more of a good case. I just think here we have a sufficient case.
But I want to give you a specific case that applies.
Okay.
Laquan McDonald. I forget what state it is, but my friend, my chat pulled it up, okay? Laquan McDonald was a gentleman, some Midwestern Rust Belt state, I forget. It might have even been Chicago. But he's walking down the street and he has a knife and he's waving it around, okay? And then he kind of charges a little bit towards the officers, but not really. He like runs towards them a little bit, then he runs away from them or whatever.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening is I think multiple officers decide that it's time to shoot and they all shoot. But what happens is like 3 of the officers shoot, they take him down, but one officer proceeds to continue to unload into Laquan McDonald over the course of like 20 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's taking like carefully placed aimed shots every 2 seconds.
Yep.
And his argument was that Laquan McDonald was still making furtive gestures. It looked like he was trying to get up. He still had the knife in his hand, et cetera, et cetera. But what the courts ended up deciding, because he actually was convicted, he got a very short sentence. He only got like 2 or 3 years. But what they said is that he's on the ground. You have time to react. He's already incapacitated. There were other means with which to affect your detention or arrest. And so as a result, it was not reasonable to continue to take well-aimed shots for 20 seconds after the original shooting in order to quote unquote end the threat because he was making furtive gestures and down on the ground, right? And so he actually was found not to be reasonable, criminally charged and convicted based off of the time elapsed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's actually a perfect example of the threat changing. That's a perfect explanation of like the threat changing over time. And so you're having to make new decisions based on that fact that the threat changed.
Not trying to defer to the courts. I'm not trying to argue with you that 2 and 3 shouldn't be evaluated at all. But we should look up like action reaction times right now, because if we look at the shooting where shot 1 goes off, like literally start a shot timer, okay? Shot 1 goes off. If we get to, in my opinion, less than 2 seconds for shots 2 and 3 to go off, I have like a 99%, like I think 99%, they will be treated as a class of action reaction gap. Almost guaranteed.
As a per se rule,
you can
or
prove me wrong.
as a per se rule, or as a consequence of a jury or court determination? Like, is it the rule is 2 second, like 2 second fun zone
or court determination? But at the same time, I think everything that I'm talking about right now, action reaction gap, perceived threat, all that stuff, I think those are the reasons why they would be judged as a class of action and not individual.
I doubt that a court will rule that when there is a justification, that there's a 2 second window to do whatever you want in relation to the threat.
Let's go ahead and look up human action reaction.
No. Before we'll get to that, because I have some idea about this. And
okay, I'm going to mute myself, but I'm just going to Google it while I'm listening.
Okay, I prefer just Google it now, and we can tell me when you're done. I want your attention, Connor.
Go ahead. I will not Google. You have my undivided attention.
For public policy reasons, as well as the obvious fucking issues that would persist, the court, I don't think, is going to create and has been loathed to apply a mechanical test such that I think the 2 second rule, any shot within the 2 second of a justified use of force,
I don't think a 2 second rule is formalized.
I don't. Correct. And the reason for that should be legion. The reasons for why that would be the case. And so, unfortunately, I think that the question is going to be: would a reasonable officer perceive that action reaction time distinction, whatever you want to say? Would they perceive a change in circumstance in that scenario? And that's going to rely, one, on the physiological ability of humans to react, but then also on the average perception of an officer and what they would do. And I think that the first thing we should acknowledge as a building block is it's physiologically possible to react in that time and perceive a different threat, correct?
No, I actually have to Google that.
Okay, Google it.
Okay, I'm going to Google. So what I didn't like that happened last week was somebody was saying like reaction times for humans are 200 milliseconds. Mm-hmm. But what they're really saying is that you can see something that's happening and fire your neuron in order to take an action. Okay, that's what they're saying and I don't even know if 200 milliseconds.
Yeah, so it's those are also based on like you already knowing the action that you're going to take and what's going to happen. So like reaction time is normally based on like, okay, we're going to put a red dot on the screen and we want you to tap as soon as that red dot pops up on the screen, right? It's yeah, it's normally a thing where you're it's normally a thing where you already know what it is you're going to do. And so that's very different than like bro, you fucking suck. I literally just stood there. How do you suck this much? Do you only fight people when they can't fight back? You done now that I know you're there?
Seconds is accurate.
I really wish I still had my... I really wish I still had my zip line. I could have just gotten up to him real fucking quick, but now it's gonna take forever for me to get there, and by the time I get there, somebody else might be there, and I might be shooting the wrong fucking person. This is so stupid. Damn it.
I'm gonna have to Google it. So I'm gonna Google that first.
Wait, no,
but that's not what we're talking
any
about.
reaction time, if you're trying to be like conscious thought versus unconscious thought, whatever, anything like that is gonna apply to the initial shot too. So you can't say that the timing difference weighs in favor of the risk calculation for purposes of justification in the first shot, but then just say, oh, but the same time disparity doesn't justify the realization in the second and third shot. That seems like you're applying a double standard. You understand what I said?
I'm not
really
sure how, but let me just Google human reaction time first.
Yeah, I'm friendly. There was somebody that was just shooting me, though, that I was... That's not you?
Say what?
That wasn't you?
What?
I said somebody was just shooting me, so I was coming up here to fucking kill him, but...
Oh, no. I came from behind me.
Okay. Damn.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to find magnets or industrial batteries.
Okay.
I literally have a hairpin, so if that tells you anything.
Well, the guy who was shooting me had something weak as fuck as well. I was literally in the middle of, like, trying to break shit apart and recycle it and move it into different pockets, and he just started shooting me while I was doing that, and I just stood there for a minute, and he reloaded and started hitting me again. And so then I went and hid, and I was like, bro, you fucking suck, dude. Like, how did you not kill me? How do you suck this fucking bad, dude? And then he just didn't say anything. He didn't, like, I think he ran away. I was like, okay, so you just have to shoot people when they're unaware you're there. Once they know you're there, you have to fucking run. Yeah, so I was trying to fucking find his ass, but okay. All right.
Yeah, he's probably sitting up on one of these top of these buildings just listening to us.
He was a bit over that way, and so yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm gonna go to the extract, so maybe I'll kill him over there.
Be careful, man.
Yep.
I'll actually go with you because I'm not finding nothing over here, so I've been looted.
Oh wait, did I just see a? I thought I just heard a flare. I don't see it, but I thought I heard it. This is where he was shooting me. Yeah, that's what I think he's doing. He was right up here somewhere. I never actually saw him. That's what I was trying to get shit out of.
Oh, do you need some more? Do you need some more of those probes?
Nah, I think I just had like a feat that I had to do to get them, so.
Oh, okay.
This is where I was right here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I dropped my fucking some of my shit. Here, you want this?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm trying to get medals, so my my whole thing is just trying to break all this shit down so I can get some fucking medals. Fuck. Okay, and then there's a bandage too, if you want that. Okay.
I'll put average human reaction time as well. Average 1 millisecond. Neuron firing and returning to rest. 6 milliseconds. Seek time compute. HD 1.7 centiseconds to frame rate of 60 hertz. 15 centiseconds. The human reflex response to visual stimuli. 2.5 deciseconds. The what? Can you read that?
Length of a single blink of an eye.
Okay. Yeah. So let's keep going with that. Average human reaction time is 1/4 of a second. Okay. So I think that's what they're saying. I don't know if the blink of an eye or whatever is what he was trying to say, but it looks like a 0.25 decisecond, which is 0.25 seconds or whatever. That is the average human reaction time for visual stimulus. Okay. That's what came up when I Googled
that's
average
less than 2
human
seconds.
reaction time.
And it's less than the interval between the first shot and the third shot.
And sorry, hold on 1 second. But this varies by stimulus type, faster for touch and sound, and individual factors like age, alertness, and training, with experts sometimes achieving 150 mil. Well, but we're not going to apply like expert shit, right? Because they're talking about like elite athletes.
Yeah,
okay.
Average human.
So,
and
average
it's
human
less than
reaction
a
time.
second.
We got 1/4 of a second. Okay, we got 1/4 of a second. So what? How long? I'm going to Google it weird, but it's not because I'm trying to be shady. It's because I legitimately do not know how to. I do not know how to phrase this better. So if you come up with a better phrasing, I'll happily Google it. How long does it take to stop a human action? I don't know how else to phrase it. Yeah, dude. Stopping a human action involves a perception reaction process that generally takes 0.5 to 2 seconds for consciousness. Complex tasks like braking a car. In emergency situations, the average human takes roughly 1.5 seconds to perceive a hazard and the initial response. That's my argument. Sorry, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know where
I lost visual. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, dude, you can Google it, but that's my argument right there.
I don't know where that's coming from. The studies I have from police officers specifically is, and with respect to gun usage specifically, is much less than 1.5 seconds. It's like
what is your resource saying specifically?
It was some guy brought a study and he's like, this was to try to prove the point that it was unreasonable. And hang on, I'll try to find it real quick. And it was something like much lower.
It could be. Well, hold on. This is another thing though. Is action is going to be faster than reaction. And what I'm saying is, like, you have to perceive a stimulus, then you have to choose to do an action. And then not only are we talking about that, we're also talking about a corrective action.
GG's, bro.
So we're talking about perceiving a stimulus, taking an action, and then correcting the action that you're already taking. That's what we're talking about. So that's where this is even more mechanically complex than simply doing an action. But for the sake of argument, we could just talk about doing an action.
So this was the.
But even okay, like we're talking about like professional athletes and people like that. if we're talking about people who have a lot of experience in the field, we're talking about people who have been cops for a long time. If we're talking about people who have had a lot of scenarios where they've had cars run away and shit like that, like, does that not like make up some difference here for not just reaction time, but how the officer thinks, how they act, what they do?
The study that the person brought to me, my attention. In experiment 2, in which officers were to fire as quickly as they could once the start signal occurred and to stop immediately when it went off, the average stop time over all 5 trials was 0.29 seconds, plus or minus.
So that's, again, we're talking about 0.29 seconds when, again, you know what you're doing when the timer starts. So it is disanalogous to an extent, because we're talking about like a scenario where decisions are made in the, like, from 1 second to another, and so something happens, you have to think, okay, this is what I will do in reaction to that, and then what I need to do in order to do that reaction, and then react. And so these are like disanalogous in a way.
0.17. The researchers noted an interesting phenomenon in the study in that the officer's first trial or effort of the officer to stop pulling the trigger took much longer for some officers than in any of the other trials in the experiment. Also, only on the first trial did a number of...
Can you read that last sentence? That sounded interesting.
Yeah, the researchers noted an interesting phenomenon in the study in that the officer's first trial or effort of the officers to stop pulling the trigger took much longer for some officers than in any of the other trials in this experiment, experiment 2 versus experiment 1. Also, only on the first trial did a small number of officers pull the trigger slowly, waiting for the stop signal to come on so they could stop immediately. A separate analysis of the stopping time in the first trial resulted in a stopping time of 0.35 plus or minus 0.25, a median of 0.31, and a mode of 0.33.
So what I would say is, what is the because right there, I don't think that this is analogous. What is
not
the
at all accounts, but you can at least grant it's physiologically possible. Can we at least agree on that? It is physiologically possible.
It's physiologically possible to stop shooting a weapon in, I think your study says, a quarter of a second.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. Now let's.
So, well, I have a follow-up question for that. This experiment sounds like they're telling the officers, we want to test how long it takes you to stop firing.
Yes. Okay, good. So he actually does bring this up. Okay.
So we're going to give you an order to fire, and then we're going to give you some kind of stimulus or some kind of order that's going to tell you to stop firing, right?
Yes.
And so it sounds like you're already preparing the subject for that eventuality.
No, I agree with that.
I don't think that this is
so Connor, that's what I brought up when this person brought it into my attention, that this is like a kind of, but all I'm trying to prove initially is that it's physiologically possible. Okay.
It's physiologically possible to stop an action within a quarter of a second.
Correct. Okay. So now the question is it reasonable to think the threat perception would noticeably change? And one of my super chats gets to the kind of question I'm trying to ask. How could he retrain the gun after moving during the first shot, but not analyze the threat of the target he shot?
Sorry, can you pull that up again just so I can read it and not try to meme my way away from it? Please, God, Pisco, ask him, how could he retrain the gun after moving during the first shot, but also not analyze the threat of the target he shot? Okay. Because there is 10, I don't want to say 10,000, that's an exaggeration. There are 7 different things that a human being is doing when they're shooting a gun. Okay. And realistically, if you ask me, this is a revelation that I've had after 10 years of working in the security industry.
Sorry. He was reading it backwards. All right. So that's why he read it slowly. It's not because he's stupid. He's seeing the Discord flipped version of it, right? So that's why.
No. When you screen share, you're seeing the flipped version, not them.
I accidentally, on my virtual camera, I included the...
I don't even know. How about we've been arguing for 3 hours? How about your chat doesn't be fucking dicks about how long I take to read? How about that? How about eat a dick, chat?
I'm defending you. You're having to read it backwards. That's probably why it's
I don't care if you defend me. Your chat can eat a bunch of wieners.
He wasn't reading it backwards.
Okay. All right. So anyways, let's break this down. Because I'm thinking too, you fucking F-slurs. Anyways, all right. Let's not violate TOS. Okay. Human beings, after 4 years in the Marine Corps, 4 years in law enforcement, 2 years selling firearms, constantly talking and thinking about the subject. Human beings are not built for firearms, okay? We're built to grab a stick or a rock and smash each other in the heads. That's what we're physiologically designed for. Firearms are really interesting technology because they effectively take the concept of throwing a rock and then they make it really, really, really precise and really, really, really mechanical. And so when you're shooting a gun and you're shooting at a moving target, you're not consciously retraining. I think that's the word that he used, which I would say, like, I'm assuming like training, he means to like follow with the weapon or whatever. How would he like follow with the weapon, but not realize that the circumstances had changed while he's making an attempt to aim?
Right. There's enough time for him to
let me elucidate a few more variables. Okay. When you're trying to aim a firearm at a person or aim a firearm in general, you're trying to establish sight picture. Okay. Which means that you're trying to take the two bars in the back of the weapon and you're trying to put the front sight post in the front of the weapon. And if you don't do it with a rifle or a pistol, and pistols are even harder, this is what's happening. Okay. With adrenaline. Okay. So you're trying to line up the front sight post with the rear sight post. And especially in an adrenaline out scenario, it's doing this. Okay. Then not only are you doing that, you're also trying to line it up with the target. And this target is moving, which is already more complicated. So let's say that I am the perfect shot and I have ice water running through my fucking veins. So I have perfect sight alignment and sight picture, okay? Now I'm trying to aim at Pisco, but Pisco is moving, okay? What I have to do is I have to use my arms, and it's not a conscious process. I have to track the target with those things as I'm pulling the trigger. And if you're a marksman, like if you're a good shot, there's all sorts of shit you got to do, like hand placement, the way that you hold the gun. There's trigger discipline, where you pull the trigger in a certain way to make sure that when you yank on the trigger, you're not pulling the bullet off target. So to believe that a trained marksman is pulling his pistol, and I'm sure if we go with draw time, like if we go to what's the average draw of a law enforcement officer, we're going to add time to this calculus. I could probably get my draw time to around a second, even after doing thousands of draws. I think the average person probably can't draw wait, 1.5 seconds.
Can we just pause? Can we just pause real quick? Because listen, you say, to be fair with Connor, I like 73rd that Ross was just too dumb slow to change his mind during the shots. He started thinking the moment he started shooting. That's not the question. The question isn't whether Ross did that. It's what an objectively reasonable officer would do. An objectively reasonable officer wouldn't be too dumb and slow to change minds during shots.
No. I disagree with you, and I agree with this chatter more than I agree with you. Adrenaline makes you dumb. It makes you bad. It makes you fat-fingered. It makes you uncoordinated. It makes you emotional. Adrenaline does all sorts of fucked up shit. Can I take a bat? I know we're trying to explore complex topics, but can I share?
I feel like we're already taking a bat. I feel like we're already there. Can I? Okay, I'm gonna move on.
Trump, they were willing to do just about anything. January 7th, 2023, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House. 16 days later, Jack Smith issues a subpoena for his phone records.
Wait, listen to his story? Okay.
I agree with you. Adrenaline makes you dumb. Can I take a bat? I know we're trying to explore complex topics, but can I share an anecdote with you?
Yes.
Okay. So when I was a law enforcement officer, there was this gentleman who had just been released for like aggravated battery. He'd beaten the shit out of somebody 3 years before. He was a young guy. He had an extensive criminal record, but he wasn't going away forever. And within 2 weeks of him, in my relatively small town, within 2 weeks of him getting released, he pulled a firearm on a teenager. Like, we got a report, hey, this dickhead who just got released from prison, he's pulled a gun on a 16-year-old, threatened to murder them, this, that, the other. So we're looking for this guy, okay? And we play hide and seek with him for probably like 3 months, where we know he's staying in this house and we have a warrant for his arrest, but we're not really writing an arrest warrant to go search his premises because we're trying not to get into a fucking gunfight with this guy in this household. And realistically, since the aggravated assault, he's kept a low profile. So we'll catch him when we catch him. So anyways, we get a call that he's at the local basketball court, and it's like 95 degrees out. And so I'm walking up to a crowd of 30 young black men who are playing basketball. And the second they see me, and they see this, I'm not being racist. They were actually just playing basketball. Okay. So I'm pulling up to the basketball court. Every other officer is showing up. There's 3 or 4 cops who are actually, we're on a perimeter of, and I'm the rookie and I'm by myself. And so they do a perimeter around the entire basketball court. Well, all 30 guys decide that they're going to be effectively like a Trojan horse for him. And they're all going to walk out at the same time. So they all walk out at the same time. And I'm looking at 30 different people, knowing that this guy has a firearm, knowing that this guy has a violent history, knowing that this guy has already threatened to kill someone else. Okay. So as they're walking out of the basketball court, sorry, I'm getting a little adrenaline out just thinking about it. So as they're walking out of the basketball court, I notice that a guy is wearing a hoodie. No one else is wearing a hoodie. Okay, it's 95 fucking degrees. So I say his name. I say his name and I'm like, hey. And he's like, that's not me. And I already have, because I know that I have a 1.5 second draw time. He's got his hands in his hoodie. Sorry, I'm actually getting adrenaline out just thinking about it.
Do you want to take a break? You want to pause? Are you good?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll tell the story and then okay.
Let's take a break. I have to go to Richard Hanania in 45 minutes anyway. We can take a break, dude.
Well, hold on. I'll finish the story. I'm just burping.
Oh, my bad.
Adrenaline gives me heartburn.
Okay.
Let's finish the topic.
I thought it was a difficult topic. My bad.
No, it is a difficult topic, but nobody's dead. I just have heartburn and adrenaline and blood pressure. So anyways, let's finish the story. Okay. So he has his hands in his pockets. And what happens is the adrenaline gives me tunnel vision. Okay? Meaning that my blood pressure is so high that all I can see are his hands. Okay? And then he does a furtive gesture, and I'm already like a quarter of the way out of the holster. He does a furtive gesture where he yanks his hands out of his pockets. I can see his hands clearly, like clear as day. Okay? But I don't know whether or not he's pulling a gun. Excuse me. And so I pull my gun simultaneous to him pulling, and then I go for my front sight picture and my my rear sight picture, and then he turns and runs. Well, what ends up happening is, as I'm pulling, my blood pressure and my adrenaline are so high that not only do I have tunnel vision, but my vision is blurry to the point that I can't see the rear sight post and I can't see the front sight post. My Glock, which is a foot away from my face, is fuzzy. It's a fuzzy rectangle, okay? And so, a second later, I realize that he's running away from me. So I'm like, oh shit, okay, he's running, he's not pulling on me. And so I put my gun away, I start chasing him. Some of the black kids make fun of me because I'm slow. They're like, you got him, you slow motherfucker. And so I chase him through basically what amounts to an alleyway between a bunch of houses. We chase him back to his friend's house, Demarius's house. And then what ends up happening is my people are being assholes. They're blowing up the radio while I'm in a foot chase with this guy. And my adrenaline is so high that I actually stop in order to like try to calm down. Then I chase him into the back of the house. And then my fellow officer, my field training officer, meets me and tackles him, and we arrest him. Okay. But the reason why I bring this story up as an anecdote is because oftentimes when we're talking about these deadly force encounters, we're viewing them from a camera. We have a broader view of what's happening. We're viewing them from an action-reaction gap, and we're saying that it's physiologically possible to stop something within a quarter second. We're evaluating all these different things. But I'm telling you, to people who have lived out in those adrenaline moments where you're making life or death decisions that are like a quarter of a second or half a second or 1.5 seconds, you don't have full vision. You do have blood pressure through the roof. You do feel like you're about to heart attack.
In general, do you believe like in a 2-second like fun time? So if there's a justification of force,
I feel like after that story, that's kind of like a straw man. But no. I don't believe in a 2-second fun time where he does a furtive gesture and I go, oh, well, he did a furtive gesture, I get to blast him. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So then how does it relate to the situation here?
Maybe not.
I thought that it related because he was saying that not only when it comes to like reaction time, but even what it is that you're once you react and you're making a decision to do X, that it's still hard to do X effectively because you can have tunnel vision, you can have you can have like a high heart rate, like you can have all of these issues that are making it harder for you.
Not you, but other people are doing things like, oh, he could have seen the wheels. Or she was obviously turning her
well, he could have
turning the wheel.
He saw that.
Or she looked him in the eyeball.
He perceived her turning the wheel. You have to grant that. I mean, he's aiming the gun at her.
Probably, because even with his tunnel vision, he's probably had the tunnel vision of her.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but that's like my point where effectively like we're judging it with the totality of circumstances based off of the evidence that we have. The officer in the moment is basing it off of the totality of circumstances that they perceive. And that's why this like court-based latitude exists.
Well, we have to run the test, right? Someone has to determine whether this was objectively reasonable. And the best thing that we have is for us to talk about it and to consider, well, what would you think would be reasonable in this case versus another? Like, that's just the tools we have to do the test. And I think we can't just say that, well, adrenaline, therefore.
Okay.
Trump, they were willing to do just about anything. January 7th, 2023, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House. 16 days later, Jack Smith issues a subpoena for his phone records. Phone records from 2 years prior for a 2-month time frame, Election Day 2020 to January 7th, 2021. Jack Smith and the Biden Justice Department get the phone records of the top Republican in government, the guy second in line to the president. They know who he called, who called him, when the call took place, and how long it lasted. You can pattern an individual's life. They know who the speaker talked to before big votes, who he talked to after big votes, when he calls his colleagues, when he calls his family. And to add insult to injury, they go to the judge with a subpoena for a gag order on the carrier. AT&T, don't tell your customer, the Speaker of the House, that you just gave his phone calls to Jack Smith and Joe Biden. And here's the kicker. They say to the court, we need...
I don't know anything about this scenario. I keep hearing them bring up the, you know, this issue where he asked for phone records, because in the last deposition he said something there about, like, they asked him a question about phone records, and he's like, yes, I did request their phone records, and they're like, no, yes. They all start laughing. They're like, we're aware you requested their phone records. That's not what we were asking, but thank you for admitting that. And so, yeah, it was, I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, or what the, like, controversy was with the phone records. I don't know what that's about.
Need this gag order because he's a flight risk. Someone might tamper with witnesses or with evidence. Are you kidding me? The Speaker of the House is going to run? They got my phone records for 2.5 years. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. But of course, we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have been going after President Trump for 10 years.
Wait, the Democrats said this was wrong? I'm gonna have to look into this. I have no idea what he's talking about.
For a decade. And the country should never, ever forget what they did. Over the next few hours, we're going to hear a lot of yelling and screaming, I assume, from the other side. But we should never forget what took place, what they did to the guy, we the people, elected president twice. It all started in 2016 when they spied on his campaign. The Clinton campaign hired the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired the public relations firm Fusion GPS, who hired a foreigner, Christopher Steele, to put together the fake dossier. Bunch of garbage in that document, but that was used by Jim Comey's FBI. And we all know Jim Comey. He was the guy who just last year was strolling along the beach when the good Lord had the waves wash up on shore, seashells in the formation of 8647. That guy took that dossier to the FISA court, lied to the court, and then spied on the other party's campaign. This, of course, led to the Mueller investigation, 2.5 years, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, $30 million to find nothing. No conspiracy, no coordination whatsoever. Then it was impeachment 1, anonymous whistleblower. We couldn't even know who was bringing the charge against the guy they were trying to take, the guy we elected, who they trying to kick out of office. We couldn't know. Secret hearings in the bunker, in the basement of the Capitol. Again, nothing. Then it was impeachment 2. No secret hearings here because they didn't have any hearings. It was a snap impeachment, and the Senate trial actually took place after President Trump wasn't in office. Then, of course, it was Alvin Bragg, who said before he got elected district attorney that there was no case here. Then he gets elected and changes his mind when the left starts pressuring him to go after President Trump. He hires Michael Colangelo, former Democrat National Committee consultant, and the number 3 guy at the Department of Justice. And then, of course, it's Fonnie and Nathan.
Come on.
Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade in Fulton County, Georgia. We actually deposed Mr. Wade, one of the most interesting depositions I've sat through. We said to him, you billed taxpayers in Georgia thousands of dollars for meetings in D.C. with the January 6th committee and with the Biden administration. And we asked him some questions. Who'd you talk to, Mr. Wade?
Tom, did you get adrenaline thinking of bad confrontations you had with black people? With anybody, yes. When I talk about, like, situations where I've got into fights, or when I talk about situations where I've, had, somebody try killing me, or, like, whatever, yes, I get an adrenaline rush talking about it, and, like, and get heated just thinking about it, yeah.
He couldn't remember. We said, where'd you meet? Did you meet the Capitol? Did you meet the White House? Where'd you meet? Couldn't remember that either. We said, were these meetings in person, on the phone, or did you have a Zoom meeting? Couldn't remember.
Good morning. Did we already watch the Piss Point stream? We just finished it. Literally just finished it.
Couldn't remember. Couldn't remember. We finally just asked him, did you really come to DC and meet people? He said, oh yeah, I came. And I billed the taxpayers. I know I came. Just no idea who he talked to or what he did. And then there was the raid on President Trump's home, you know, where they searched Barron's room and the First Lady's closet. In our deposition with Stephen D'Antuono, head of the FBI Washington field office, he told us none of the normal process, none of the normal protocol was followed in the investigation. He said, first of all, the case...
Okay. Fuck, why does it keep doing this? Holy shit, dude. Oh my goodness. Why does it keep fucking signing me out of Foolery and signing me into this other one? The controversy surrounding Jack Smith's request for Republican phone record centers on his use of secret subpoenas to obtain the toll records, metadata of high-ranking GOP lawmakers. During a public hearing on January 22nd, 2026, Jack Smith defends these actions as a routine and lawful part of his investigation into the January 6th Capitol riot, while Republicans characterize them as a politically motivated abuse of power. Spying versus routine investigations. Republicans led by House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan and Representative Chip Roy accused Smith of spying on political opponents. They highlighted that records were seized for at least 8 senators and several House members, including former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Constitution violation. GOP lawmakers argued the subpoenas violated the speech or debate clause, which provides constitutional protections for congressional activities. I thought that was only like while they were in the House, not like anywhere ever. Representative Brandon Gill specifically criticized Smith for subpoenaing McCarthy's records only 16 days after he became Speaker. What? Why does it matter when he be like, that was too soon, man. Controversy also stemmed from the use of court-authorized non-disclosure orders that prevented phone carriers from notifying the targeted lawmakers for at least a year. Republicans alleged Smith hid these subpoenas from both the targets and the judges by not explicitly identifying the subjects as members of Congress. Jack's defense, Smith testified that the records were necessary to understand the scope of the conspiracy. He noted there was evidence that Donald Trump and his co-conspirators reached out to these specific lawmakers in an attempt to delay the election certification. Metadata only. Smith emphasized that his office sought toll records, which show call duration, time, and recipients, rather than wiretaps or the content of the conversations. He maintained that his actions were entirely proper and approved by career officials in the DOJ Public Integrity Section. He stated that he sought gag orders due to grave concerns about witness intimidation and potential obstruction by Donald Trump. Records were reportedly obtained for approximately 9 Republican lawmakers or more, according to recent disclosures, including Lindsey Graham, Bill Hagerty, Josh Hawley, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, Ron Johnson, Cynthia Lummis. Bro, these names sound so fucking Republican. Am I crazy? Hawley, Hagerty, Sullivan, Tuberville, like Loomis, like these are the most fucking Republican sounding last names of all time. I don't know what this is.
Case was run out of D.C. Normally you run it out of the Miami field office. No, we're going to run out of D.C. He said he recommended.
Yes, because you're literally dealing with people. You're trying to investigate people who are in politics, who are in Congress, people who have connections, people who have who know people all over DC, and you don't want this information to get back to them. Yes, if you're checking their information and you're investigating them, you want it to be a secret. This is not mind-blowing. Them trying to like point out like you kept it secret that you were investigating these people. Yeah, no fucking duh, Sherlock. Wow. Holy shit, that's crazy that he like did the thing that they always do in scenarios like this. Whoa.
And the people in the FBI at the time in the Washington field office recommended they give the president notice before they do the search, or at least when they got there, before they start the search, call the president's lawyers, ask them to come there and meet them and conduct the search together. Again, the answer from Maine Justice was no. Which brings us back to Mr. Smith. On November 18th, 2022, 3 days after President Trump announces he's running for president, Attorney General Garland names Jack Smith special counsel. One of the first things Mr. Smith does is put on his team the very people responsible for the raid on President Trump's home. The very people. And then Jack Smith also puts on his team the people responsible for getting the phone records of dozens of members of Congress. People like Thomas Wyndham, who, when we deposed him, took the fifth 71 times. We've actually referred him to the Justice Department for obstructing our investigation. Jack Smith then gets a gag order in his investigation on President Trump from Judge Chutkan without filing a single affidavit with the court from a witness or a potential witness that they felt threatened by statements from the president. Stop and think about it. Jack Smith restricts the speech of the former president while he's a candidate for president.
Hold on. What did he just say?
From a witness or a potential witness that they for obstructing our investigation. Jack Smith then gets a gag order in his investigation on President Trump from Judge Chutkan without filing a single affidavit with the court from a witness or a potential witness that they felt threatened by statements from the president.
Wait. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So you're saying that when he was trying to make sure that witnesses weren't able to be tampered with by intimidating them, you're saying that in the public portion of the documents, he didn't have those people write affidavits to tell everyone who they were so that Trump could see and you could see and everyone would know exactly which people they were trying to protect from Trump? Whoa. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, you can't, no way you can defend that one.
Stop and think about it. Jack Smith restricts the speech of the former president while he's a candidate for president. Thank goodness Mr. Smith was slapped down on appeal and the order was changed. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, the Washington Post editorial page, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. I just want to read 2 sentences from this. Mr. Smith seemed unconcerned about interfering in the democratic process by seeking to muzzle a candidate for high office. 3 appellate judges, all nominated by Democrat presidents, ruled that Mr. Smith's proposed gag order infringed on President Trump's First Amendment rights. And of course they did. And this wasn't the only time Mr. Smith lost in court. In the classified documents case in Miami, Judge Cannon held that Mr. Smith was not permitted to be special counsel. Jack Smith was never properly appointed. In fact, he couldn't be properly appointed.
Okay, so just to be clear, the judge did have like fair reasoning for that that assessment. Like, I know there's tons of people who, even including Pisco, who have been running around saying that, like, this was illegal, she was just trying to help Trump and blah, blah, blah. She had fair reasoning for her ruling there. But her reasoning was, I want this to go to the Supreme Court so that they can make a ruling on this, because we don't have precedents. There are contradictory rulings within the rules and guidelines for special counsel. There's contradictions within when you can or can't make somebody special counsel or special prosecutor or special investigator. Like, there's a bunch of contradictions in it. And some say only if this standard is met. But then others say you can just meet this standard and you'll be fine. And so it's like, wait, one says only if this standard is met. The other one, in a different section, says something different. And they weren't clear. Some seem to apply only to, like, FBI agents, and then others seem to apply to DOJ officials. And so it was not clear whether or not they were doing this lawfully, and they needed a Supreme Court ruling on this. Because it was such a high-profile case, it was such an important case. That was, like, essentially Judge Cannon's ruling. What's up, Joy? Long time no see. How's it going? So, where he says Judge Cannon ruled that this was illegal, she said very clearly, like, she ruled that this is illegal because she wants it to go to the Supreme Court and get a final decision on this. Not that, like, she was positive that this was illegal, but that there's some things that say it's illegal, some things that say that it might not be illegal. So, happy Friday. Congratulations on being nominated for Best Debate Live Streamer. I hope you're able to make tomorrow, January 24th, NPC Panelverse Live Streamer Award on NPC The Game channel. You're saying this as though, like, I already know about this, or have you sent me, like, a DM or anything? I don't seem to have any messages about this, and I don't know where this is coming from. So, but thank you for the congratulating me on this. I didn't know that this even was a thing, but.
Because he was never confirmed by the Senate for any position in the executive branch as the law requires. Here's what Judge Cannon stated. Quote, the special counsel's position effectively usurps that important legislative authority, transferring it to a head of department, and in the process threatening the structural liberty inherent in the separation of powers. And of course, on July 1st, 2024, the United States Supreme Court ruled that President Trump had immunity for actions taken in his official capacity as the president. 1 month later, after this decision by the Supreme Court, Jack Smith files a superseding indictment on August 27, 2024. But Mr. Smith doesn't stop there. He does something unprecedented. Wow. On October 2nd, he files a motion with the court before President Trump's defense counsel has even responded to the indictment. Everyone knows the normal process is the government indicts, the defense responds with some motions, and then the government responds to the defense. But Mr. Smith skips the second step. And the brief that he files is 165 pages, almost 4 times the court limit. Even liberal Judge Chutkan, who's given Jack Smith everything he's asked for in the course of this investigation, even she called it atypical and irregular. Now, why would Jack Smith do that? Why would he abandon proper procedure? Why would he ignore court rules? Why would he do that? Because he's running out of time. There's an election around the corner. It's coming in 33 days, and he's got to get President Trump. He's got to stop President Trump from running
like, it's so annoying when they do this because obviously you don't have any reason to believe that they're trying to stop Trump from winning. There's no evidence of this. There's no claims of this. There's no like statements of this. There's no behind the scenes talk about this. There's nothing. They have no reason to believe that this is the case. But yeah, I saw the ICE raid thing, yeah, where they went to go arrest the guy and he wasn't there, and it turns out that he was already locked up. Is that what you're talking about? Fuck, dude, why do they keep starting me off on the opposite end? I literally, each time they start me off on the opposite end, I'm just immediately going to extract and leaving. And they just did it again. This is so fucking annoying. And they're starting me super far away from all the extracts too, to where I have to run for a really fucking long time just to get to an extract and leave. And then I start over to try to get closer to it because everybody goes to this one spot to get mushrooms. And if you spawn too far away from it, there's just no possible way that you can get there to get them. So I keep trying to fucking get in fast enough to get them before somebody else takes them. And then they spawn me on the opposite end again to where I can't. I can't get there fast enough. So I just have to keep resetting. Woo. But yeah, fuck, I was in the middle of talking about something. What was I talking about before this?
Tie him up in court. He's got to get to trial or at a minute.
Yeah. They have no evidence that they were like doing this to stop him from winning the presidency. And when you don't have evidence for something like that, the more obvious assumption to believe is that they did it because if he won the presidency, they wouldn't be able to charge him anymore. Like, that just seems intuitive. Is like, oh yeah, once he wins the presidency, or if he wins the presidency, we can't charge him anymore. So we have to get this done before the election for that reason. But instead, they just keep asserting that it's because they had to stop him from winning. They knew that if he won, they were all in trouble. They were in big trouble, and so they had to do this just so that he couldn't win the fucking election. So obnoxious.
Minimum, insert an 165-page political document into the presidential campaign. It was always about politics. The good news is the American people saw through it. They saw through it.
Thank goodness.
For so long, the left has controlled so much in this country. The left controlled big media, the left controlled big tech, the left controlled academia, Hollywood, certainly the Democrat Party, and I think all too much the federal bureaucracy. But the left doesn't control we the people. And in spite of the left and the weaponization efforts of Jim Comey, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, and Jack Smith, we the people saw through it all. And we elected President Trump twice. Before turning to the ranking member for his opening statement, I would just ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Washington Post editorial, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing the presence of 4 American heroes here today, 4 of the hundreds of officers who defended us on January 6, 2021, Michael Fanone, Aquilino Gunnell, Daniel Hodges, and Harry Dunn. And I thank them for being here today. Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing before the American people. I'm glad that the committee has finally granted you the same chance to report your findings to the American people that every other special counsel investigating an American president has had. The good chairman started by saying it's all about the politics. Well, maybe for them, but for us, it's all about the rule of law and who's going to stand by the rule of law and who's going to oppose it. Now, Mr. Smith, you're one of America's great Prosecutors. For nearly 3 decades, you worked for justice under both Republicans and Democrats. The Manhattan DA office, where you prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence cases. The Eastern District of New York, where you prosecuted murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals. Leading the public integrity section. At the Department of Justice, you brought prosecutions against corrupt public officials across the political spectrum. When you went to The Hague as chief prosecutor in the Kosovo trial, you prosecuted war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against thousands of innocent victims. While others may have devoted their lives to corrupt self-enrichment, you have devoted your life to the rule of law and to public service. You've never been prosecuted for anything. You've never been convicted of anything. As far as I can tell, you've never even been the subject of a disciplinary proceeding over the course of your multi-decade career. But Donald Trump says you're a criminal and you belong in prison. He says you belong in prison, not because you did anything wrong, mind you, but because you did everything right. You pursued the facts, you followed the law, you stuck with extreme caution to every rule of professional responsibility. You had the audacity to do your job. Everybody here knows what you did wrong in Donald Trump's eyes and why he says you belong in prison. You found, and I quote from your sworn testimony before the committee, you found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power.
Friendly.
When asked whether you believe the evidence was enough to obtain a criminal conviction against Donald Trump at trial, you had a one-word answer: yes. When asked if Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th, you said, our view of the evidence was that he caused it and that he exploited it and that it was foreseeable to him. You found that Trump knew he had lost the election. How? Well, his own Attorney General, William Barr, repeatedly told him so and described all of Trump's theories as BS. Trump's top
Literally all of his experts told him so.
Campaign advisors told him he lost the election. Vice President Pence told him he lost the election. More than 60 federal, state, and court decisions, including 8 rendered by judges he appointed to the bench, rejected every outlandish election fraud and corruption claim that he made. Trump himself even privately ignored.
Okay, we're gonna skip over these fucking speeches.
It does not. Practice in almost any complex conspiracy.
Okay, let's go to something else that I've been hearing over the last week by our colleagues as they've eagerly anticipated your arrival here. They've been saying that there's some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the crimes you indicted him for. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to defrauding the public? Is there a valid First Amendment defense?
It's like, hey, bro, that's he's obviously begging the question in the way that he asked it, but that is kind of the point. Is they're saying the claim is that he defrauded the public, and then they're saying, but that's a First Amendment right. This is a claim that Republicans are unironically making, is when they say he defrauded the fucking American people. Republicans are like, First Amendment, bro. This is kind of like when Rudy Giuliani got caught lying about whether or not a group of women in Atlanta were pulling ballots out from under a table to put them to put like new fake ballots into the scanner. And they and when the process or the I think it was the Attorney General asked him about it and said, like, why did you you know this isn't true, right? And he's like, well, we're not sure yet. And they're like, but you are fuck same place, dude, same exact fucking place. This is 4 times in a row, dude. 4 times in a row. How do they keep spawning me in this same exact fucking place every time? This is bullshit, dude. What is happening? You were about to comment that? Yeah, it's like the same thing. It's you know, just dude. What they said, you know you're lying, and he's like, yeah, it's First Amendment. So I can't fathom ever being this fucking brazen. I cannot fathom ever being this fucking soulless and brazen to just be where somebody says, like, you lied, and you're like, but I'm allowed to lie. It's the First Amendment. Like, but what? But okay, like you. All right, so you just think it's okay to lie then? Like, that's fine?
Defense to disrupting a federal proceeding. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to violating the voting rights of the people and cheating the public out of a fair election?
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation, but the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we litigated before the district court, and the district court ruled, as I just stated, that it is not in fact protected.
And the case law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with...
Yeah, well, just because I threaten to kill somebody doesn't mean that I can be arrested for it. That's freedom of speech. I'm allowed to tell people that I'm going to murder them because I did it with my mouth. That's speech. So as long as I do the thing with speech, that's what makes it freedom of speech.
Speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense
Fuck
against
you,
trying to
dude.
overthrow the government.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that mean they've got a First Amendment defense to violent assault against the officers?
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own Attorney General said there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy, to overthrow an election, to commit crime. He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman, denounced the violence that took place on January 6th. The cat's got their tongue these days. My friend Chairman Jordan said, what happened last week was terrible, it was tragic. It's as wrong can be, he said. Republicans, we know all political violence is wrong. I asked my friend Chairman Jordan at a rules hearing, are you also not interested in what happened to us on January 6th? He said, of course, everyone's interested in holding people accountable who did wrong. The FBI is doing that. The Justice Department is doing that, appropriately so. What do you think about the attack on the Department of Justice and the special counsel for doing your jobs?
I think the attack is unjustified. I think the people who worked with me as career public servants are people, they're part of the reason I've been a prosecutor for so long, is to work with people like that, not just the prosecutors in my office, but also the agents, FBI agents who are heroes, who have served their country not only as agents, but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts, and I think that they have no basis in who we are as Americans, as a country. I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith, is Cassidy Hutchinson a liar? She was their star witness. January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special primetime hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories. I mean, these were some stories. She talked about the president lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about someone the president lunging.
Bro, that guy didn't even want to get into the fucking thing with somebody else. He was like, no, shit, somebody else is there. Okay, never mind. I'll wait.
Towards the driver. My recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
I'm sorry?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yes.
White House Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, right? You remember what he said about it?
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Yes, I am.
Secret Service agent who was actually in the car that day. You know what he said? He said it didn't happen. And they both said the first time they ever heard this story was when Ms. Hutchinson testified in the primetime hearing as their star witness of the January 6th committee. By the way, did you ever confirm her testimony about this particular incident?
We conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant. We, attorneys from my office.
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
We interviewed, or I should say attorneys in my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the...
How would you confirm it? Like, I wonder, I wonder if they even asked anybody about it. Like, that would be like the first question is, did you ever attempt to confirm this? Because I don't know why they would.
January 6th hearing. Did you ever confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car who did not confirm that had happened, but also...
In your deposition to the committee last month, Mr. Smith, you said this, my recollection with...
All right, here we go. We're going to try this again. And if they start me off in the same fucking spot again, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to fucking kill somebody. I'm going to kill somebody.
Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson, regarding this particular claim, was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember saying all that?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right? Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever got to trial?
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness. We had a large...
You were still considering her?
We had a large choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300-some pages book on...
Bro, if I was him, I would have been like, you've lied a ton of times, and we were still considering putting you up as well, so...
Chronicle and the whole investigation at the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said, Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
My recollection is that I certainly had not made any final determinations about who we were going to call.
And that's the point. That is the point. The fact that they used her in a primetime hearing and you won't rule out using her, didn't rule out using her, putting her on the witness stand when everybody knows she wasn't telling the truth, that says it all. That's the degree, the level.
Wait, everybody doesn't know that she wasn't telling the truth. Whether or not these people were telling the truth is not the same as whether or not their statements have been confirmed. Other people being able to confirm what it is that they said is not the same as we know they're lying. Like, they made a statement as to what happened there, and we don't know that they were wrong. And on top of that, if it was hearsay, that means that she got it from somebody else. Oh my goodness, they started me off in the same fucking place. I hate this fucking game. I hate this fucking game. Why? Why is it doing this to me?
Let's head home at the east elevator.
What the fuck?
Left and Democrats were willing to go to get President Trump, putting on the witness stand someone everybody knows is making it up. Everybody knows that. And you were willing to. By the way, you know how many times Cassidy Hutchinson was mentioned in their report, the January 6th report? Any idea, Mr. Smith?
I do not.
185 times. Someone that the whole country knows wasn't telling the truth, and you were still considering putting her on the witness stand because you had to get President Trump. And everybody can see that. We better take a recess for votes. We will resume as soon as votes are over. Back here 10 minutes after. Mr. Smith, you guys can go back to the room that you were in.
Everybody knows it, guys. Didn't he just say 10 minutes? Am I crazy? He just said 10 minutes, right? This comes back 45 minutes later. Holy shit.
Order happens.
Gentleman from Members recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. And this just goes to the question of the hypothetical witness at the trial that didn't happen. New York Times, May 1, 2024, Trump acknowledges he wanted to go to the Capitol on January 6th.
Objection.
Carol Leonnig, who you quoted, Carol Leonnig outlines Tony Ornato's history of lies. That's June 30, 2022.
Objection.
In July 1, 2022, the men disputing Hutchinson's testimony are two of Trump's biggest acolytes. And finally, June 29, 2022, CNN, Cassidy Hutchinson stands by her testimony amid pushback. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, over the past few years, Republicans have waged constant attacks on you. Donald Trump has said you are totally compromised, a political hitman, a left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country. Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not the only one to launch attacks against you. Chairman Jordan has accused you of abusive surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. Can you give us a couple of examples?
Sorry about that. During my time as the chief of public integrity.
Pro streamer, am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Pro streamer, am I right? Or am I right? Pro streamer, right, guys?
Integrity. I investigated cases involving both Republicans and Democrats. The standard in all of those cases was the same: follow the facts and the law. Didn't matter what party you in; it mattered the facts of the case. In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases I brought against Republicans. There were also cases that I investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans. Party affiliation played no role in my investigations. I can think of multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans who, upon reviewing the law and the facts, I decided not to go forward in those cases. And the same can be said with people on the Democratic side. I've always tried to follow the facts and the law in my career.
When it comes to deciding whether to pursue a criminal prosecution of an individual, what factors do you consider?
The primary factors are the facts and the law. As a federal prosecutor, in making a prosecutorial decision, you're guided by the federal principles of prosecution, which guide one not only to look at the facts and the law, but the federal interests. And that is exactly what we did in this case, as set forth in my final report.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did partisan politics play a role in your decision to charge Donald Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
I think it weakens the rule of law in our country because it weakens the mechanism for us to prosecute, among other things, corruption. When there is political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present a clear narrative to a jury. How would you characterize the evidence against Mr. Trump about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country? Did you have too much?
Well, with respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him.
Hold the door,
and,
hold the door, hold the door, hold the door, hold the door.
Wanted him to win the election.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
State officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors.
Hey, yo.
I will say, however, with respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that. As I set forth in my report, well, I believe that there is, courts have found that that was an insurrection and that there's a reasonable interpretation, a reasonable prosecutor could interpret the evidence to support that charge. I chose not to do that, looking at the facts and the law. I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left? You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes?
She's not doing a good job putting this to his level.
Because they continue to believe things that just aren't true?
He's over here like doing this, and there's
That's
nothing.
paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat, when in fact he should have won according to the Constitution, does that make him a criminal?
Sir,
no, that's a yes or no, please, Mr. Smith. These people here are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works, or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil.
Bro, they're always having to grapple with the question as to whether or not socialism works, dude. Just constantly, they're always having to deal with it. Sheesh.
And everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution, that's one of the...
That's not true. He's just wrong. That is not true. The Constitution does not give you the right to do anything and all things under the guise of free speech. And this just kind of proves like what it is that I'm always saying, is that these people just weaponize free speech. That's all it is. Free speech is not like a real concept to them that they care about, that they want, that they fight for, that they're like in favor of. It's a weapon to be wielded. It is a cover for them to use to avoid accountability. It's just a thing to kind of hide behind. Anytime they get in trouble, they can just scream free speech. And because they end up talking about free speech so much, they end up like really thinking that they're the ones who are super in favor of like somebody who can't see behind the lies, somebody who doesn't know what's really going on. That to the normies, they think, oh, well, Republicans are the ones who really care about free speech. Like they're the ones who really care about this and hold it in such high regard. But the reason they talk about it more than anybody else is because they're the ones who are always getting in trouble for shit that they're not supposed to be doing. And then they just claim free speech afterwards.
The things the First Amendment allows for, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you know that people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to make different decisions, then why is it you saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win?
All right, let's try again. Try number 6, I think. Trying to get mushrooms. That's all I want. I just want mushrooms. Can I please embark? Can I please have some mushrooms? Just once. Just one time. I want to go get some mushrooms. I've been trying to train my fucking chicken for a while now.
Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common along with a number of others here. We saw wrongdoing, and on January 6th, we voted not to confirm 2 states because they had violated the U.S. Constitution in how they selected who got ballots. And yet, you're going to come here and say, oh, I just followed the law.
Oh, my goodness. Holy
When you went after these people and you said, well, technically I can do that, you didn't see any selective nature or any separation of powers under the Constitution to
1,000 meters away, bro. 1,000 meters away. Every time. Every time. I'm just going to go and I'm going to extract again. And I'm going to try again. This is getting fucking ridiculous.
spying on the activities and the conversations of the Speaker of the House? To what end would conversations between the Speaker of the U.S. House, third or second in line to be the President, and the President, in what basis would it be any of your business other than you believe that there was a conspiracy without conspiracy as a basic premise? You, like the President's men for Richard Nixon, went after your political enemy.
A conspiracy was part of the basic premise. What is he talking about? Conspiracy was part of the basic premise. What is he talking about?
Enemies. Maybe they're not your political enemies, but they sure as hell were Joe Biden's political enemies, weren't they? They were Harris's political enemies. They were the enemies of the president, and you were their arm, weren't you?
No.
No. Oh, great. So you spied on the Speaker of the House.
Bro, this is this like giving anybody else like Rob Noor vibes? No. Oh, really? It's just me.
And these other senators and so on, and informed no one, and in fact put in a gag order so they couldn't discover it. If they were not subjects of a conspiracy investigation, why did Congress, a separate branch that you, under the Constitution, have to respect, why is it that no one should be informed, including the judges? As you went in to spy on these people, did you mention that you were spying on seeking records so you could find out about when conversations occurred between the U.S. Speaker of the House and the President? Did you inform the judge, or did you hold that back?
My office didn't spy on anyone.
Wait a second. The question I asked you, Mr. Smith, was pretty straightforward. Did you withhold that information from an Article III judge in the process of taking the records of the Speaker of the House?
We complied with the.
Did you hold
Mr.
back
Chairman, would you please instruct the gentleman to allow the witness to answer the question?
It's not your time. I'd like my time back.
Mr. Chairman, you have
please.
repeatedly done that in the past. The witness has the right to answer the question.
And there'll be due time to answer the question. Would you please put my time back and let me finish this? Mr. Smith, I asked you a question, and you were not responsive to it, and I want you to be responsive to it. Did you, whether you think it was legal or not, whether you think it was right or not, did you withhold the name of Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, when you were seeking records on Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, or Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee?
At the time the gentleman is...
No, please give me back the time and
no,
take it away.
Time is expired, but we're going to let the witness answer your question because it's an important question. The witness can respond.
We did not provide that information to the judge when we requested a non-disclosure order, consistent with the law and consistent with the Department.
Mr. Chairman, the amazing thing here today is that we have an admission that an article...
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's time has expired by now 34 seconds.
I was just about to say, his time is up. Why the fuck is he still talking?
It gets more than 5 minutes.
How many times do you interrupt me?
The time belongs to the gentleman from California, but it has expired.
I will be brief in my address to the chairman. We have the evidence that an Article I representative on behalf of the President withheld that Article III.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't be permitted the same leniency.
With that, I yield back in disgust of this witness.
Sticking with California, the gentlelady from California.
Friendly, friendly? Friendly, friendly, friendly? Are we all friends? Okay, good. You're good, you're good, you're good.
California is now recognized.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here today. Earlier the chairman spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who we know was just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony that she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge. And of course, Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had a testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. And in fact, the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol while that argument occurred. But having said that, I want to focus on something my colleagues across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election was built on testimony from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern in Trump's Georgia criminal case. Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told, quote, this is a quote, "We're just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And the late Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, also a Republican, testified that Trump's fake elector scheme was, quote, "the craziest thing I've heard." And then there's Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians, that's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." That the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition, that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear, and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible, and that jurors tend to believe witnesses like that because they pay a cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation, in that our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch onto those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who were some of the Republican witnesses who told you?
It is amazing. Like, this is how Trump kind of does everything. Trump does all of this stuff where he literally said in an interview a couple months back that everything good about the economy is his and everything bad about the economy is Joe Biden's. And that is just like, that's how he thinks. He thinks, for some reason, this makes sense. He thinks that, like, I don't know how anybody could find him credible ever, like, after saying shit like that. Like, that would be like a disqualifier to work at, like, to be a manager at Taco Bell. Like, if you were like taking over a new, okay, let's see, did they, oh wait, oh, they finally put me semi close to where I'm going. Okay. And they put me under a fucking leaper. Great. Oh my goodness. But yeah, he literally says, you know, if you had a Taco Bell manager that you just promoted, and after a while they're like, hey man, we wanted you to do like X, Y, and Z and like really get this place back in shape and kind of fix all of these problems, like what's going on? And they're like, oh, you think everything's bad? And like, no, there's some good things. And they're like, okay, well, all of the good things are what I did. All of the bad things are just what's left over from the last manager. Any fucking any like district manager or whatever, you know, they would, oh, fuck you. Any district manager or whatever, they would fire you. Like, you would be fired on the fucking spot. That's that. Like, you would be gonzo. Fuck you. Fuck. Yes. Okay. Now that I got the mushrooms, I'm definitely gonna fucking die. Somebody's gonna kill me. I'm sure of it. I finally got here. I finally was spawned somewhere halfway decent, close to the fucking mushrooms, and somebody's gonna come and kill me now. That's how this works. That's the rules. You have to be murdered if you actually get the thing that you spent all day trying to get. You must be murdered for it.
President Trump, who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false. Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had wanted him to win, were employed to help him win the election. They included state officials, state Republican.
Hey, appreciate the help, homie. Those were fucking me up for a minute there.
Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian, you were allowing the witness.
That's a good question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly, we will allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers.
Pipe down. I'm sleeping. Just kidding. I'm sick and kind of awake and on and off all night. Did you win yet? Your video game? Yes, I won. I won. I fucking won. I finally got my my mushrooms that I've spent the last like hour and a half trying to get. So finally got them. Sheesh.
Officers who were severely attacked.
Got nothing to yield back. A minute over. The gentleman from
protecting
Texas.
our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you subpoena then Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's toll records?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, you did. And the subpoena covered the time period between November 2020 and January 2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say that again?
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time period between November of 2020 and January 2021. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those two things had nothing to do with one.
It was 16 days after becoming the highest-ranking Republican. And
What is that? What is that? Like, why do they keep doing this? Like it's too soon. Like his mom just died or some shit. Like, why do they keep mentioning how soon after he became Speaker of the House? How the fuck does this... what does this have to do with anything? I don't understand. What is the relevance there?
in the House of Representatives, you subpoenaed his toll records. Do you agree that that might reasonably be considered a violation of the speech or debate clause?
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll records...
You were collecting months' worth of phone data on the Republican Speaker of the House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
The toll record, the non-content toll record subpoenas, we did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You did, and let me ask you, Mr. Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
The non-disclosure order was based on concerns about...
Was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
He was not.
He was not. Then why did your non-disclosure order refer to him as a flight risk? It says right here, the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
Wait, that's not the same thing as a flight risk. That's not the same as a flight risk. A flight risk means that you are currently, in the moment, a flight risk. That like, that you are a flight risk right here, right now. Not if they find out about this information, then they will be a flight risk. So, it means, like, did you consider him a flight risk? No. Well, then why did you say if he found out about X, Y, and Z, then he would be a flight risk? Was because if he found out about that shit, then he would be. No fucking duh, bro.
Sir, when securing a non-disclosure order, the risks don't have to be associated.
You think that the Speaker of the House is a flight risk?
The question?
No, this is not your time. This is my time. You think the Speaker of the House is a flight risk? You think he's going to hop on a plane and leave the country?
No, what I was trying to explain is, with respect to a non-disclosure order, the risks aren't necessarily associated with the subscriber to the phone. They're the risks to the investigation.
I think that you were using, this was clearly in reference to Speaker McCarthy, and you were using clearly false information to secure a non-disclosure order to hide from Speaker McCarthy and from the American people the fact that you were spying on his toll records. But I've got more, so let's move on. In May of 2023, you also issued subpoenas for toll records of 9 U.S. senators and an additional representative. Is that right?
In May of 23, we did issue...
You did, and there were non-disclosure orders in conjunction with those subpoenas as well, right?
That's correct, consistent with department policy and
right.
the law.
So again, nobody would know what you were doing. The senators would, and the representatives would, and the American people wouldn't know what you were doing. Is that right?
Well, that's true. He had oversight though, so people knew what he was doing. There are people who knew.
The toll records that we secured and the non-disclosure orders were consistent with policy and consistent.
And you knew whenever you were doing that there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. Is that right?
The toll record subpoenas that we secured were with the concurrence of the public integrity.
Your own analysis says that you knew there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. I have it right here. This is an email from John Keller at Public Integrity Section to your team. As you are aware, quote, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls violates the speech or debate clause in the D.C. Circuit. That's from your own analysis right there. So you did know, didn't you?
Sir, with respect to the item you just put up on the screen, the last sentence states...
oh, we're going to get to the last sentence.
Okay.
We're going to get to the last sentence. And you cite case law in here, quote, the bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. Is that right? Or do you think that you didn't have to abide by that precedent?
To be clear, this statement is not from my office. This is the statement of the public.
This is your justification for those subpoenas and NDOs that you ordered. This was part of your analysis. It's a cursory analysis. I think it's worth noting. But let's get to that last sentence then. Quote, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risk should be minimal here. In other words, you're using a novel legal theory, which you knew was novel, has never been tested by any court. You're not charging any of these members. Nobody's going to know about it because you issued NDOs. Nobody's going to sue about it, so sue this. So who cares? We're going to do it anyways. I mean, you walked all over the Constitution throughout this entire process,
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's time's
spying
expired.
on members of Congress, and you know it. It's absolutely disgraceful. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Not going to be charged. They're not going to see it. They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them. So let's go ahead and do it. It's exactly what happened. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, it's great that you've been allowed to come here and testify to the American public. Is there anything you'd like briefly to discuss that Mr. Gill brought up on the reasons why you needed those phone records and the limitations that you thought might have been?
I love it when this happens, like, because one side will, like, badger somebody and not allow them to answer. And then the other side will say, hey, like, I'm not going to even ask you a question. If you have things that you wanted to say in response to him, because it's like a Republican will do the, you know, the badgering. And then the other side will say, hey, if you had anything that you wanted to say in response, go ahead. But it also happens the other way around, where like a Democrat will like push for a yes or no answer, and then when they do, there, you know, a Republican will turn around afterwards and be like, is there anything you wanted to say in response? And they just give them the floor to say things without any accountability or any like real I don't know how to say it, like any real pushback at all. It's so, like, sometimes I'm like so happy that this happens, and other times I'm like, fuck you bitches, dude. Fuck you fucking bitches.
On you and the prosecution because of to risk the investigation.
Sure, and I would begin by pointing out that the email that was referenced wasn't a justification from my office. It was an email from the Public Integrity Section to my office approving the subpoenas. The subpoenas that we secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. I had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in this case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding. Given that sort of threats, it was, in my view, completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just to make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty.
I'm about to go into a night raid. I'm just there to kill bots. There's a specific thing that I have to do to kill bots for a trial, but this place that I'm going to, there's always people who try to fucking kill you. So We might end up getting into some fights.
Is there anything in your facts that you had that you would have used at trial that you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or been misrepresented to the public?
Is there anything
essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
I think my report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is gives a fair reading of the strength of the case.
And you have no question but have been successful before jury?
My review of the case, I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial in the case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control outcomes, but I felt confident in pursuing the case to trial.
Did Merrick Garland ever pressure you to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
No.
Did anybody else in the administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, et cetera?
I was given the independence to conduct my investigation, and I came to the decision to bring charges in this case without undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case. Why did you drop the case?
The cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
Department policy, the Office of Legal Counsel said if somebody's president, you can't bring a charge against them or they can't be held liable. Is that correct?
That's correct. There had not been a case of this nature ever where someone was elected president with charges pending, and so that was slightly different. So we consulted with with the Office of Legal Counsel, and they determined pursuant to policy that the cases needed to be dismissed.
And you weren't pleased with that, but you had to follow the law, and here's what you did.
We followed policy throughout my investigation. My job was not to set policy. My job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I want to thank you for your service. I think you're a great American, and you came out of this as being somebody who people can respect and look up to in a fashion that we should be instilling people's desire to go into justice, to go into law, and to go into government. You're an example of the type of person they should follow. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel and your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. Is that when you first met Marshall Miller?
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work together again prior to becoming special counsel? According to the public bios for you and Mr. Miller, you overlapped at DOJ from 2014-15 when you were chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section and Mr. Miller was chief of staff for DOJ's Criminal Division. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay, so were the two of you social outside of work?
I would say intermittently, yes.
Okay, but after 20 years of knowing each other, it's safe to say you were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's fast forward to 2022. Mr. Miller is appointed Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at DOJ, the number 3 at DOJ. You call your friend to congratulate him, and according to the deposition transcript, you say you'd be interested in a position at DOJ. Is that correct?
Yes. What I recall is that I expressed an interest if the right position came up, I would be interested in.
But at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a specific recollection of all these conversations.
So you were first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in October of 2022, you fly to D.C., meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to D.C., I believe it was in October, and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection is I came to Washington and I met with those individuals as well as the Human Rights Section. Marshall Miller is the person who set that up.
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings? So just to tie all this together, you've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing that this is some big coincidence and that there wasn't a back and forth on the special counsel. So maybe you never received directives explicitly from the AG or the Deputy Attorney General, but was Marshall Miller, did he become a two-way conduit throughout the investigation with DOJ?
No, and I would not take direction from a political person, a political figure, about how I should conduct an investigation.
But you never spoke to him throughout the entire time you were conducting an investigation?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was that he was, I think you asked if he was a conduit of information. He was present, to my recollection, at meetings, briefings that I had with the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General during my time as special counsel.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but Mr. Miller wanted you in that position, not because you're necessarily the best lawyer he ever met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years. I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years. I prosecuted cases.
How the fuck would he know why he wanted him in there? Like how the fuck would he know that? Like that's a fucking
against Democrats and Republicans, all the same. I've had, in my view, the experience necessary for this position, and that's why I accepted it.
So he knew that you would pursue, I mean, he had to have an idea that you would pursue exactly what the Biden administration wanted, which was criminal charges against President Trump.
I think that anybody who knows me well knows the idea that I would take direction from a political figure about how an investigation should come out. I don't think anybody who knows me thinks that's true.
Well, Chairman Jordan, I think the next deposition should be with Marshall Miller at this point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And while we are deposing Marshall Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his personal lawyer to be the head of the DOJ.
True.
On January 6, 2026, the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the White House launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there was an insurrection at the United States Capitol that resulted in a police officer dying the next day, another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter, with at least 140 police officers being injured by the insurrectionists, with 15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that we have 4 former officers as well as on-duty Capitol Hill police officers here today. Mr. Smith, I want to ask you about this website because the Trump administration is using taxpayer dollars to lie to the American people about the events leading up to and the events taking place on January 6, 2021. For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
But yet here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box titled, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
This website also accuses you of being a, quote, Biden prosecutor who brought, quote, weaponized charges against Mr. Trump. Mr. Smith, were you a Biden prosecutor who weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Did Attorney General Merrick Garland direct you to prosecute Trump because Donald Trump was running against Joe Biden in the presidential election?
No.
There are also allegations that President Trump was the victim of, quote, lawfare, and accusations that the Department of Justice lawyers who prosecuted Donald Trump used, quote, fabricated indictments and rigged show trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt, scam investigation, and prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
And those indictments have been dismissed. Can they be re-brought or resurrected after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled? And he can be prosecuted after he leaves office. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history and the history of what happened on January 6, 2021. And with that, I yield back. But I would like to, Mr. Chairman, offer for the record unanimous consent. A statement from Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency released on November 12, 2020 that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 24th, 2020 testimony of Trump's former FBI Director Chris Wray, who told Senate Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Committee of the Senate, that the FBI had, quote, not seen or historically had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election.
Without objection.
And last but not least, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Disputing Trump, Barr Says No Widespread Election Fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022, A.G. Garland appointed you as special counsel. Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office is a legal requirement for the job that you had?
I've taken oaths of office regularly. I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you meant the law as well. It strikes me as odd that you don't remember who swore you in, how you were sworn in. It's pretty significant. We all get sworn in here, and I remember every day. You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did he make you do that?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall. I know that there is the oath of office that I signed. I believe it was on the 18th, the day that I was appointed, and I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
you signed it on the 20th of November 2022, but there was no witness, which, I mean, you have to agree it's a little odd. If there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office, it would maybe make someone like me question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September of the following year. So why did you take the oath of office again on the 14th of September of the following year when you say you took the office in November of 2022? Why'd you need to do it twice?
My recollection is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th, and felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness, and apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later. That's strange, right?
I don't know why they asked me to sign it again. I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General Garland.
Well, that is just wild to me. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Well, which one was the official one?
What up, man? Sorry? I have what?
Which one counted?
I
think that's what the gentleman's asking.
I understood myself to have taken the oath of office when I assumed the job.
How much money did you? Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump? How much money did your office spend?
I do not recall as I sit here
What up, Chase?
now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations, reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much of that $35 million of taxpayer money did you give to confidential human sources?
This is, dude, I have been waiting for this fucking blueprint. I have been waiting for this fucking blueprint. I am so glad I just found this. Holy shit.
We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people we don't know about, with American tax money going after the guy we elected president?
My recollection regards the $20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was reviewing video and photographic.
Who's the source?
I do not know the identity of the source.
How many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question. My role as special counsel,
$35 million, and you're giving money to people the country doesn't know who they are, and you're giving their hard-earned money to these folks? The main question I have, too, with this is, why'd you have to do it?
He's saying that as though, like, that's a rarity for the government to give money to confidential informants. Like, what do you mean?
You subpoenaed bank records from the RNC, phone records from members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right down the front row. Why did you have to pay people for information when you could subpoena them and get it?
Time has expired.
Time has expired. You can answer the question now. Country would like to know why you had to do it.
My recollection and understanding is the payment, the $20,000 that I approved, was for a confidential human source to assist in the review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, obstructing the proceeding, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but my time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, I want you to have the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right. Harry Dunn, Danny Hodges, Sergeant Cannell, Mike Fanone, they did everything right. These guys, my Republican colleagues, are a joke. They're wrong. History will harshly judge them, so I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir. And these guys are so lucky they're not under oath, because they would have to tell you what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked. They call him cruel. They call him a scumbag. I've heard you all say it. You're lucky you're not under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras are on, you're tiny, you're small, you shrink. Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing. He would laugh at how stupid he thought Trump was. This is all a show. And Mr. Smith, you're just the latest act that they brought in. But they can't erase what happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes. Mr. Smith, after the mainstream media called the race for Biden about a week after the election, did Donald Trump concede the election?
He did not.
The next month, the Electoral College met in every state and voted Biden as the winner. Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
Shortly after that, the last court case that Donald Trump brought was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
Is it your judgment then that only Donald Trump could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled on January 6th?
Our assessment of the evidence is that he is the person most responsible for what happened on January 6th. He caused what happened. It was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the public integrity section when I was
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
Yes, he was a prosecutor I worked with in New York.
Did you know that he said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical? So are you a registered independent?
I have no partisan loyalties. I don't know if I'm registered as independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and your family has been subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
Do you remember where you were on September 11th?
I do.
What did you think of that day?
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night. I worked on that investigation. I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department, seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or a later day because of the time period.
What did you think when you saw it?
I was shocked. I was shocked by it. I obviously, being in Europe and not following things as closely, I was not, frankly, up to speed on the events leading up to it.
What shocked you about it?
I just never seen anything like that happen in our country.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if I'll ever have the honor to talk to you again. If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for what you tried to do and how you did it. You, unlike many here, are a man of honor. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The
got him.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Boom, baby.
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Smith, you appear before this committee today not as a neutral observer of the law, but at one point you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight, and a mandate that goes to the very heart of our constitutional order. You brought charges during an active election cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context. And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your investigation you developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal scheme to overturn the results in the 2020 election and to prevent lawful transfer of power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned the state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states.
Yeah, you would have to make that claim. I was about to say, even if that's true, that one state would have flipped, that wouldn't have made it much of a difference to the outcome of the election. And that is the claim. The claim is that the outcome of the election was incorrect. And just say, oh, well, there was one state where it might have been that I can even admit Georgia is one state where it could have been the case that that we it could be one state where we fucked up. Like it's possible. They're like, or not even fucked up, but that it could have had a different outcome because the election was so close. Like 11,000 votes out of what is it, like 3 million, 5 million, something like that. I don't have okay, Google. How many people voted in the last Georgia election? Well, I guess.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. How many people voted in the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. So yeah, so the amount of 11,000, that's like a very small margin to where there could have been mistakes. There could have it's possible. It is a possible thing. Unlikely, but it's possible. It wouldn't matter because there weren't other states that were that close. So
You were illegally appointed to serve as special counsel since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate and stated as stated in the Appointments Clause. You also issued an indictment against then President Biden's most formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump, and you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate. These actions were nothing short of election interference. 9 senators, including Senator Tuberville from my state of Alabama, and multiple Republican members of the House of Representatives had their phones subpoenaed, or their records subpoenaed. Some you seized their phones. Even then, Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, one of the highest-ranking Republicans in the country, had his phone records subpoenaed, all for political gain. These subpoenas clearly violated the speech and debate clause. As John Keller of the DOJ's Public Integrity Section addressed this issue in an email dated May 17th of 2023, D.C. Circuit President stated that the speech and debate clause, and the bar is this, bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. These instances are not only the tip of the iceberg about you and your team's flagrant disregard of the Constitution. Mr. Smith, your actions have changed and damaged confidence in our justice system. Today, this committee will determine whether that damage was the result of reckless judgment, political bias, or deliberate misuse of authority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield you the balance of my time for questions.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to that email. If we could put that up, this email that Mr. Gill highlighted a few minutes ago. This is the justification from the Public Integrity Section. If you look at the bottom, John Keller, Public Integrity Section, for going and getting the phone records, toll records of members of Congress. And there's a couple of things I want to highlight. That first highlighted area, there is some litigation risk. So they admit there's some concern here. And they send this to the copy to Jack Smith's team. And then you go down later, as Mr. Gill pointed out, the case.
What up, homie? Yeah, I'm probably going to try to go see if I can defib them. So, wait, what did you say? Somebody what? Oh, am I? I don't know. Oh, I don't know which mic is working. Yeah, somebody just got down, so yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can pick him up. I don't see them. Oh, there he is. Is he dead? Oh, he's already fucking dead. Damn. Oh, motherfucker, of course. Why? Okay. Well, this is where I was coming anyways, so.
Law is clear. A legislator may intervene and oppose such use. So the risk is real. But here's the deal. There was really no risk because we weren't going to know. They weren't going to tell us. They made sure they didn't tell us because they went to the judge and got a gag order. And look at the last sentence. The last sentence. Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged. So they're not going to know because we're not going to charge any of these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And so therefore, the litigation risk should be minimal. They're not going to be charged. We're not going to go after them. They're not going to. The litigation risk is minimal, and it's minimal because, frankly, it's non-existent because they're not going to know, and we're going to make sure they don't know because we're not even going to tell the judge who we're getting the gag orders on. And yet, Mr. Smith thought that was A-okay. That was just fine. That was in the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I find that hard to believe. And you know why? You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy. You can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump. We got to get the president. That's what this was all about. Yield back to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a transcript of the voicemail that President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left Senator Tuberville on January 6th, in which he states, I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back to the chair. Now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Is it that they have to have like unanimous consent to put this into the record, and it just has to go without objection, and so he just objects everything that the Democrats propose? Is that what's happening?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. His actions have made it harder for this committee and other congressional committees to get witnesses and testimony and damage the rule of law. Now, before I ask questions of Mr. Smith, I just want to make a simple observation. How scared are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files? They're so scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump with multiple felony counts. Republicans would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election and trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and the criminality of Donald Trump in stealing classified documents of obstructing justice than about Donald Trump's associations with Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophilia ring. I demand this committee, this chairman, and Republicans to call an immediate hearing asking why the Department of Justice is refusing to release 99% of the Epstein files and why the DOJ is violating the law right now. I have questions, Mr. Smith, for you, and thank you for being here today. My questions center on interactions or lack of interactions between the Biden administration and yourself. Did President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's political opponent?
No.
Did the Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution against New York Attorney General Tish James. Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, and the Trump DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get twice grand juries to secure indictments against her. When interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James, he concluded there was not enough evidence to go forward. And what did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney. Mr. Smith, did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever tell you that Donald Trump should be, quote, arrested and punished?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever threaten to fire you based on any action you took or did not take?
No.
Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own appointees who refused to do his bidding. His DOJ recently investigated Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after any Biden appointee?
No.
Okay. I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law?
You're a dumb fuck, bro.
No, I don't believe anybody should be above the law.
You are dumb
And
as
U.S.
fuck.
senators are not above the law, correct?
No.
Yeah, and members of Congress are not above the law, right?
No.
Yeah, that's right, because we're not. And what Republicans are trying to
Fucking idiot, dude. Fucking idiot, bro. What the fuck?
argue is somehow, if you're doing an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress. Get out of here. We're just under law like everybody else. And by the way, the speech and debate clause only applies to legislative acts, communications with legislative acts. Stealing a frickin' election, trying to do so, is not a legislative act. It is a crime. So I don't know what the heck they're talking about. And this is so stupid. I'm a former prosecutor. You'd never in an investigation go and try to get someone's toll records or phone records and then tell them, hey, dude, we're about to get your phone records. Of course you wouldn't tell them.
Yeah, that's seems pretty fucking obvious, yeah. Fucking wild.
What the Republicans are saying today is just idiotic. I'm so pleased you're here on national TV telling the American people that Trump was indicted. He was indicted lawfully, and multiple grand juries secured those indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you well. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, you have a long tenure at the Department of Justice. Would you agree with the statement that DOJ charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
That is correct. That's from the federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case you brought against President Trump, one of the charges you pursued was under Title 18, Section 371, which requires an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined, and an overt act. And what I'd like to ask you about is this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. It requires knowing deceit targeted a lawful government function.
So you would then also agree, would you not, that opinion, disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent set forth in that statute?
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove and intended to prove at trial that the false statements that Donald Trump made were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly. So even under your theory of the case, even if we took your facts as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he or did it knowingly. So going on to your next charge, let's talk about obstruction. There, too, that charge requires proof of wrongful intent, does it not?
That's correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true, that would mean he could not be convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
not correctly convicted.
The defendant for that charge would have to behave corruptly, and corruptly could include seeking an unlawful benefit, seeking a benefit to benefit themselves, in this case, to stay in office when they had, in fact, not won the election.
But there, too, there's a requirement of intent, that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And didn't you also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from multiple advisors, Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition you said he was almost just regurgitating what they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting
But you
anything.
would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice at that time, would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would...
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent, not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not agree. So is it not correct, sir, that here you charged 2 intent-based crimes without any direct proof whatsoever that the conduct charged was knowing, intentional, or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain a conviction at trial?
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume...
What does she mean? The elements of the defense could not, or the elements of the, did she say the defense?
Your elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated.
Oh, the offenses. What is she, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. That's kind of like how you get the subpoenas, the indictments, that's how all that works. What the fuck is she even talking about?
Demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy that prohibits prosecutors from selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section, who administers that policy, concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd. I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Objection?
I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a criminal complaint filed by the Trump Department of Justice on December 13, 2025, detailing how Kash Patel and the FBI used a confidential human source and an undercover FBI agent to investigate a bomb threat in Los Angeles. And then finally, this is an article published by The Verge on October 19, 2023, titled "Peter Thiel was reportedly an FBI informant," which reports that Peter Thiel served as a confidential human source for the FBI.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First one is from MSN.com. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants in J6 Arctic Frost probes.
Without objection.
Jack Smith team approved $20,000 payment to informant to snitch on Trump during Arctic Frost probe.
Without objection.
AT&T turned Kevin McCarthy's cell phone records over to Jack Smith.
Without objection.
Biden's legal team met with Jack Smith aide before Trump indictment.
Without objection.
Jack Smith deposition gives insight into failed effort to hold Trump accountable.
Without objection.
Trump special counsel Jack Smith was involved in Lois Lerner IRS scandal.
Without objection.
Special counsel Jack Smith's mixed history pursuing high-profile politicians.
Without objection.
And
Holy
FBI
shit.
resisted opening probe into Trump's role on January 6th.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
I think it's our turn. Do you yield your time?
lost track after all those unanimous consent requests. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized, and then the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today. Your willingness to speak directly to us and to the American people about your investigation is professional, it's courageous, and it's patriotic. It's high time that the American people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation of President Donald Trump for his criminal actions leading up to and the...
Are you guys high? I'm high. Must have been 4:20 when she asked this question.
day of January 6th, 2021. The facts, according to your report, are simple. Without a single piece of evidence, Trump sowed doubt about the 2020 election results and urged his followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell on January 6th. And that's exactly what they did. Thousands of insurrectionists violently tried to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty, and they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number of members that day, and I will never forget the pounding on the doors and the insurrectionists threatening to kill us right outside. My Republican colleagues keep trying to rewrite history. They claim that somehow Trump's words and actions did not legally rise to the level of criminal activity, that he did not directly cause violence at the Capitol. And so I want to set that record straight with you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against...
Yeah, so then why did he pardon all those people? Like, what? Why would he pardon all those people then? If it's it wasn't his intent, if he wasn't encouraging this, if he had no part in this, if it was all just a thing that happened, why the motherfucker turn around and pardon him?
Donald Trump in 2 major federal cases, election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation, combing through hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos, and communication. Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he lost?
Yes.
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn to the Constitution?
He did.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed-door deposition...
Yes, there were even like claims that when he was talking to his campaign team after the election, he was like screaming and yelling at them for losing, saying that they were the ones who lost in the election and blaming them. Of course, like he's never gonna take blame. He's never gonna be a man and like own up to shit, and he's never gonna. Oh, what? Damage Delta Raider using heavy ammo? I didn't get that yet? I just fucked that guy up. Holy shit.
Last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy, for not holding a president accountable.
Tom, you're still streaming? What the fuck is wrong with you? I fell asleep, woke up, and Tom is still streaming. Well, really, I finished all the other shit. Now I'm just listening to this and playing video games, but not doing much coverage on this. I'll admit, not much of a review. More so, I just wanted to hear this and decided to stay live because I assume other people want to hear it too, and because it's news and it's you know, as what do they call it, community consequence or whatever. It's not something that has like, you know, copyright issues or anything like that. So I am this is one thing that I am allowed to do a watch party on.
For trying to steal an election. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
I want to return to it because I think what you said in the closed-door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public testimony. How would you describe the toll on our democracy if we do not hold a president accountable for attempting to steal an election?
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the toll is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy. The attack on this Capitol on January 6th was, and the Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. said this, it was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, excuse me. North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, if there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, we would not be here today, would we?
What does that even mean?
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated involved a mob of supporters of Donald Trump's supporters.
Sure, I understand that. I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. What he was not charging him for like the insurrection. He was also, I mean, maybe that's all that this is, this hearing is about, but oh shit, I didn't know this was out here. Maybe that's all that this hearing is about, but there were also other federal charges on him for the fake elector scheme. So I'm sure we would, that they would have their panties in a wad over that as well if it wasn't about this.
Peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Well, in second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one, the unprecedented criminal scheme, your words, not mine. In the press conference, you said there was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams of lawyers. You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses. You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that worked with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being an unprecedented criminal scheme, you did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Yes. At the time of the conclusion of our work, my lawyers had believed that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was concluded. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but again, you started at the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requirement, you would agree that a criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides the president.
You decided not to charge anybody but Donald Trump in that indictment.
But he just said no. He just said that, yes, in that indictment, sure. But he had just said that, that didn't mean that they weren't planning on eventually charging others. Like, I don't know what this guy's on about. This actually, I feel like this makes him look worse by, getting him to point out that they were likely going to charge other people. Or that they had enough evidence to charge other people. I feel like this is not this is not a good look for them. I don't know why he's pushing this.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was...
I understand that. I understand your position. But you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
In regards to the way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
Correct.
The expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
That's correct. Supreme Court precedent emphasizes that...
And even your brief that the court found atypical, politics played no role.
Mr. Chairman, the time has expired.
The gentleman's expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. I believe it's important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without fear or favor, as is department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand why the White House and congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history and seeking to discredit you in your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit fraudulent certificates of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims and ultimately used them to direct an angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I represent southeastern Pennsylvania, which was one of the states targeted by Mr. Trump's criminal efforts. Being mindful of the clock, I wanted to try to explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false claims of election fraud in Pennsylvania, knowing they were false. Second, the evidence concerning the submission of fake elector certificates from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up, in your report and deposition, you detailed the overwhelming evidence that Trump had lost Pennsylvania, and he knew it. Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continued to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots that had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many even in the campaign knew that the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about 2 different elections. One was the primary and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses,
yeah, we were just
in
talking about
Pennsylvania,
this a second ago.
What springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making false claims about election results that they knew were false, and your deposition and report go into this in some detail, there was also this fraudulent elector plan where Trump and his co-conspirators solicited folks who had been planning to be Trump electors if he won and asking them to submit fake certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was pretty remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
That's correct. That particular elector, who was signed up to be a legitimate elector had Donald Trump in fact won the election, was a former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
I mean, the bottom line is that despite the facts and over objections from his allies, Trump still went to the ellipse on January 6th and lied about Pennsylvania's votes to direct his angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I just want to thank you for your work and your years of service to the country, and I would invite everyone to read your deposition and to read the report because it tells a very different story than what our colleagues do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record a speech by former Vice President Pence published on C-SPAN in June of 23, in which he calls the president's comments on January 6th reckless. President Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president. And anyone who asks someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Without objection.
And
the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you've said several times in your deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act, and
Actually,
as a
that's
result,
incorrect.
that conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. They accused you of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John Edwards that your interpretation of the facts and the law were correct and that you would convict John Edwards of corruption?
Yes.
But in fact, that case resulted in a jury deadlock on 5 charges and acquittal on another charge. Is that correct?
That is my recollection. That's correct.
Let's move on to the court's interpretation of your gag order requests. Mr. Smith, America was founded on the principle that the government doesn't silence political speech, in particular speech before it happens. You sought a prior restraint against President Trump without a single violation of pretrial release. In fact, there was no real-world harm that you could articulate justified giving the federal government the power to silence him as a presidential candidate, was there?
The court granted those motions and found that the prosecutor did not have to wait until someone was harmed to make such a motion.
Actually, the request was rejected when the case was actually when you actually were not able to, it was restricted, correct? The gag order was restricted, correct?
Well, we filed for an order in the district court. The district court granted an order. President Trump appealed that order. The Court of Appeals absolutely agreed that there was a basis and that the threats to witnesses that came from the targeting by Donald Trump were real and that we had a duty to protect them. You are correct in that the Court of Appeals narrowed the order, so the order covered witnesses, court staff, the judge, and my staff. The difference was that it didn't cover me anymore, which I was fine with.
Did you have any evidence that President Trump's statements about the cases against him intimidated witnesses or prevented them from coming forward?
I had evidence that he said, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. He suggested a witness should be put to death. The courts found that those sort of statements not only deter witnesses who've come forward, they deter witnesses who've yet to come forward.
But you weren't able to identify a single witness who didn't come forward because they were intimidated by President Trump.
We had extremely thorough evidence that his statements were having an effect on the proceedings that is not permitted in any court of law in the United States.
Don't you think it's a pretty low bar to clear if you're trying to silence a candidate for president? I mean, if you can't identify a single witness who's intimidated, that maybe you should reconsider the gag order?
Both courts upheld the orders, and it is not incumbent on a prosecutor to wait until someone gets killed before they move for an order to protect the proceedings.
Did anyone on your team raise concerns that this expansive gag order you were seeking would infringe on President Trump's First Amendment rights?
My recollection is that we, of course, discussed First Amendment issues regarding this application because I and my staff respect the First Amendment, but the First Amendment does not allow one to make statements that interfere with the administration of justice in a judicial proceeding. My interpretation was supported and agreed upon by the district court and the Court of Appeals in terms of the phenomena of the statements being made, targeting individuals, causing threats to happen to them. I would also add, sir, that in the days after Donald Trump made some of these statements, the district court, in this case, received vile threats to the district court's life. In that environment, I felt a duty as a prosecutor to make that motion, and I make no apologies.
And the court stayed that motion on August 3rd, 2024. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. Mr. Smith, if ever you need a break, you need a restroom break, you or your counsel can just let us know. I think it's now the gentleman from Colorado gets 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith. Can they? Yeah. Can we take a short break?
5-10 minute recess, and then we'll be right back at it.
Five to 10 minutes. Does that mean 45 minutes again this time?
Remains in the room. This will we'll go ahead and take the stand. We want to make sure the Capitol Police remains in the room, just in case we have any other concerns. General Lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request.
General Lady is recognized.
This is an order of the D.C. Circuit dated December 8th, 2023, in which the court recognizes that Donald Trump's statements about the judge and his case have led to threats against the judge, where callers labeled the judge and clerk, quote, Nazis, dirty Jews, and child molesters, and represent, quote, Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process in this case.
Without objection. A lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our country. My colleague from Virginia, a Republican colleague who was questioning you right before the break, do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you. This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution of those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th. I remember it well. The chairman was there, as was I. There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today. Perhaps the chairman could muster the courage to call the 4 witnesses who I see, the American public may not see, I see standing behind you, Mr. Smith, the 4 police officers who risked everything, life and limb, to do what? To protect the Republican members on the dais. It's an outrage that they now sit here and have the audacity to try to rewrite history in front of the very officers who sacrificed everything to protect them. Mr. Smith, you're of course aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time the sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference. There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it well because I was one of the prosecutors who prosecuted that case. Do you know how many senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors during that trial, Mr. Smith?
I don't recall.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the Republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want to try to rewrite history. But facts are facts. They talk about
Histrionics to
weaponization.
rewrite history.
They
Okay.
accuse you of weaponization of the justice system. While the Federal Reserve Board chairman rings the alarm about political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware. That President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say we are grateful for your service to this. Country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law, and I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise that you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debase themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to respond.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2010, Mr. Smith, did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the Public Integrity Section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with Lois Lerner with the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the Public Integrity Section. I was the chief. I was trying to learn about issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS.
I'm friendly if y'all want to come in. I'm not going to fight you.
about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Don't make me buy this game. Find you and embarrass you in front of your friends. Somebody tried doing that a little bit ago, and they got fucked up. they got fucked up.
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in public integrity.
You prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution, yes.
And that ended up with a that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
The John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the public integrity section by the time that case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, prosecuted two prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials. That's a gold standard here in America? I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If Mr. Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution. Before I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other question. Is there any historical precedent for an alternate slate of electors to be sent to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
Not from the presidential, not organized by the campaign, no. In this case, yes, there are other times where there were alternate slates of electors. All of those were approved by the legislature. In this case, this is the first time that a presidential campaign has ever tried to do it themselves.
That had happened, not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct. It was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say the 1960s election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii case.
Objection.
With that, I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. The gentleman from Colorado talked about noise from this side. It's not noise, it's facts. The fact is, you approved a $20,000 payment to a confidential human source. And I think you said earlier, the reason this individual or entity or person was paid was to review photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
My understanding is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI. I do not know why they were confidential, but it would make sense to me, given that this person was assisting.
Well, confidential just raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell it?
Well, he again says that he was not in charge of that person. It was not his source. He did not have anything to do with that. You're just going to keep asking him questions about somebody that he had nothing to do with. Is fucking wild.
We know you hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress. We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract, which would be the customary normal way, I think, of doing it?
I did not make the determination that this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau would...
Do you know of any of the other special counsels who approved payments to... Like, I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources. I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. It's the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information when you had the broadest subpoena power you could possibly have. You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
I am not aware whether confidential sources were or were not used in those investigations.
That's because I don't think they were. I don't think they were.
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a standard thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
The time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression. including violent tactics and legislation that has actively disfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn by Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, the through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud. Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State, who was a fellow Republican. My understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see outcome-determinative fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition that Georgia Secretary of State was one of the witnesses who disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained not only that they weren't true, but I believe my recollection is in several instances explained why they weren't true. And I believe that call ended, my recollection is that it ended with President Trump, in essence, threatening the Secretary of State that he might be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point. President Trump didn't just spread lies about the election. In your words, and I'm quoting, he preyed on, end quote, Republican officials in Georgia and other states who believed would help him. Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies, told him the truth, he dismissed them and continued to spread the lies anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes. After an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand that his electoral vote, his alternative electoral vote, would only be used if they won in court, if they won in litigation. That didn't happen, and President Trump and his co-conspirators tried to use those alternative fake elector certificates to get Mike Pence.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Himself. Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you and your team of career prosecutors have put forth in covering this evidence. The American people need to know what happened, and they need to know how their president pressured Georgia state officials to overturn their free
Gentleman from Alabama has a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. December 6, 2025, Atlanta News First. Fulton County admits to verifying 315,000 votes in the 2020 without poll worker signatures. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, isn't it true that for a federal criminal conspiracy charge, it requires more than one individual? In other words, you're making a contractual agreement of some kind with somebody other than yourself, right?
That is correct. There has to be an agreement.
And so when you made the determination to charge President Trump with conspiracy, you surely knew that you had somebody else that he must have agreed upon somewhere to engage in this act that generated the conspiracy, right?
That's correct. We alleged specific individuals in the indictment as co-conspirators.
And so you knew who you were going to do, who you were going to charge when you pursued the indictment. You knew who the agreeing parties were, but you chose to list them as co-conspirators, but you didn't indict them. How often have you done that in the past?
In the past, I have had a number of cases where I have charged some members of a conspiracy and not charged others.
One member of the conspiracy. How many times have you done that? Charged one member of the conspiracy and let everybody else off the hook?
I'm sure that's happened. That is not an.
You don't remember doing that?
That is not an uncommon thing to do in an investigation. In my
so okay, I dispute that, but we're going to leave that as it may. But let's just get to this: if a member of Congress moves to decertify a state's electors, that would not be a crime, would it?
When you say to decertify,
you make a motion to decertify on that January 6th. That way, every 4 years. That's not a crime, right?
Correct.
And if another elected official urged someone to join them in that decertification, that's not a crime either, right?
As you stated, it's not.
Several members of Congress get together over breakfast. They say, this is the normal path. We watched it because we saw the Democrats do it for every Republican president. So we're not sure how to do it. We've never done it before. That's not a crime to sit down for breakfast, to talk about that, or any other time together to talk about decertification, is it?
No, it's not a crime to talk about that over breakfast.
In your deposition, you talked about...
As long as it's over breakfast, I think you're good. If it was over dinner or lunch, brunch would be much worse, but breakfast, you're in the clear.
You made the argument that an elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government operation. Isn't that true? That's what you said in your deposition, page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said. You remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected official has been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back? Surely you remember that position.
I'm not denying it, and I apologize. I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this. You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election, right?
That is correct.
He was even free to say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful government function is the certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
Well, it's slightly broader than that. It's the collecting, counting, and certifying of the votes. Our view of the evidence is that begins from the point of time that the electors are certified through the counting of the votes. So that would be...
So the entire...
Damn, they put me in the game so fucking late. Holy shit, I don't have time to do anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave.
The entire certification process from the state to the feds.
My recollection as it's pled in the indictment, as I sit here, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's from December 14th. I think that was the day through the voting.
Okay, so you can't recall, but for you, it's from the certification moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on inaugural day.
My recollection, that's what we pled in the indictment, yes.
Okay, so you've managed to filibuster us right out of this thing, but your beef was, you said that President Trump engendered a level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state legislators, to his supporters of all sorts, and somehow you discerned that his supporters were angry, and that was somehow related to a criminal offense.
Hey, you good? Ah, shit. Fuck. I didn't realize that was open. I saw you jumping off of there. I've been killed by people standing up there too many times, so I was...
Offense. I find that absolutely weak. I think it's misdirected, and...
Time the gentleman's expired. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th and directly experienced what happened. Yet some of my colleagues across the aisle still insist that Trump had no...
I literally just spawned in, but spawning in this late, fuck that shit. I'm going back.
...role in the violence. In videos of the raging battle against our brave Capitol Police officers, many rioters were screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence that some of the rioters had gone to the Capitol because they really believed the president had invited them there?
There were, I believe there's video of rioters saying, in fact, that And as we pled in the indictment, knowing.
Yes, there's video of people saying Trump told us to come here. Trump told us to do this. The people, Enrique Tarrio, his lawyers argued in court that they were there because Trump told them to go there. Like that was pretty standard for people who went to the Capitol.
Laws that Donald Trump put out in the weeks leading up to that led to a level of distrust, and he ultimately knew that the crowd.
Oh, he keeps saying, you know he's lying now. That's how you know he's lying, guys. This is a thing that I learned recently. You know he's lying if he says or Yep, it's a fact. It's a thing. I heard some debate pedophiles say the shit.
At the Capitol, or at the Ellipse, I should say, was angry before he told them to march toward the Capitol.
And we've seen report after report of rioters who have said that if Donald Trump had not convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington. I'm going to share some quotes from some of those rioters. I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump, one rioter said about going to the Capitol. I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so, another said. He personally asked for me to come that day, said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's rhetoric and language that inspired people to go to the Capitol believing that they were going on the president's direct order?
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters, he told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, we can't let this happen. And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, fight for Trump. That all happened during the Ellipse speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was just going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87.
Oh, she said too. She's lying too. She's also lying.
Of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley.
Most interesting part was when Smith was questioned about who swore him into office and he couldn't remember. Really? You found that interesting? Why would that be interesting at all? Why would that be interesting in the least? Like, that seemed totally irrelevant to me. Irrelevant, and if I might say erroneous, if I do say so. So, and I do say so. I just did. Just now. So, suck it.
Also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what happened at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
I hear people talking, but I don't know where they are.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Gentlemen, can state her unanimous consent request.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, yesterday criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress.
Objection. Without objection.
And the second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, held accountable because, quote, that's the way our system does work and should work.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
Bro, I thought you were shooting at me for a second. I was about to go all in. I was about to go fucking ham. I thought you shot at me for a second. Holy shit.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here? Well, let me ask you this. Am I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my phone toll records?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before.
No.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I've been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress, who literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family. And of course, as we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know. I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago. My question here...
Yeah, you're not... I don't... When are people ever able to object to, like, warrants and shit like that? Like, when is that... Can anybody name, like, a single time somebody has been able to object to, like, their shit being subpoenaed or anything like that? Like, is that a thing that has ever happened in the history of ever?
Was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president. We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that established and opened the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco. And you briefed the AG and Deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them, I discussed...
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, it was already talked about my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act? Filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client. Is that a criminal act, yes or no?
No, in fact, we stated...
So why did you deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed, and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell,
Don't
one of the co-conspirators. Don't do it. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir. If you're talking.
Well, there were some.
You okay? I'll be out of here in just a minute. I'm not like taking 90% of this shit, so just give me a minute.
400 plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSE, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
The gentleman have the opportunity to respond?
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida, there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined. The Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Herr's report?
My recollection is his report was made public in full. I believe that's correct.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public. I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in Volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report in its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public. At this point, I want to turn now to President Trump's attacks on you.
To be not made public. Interesting. Interesting way of saying it.
You. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me. I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law. And that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe...
What up, what up? Is there a shredder around here? I just heard it somewhere, but I'm trying to find it. No response. Oh, that's what it was that I heard. Where the fuck is it?
Believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously. It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side of the aisle. This is Trump's playbook at work. Complain loudly, gin up hatred and resentment, then express our hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th. Trump stood at the ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf of people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
regular
sorry
order.
You have gone over numerous times.
Time
I am
belongs to the
taking
gentlelady
my
from
few
Vermont. I'll let you
moments.
go a couple
Thank
of
you,
seconds.
Mr. Chair.
I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officers sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time the gentlelady has
I
expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, ranking member recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly.
It is really like Jack Smith is like a really sad case, man. The guy was asked to like take on a case that most people probably would not want to take on, and was in a super fucked scenario in taking the case at all. What the fuck? How did the fuck... How the fuck did that get in here? What the fuck? He's still alive? I'm so confused, dude. What the fuck is happening? Oh shit, not that.
Mr. Chairman, the first is a New York Times article titled "Hunting Leaks: Trump DOJ Officials Seized Records of Democrats," explaining how the Trump administration subpoenaed Apple for data from the accounts of at least a dozen people tied to the House Intelligence Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Objection.
And the other, similarly, is Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of the hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it fair? Was it fair under you? And all they expect, they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, but that wasn't the case. When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals, that's hypocrisy. And I'm sorry to say, and I don't say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite. With that being said, you know, I think the prosecutors and the people around you stretch norms, change standards depending upon who was under investigation, so you don't like Donald Trump, and so you're a liberal Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him. And by the way, it's interesting, in all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat? No. The answer is no. I'll answer for you. So I got simple questions. I always say I'm a simple guy, but it really boils down to this. How much can Americans trust the system? In your special counsel report, you stated President Trump engaged and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, et cetera. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict, would Americans trust the justice system more, or would they? Would they trust the system more? The answer, go ahead, answer, please answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking me.
So when this was all going on, before, and I believe it was political, before there was an entire case and we went through the whole case, you pretty much declared, and I'm not going to read the whole thing through again, that President Trump was guilty. That wasn't your job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job. Don't you think that's unfair, that that's wrong, that didn't make the playing field level? Did it make people less trustworthy of the system, yes or no?
No. When I announced the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that the case needed to be tried and that he had a right to go to trial and he was presumed innocent.
And thank you for, I just want a simple answer because we are limited on time. I disagree with you. I don't think you did. Your office secretly subpoenaed and got records of members of Congress. And you kept those subpoenas hidden through non-disclosure orders. That's wrong. They should have known. You want to do that, fine. It's wrong. Number one, it's wrong because people have a right. The American public has a right to know. The elected officials have a right to know. It's your right to subpoena them, but they should know. Secondly, and I brought this up before, not one Democrat. It's all Republicans, all Republicans. Everything you've done, everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think that puts more trust in the system when you're so partisan in that way? Yes or no?
No. Politics played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
Because you didn't have the proof. If prosecutors routinely rely on politically imbalanced investigations, and by this I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness. You're saying you're a fair man. We had a January 6th committee, select committee, that was appointed only by a Democrat, the then Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Everybody on it was a Democrat, except 2 Republicans that hated Republicans. Was that fair? Was that fair? I mean, look at our system here in Congress. We've got Democrats, man, they speak up. You've got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both sides. That's the way a select committee should be. And you based everything upon this biased, unfair, prejudiced system. How is that fair? Tell me how that's fair.
That's not correct. We conducted an independent investigation.
You based a lot on that commission. You got all their records.
That's not correct. We did collect their records. We conducted our own independent investigation following the facts and the law.
And you used a lot of their information. Mr. Smith, I don't mean to cut you off. I've got limited time. Joe Biden took classified records that were not to be taken when he was vice president and when he was Senate. And I know you didn't deal directly with that case.
Mr. Chairman?
But nevertheless, he did. Is that fair? Because he let him go, don't do anything to him. But on the other hand, when it's President Trump who did it as president, then there was you raided Mar-a-Lago. Is that fair?
I'm the gentleman.
Mr.
Gentleman's part of it.
I'd like him to answer.
If the witness would like to respond, he can.
I have no response.
It's damn unfair. That's the answer.
We've got UC request.
UC request from the gentleman from California.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the government's sentencing memorandum for Capitol rioter Cody Mattis, who said that, quote, when the former president asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, it was not a call to peacefully and patriotically make your voice
Objection.
but to storm and seize the building.
And I've got one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is a press release from Congressman Jeff Van Drew's statement on storming the Capitol building, calling it unacceptable, un-American, and disrespectful of democracy.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. Let's remember why we're here today. Donald Trump incited an insurrection in 2020 because he refused to accept that he lost that election. And then he took classified documents with him and put them in Mar-a-Lago. Republicans support impunity for criminals, not accountability. There's no clearer example than that of the blanket pardon of nearly 1,600 insurrectionists on day one of this disgraceful presidency. Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy who brutalized police officers. There are 4 of them who can testify to that here, and who wanted to kill Vice President Pence. People who've committed more crimes since the insurrection: sexual assault, child molestation, aggravated kidnapping. That's who Trump pardoned, and that's whose side Republicans are on. They may not want to, but they are, because they refuse to tell the truth. Mr. Smith, let me ask you something. Does pardoning violent rioters who brutalized law enforcement officers, spray peppering them, tasering them, beating them up, kicking them, smashing them in door frames, make our country safer?
Absolutely not.
As a prosecutor, can you describe why these pardons make our communities less safe and undermine our criminal legal system more broadly?
The people who assaulted police officers and were convicted after trial, in my view, and I think in the view of the judges who sentenced them to prison, are dangerous to their community. As you've mentioned, some of these people have already committed crimes against their communities again, and I think all of us, if we're reasonable, know that there's going to be more crimes committed by these people in the future. I do not understand why you would mass pardon people who assaulted police officers. I don't get it. I never will.
That's exactly right. And none of this is a coincidence. The entire purpose of the Republican Party, unfortunately, has become to help criminals and corporate interests evade accountability. Republicans want impunity, not accountability. They want impunity for the January 6th people, for the classified documents case, for the Epstein files, for billionaires and big corporations, and for terror that DHS is sowing on our streets. The Gestapo tactics by ICE and CBP are the obvious result of President Trump and the Republican Party that protect anyone who helps them turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. Whether it's storming the Capitol to overthrow an election, or murdering people in broad daylight. Republicans will back you if you back their political mafia and racketeering operation. That's why Democrats must fight for accountability through oversight, through legislation, evidence collection, and through prosecution for the openly criminal acts that we're seeing in our communities every day. Democracy doesn't exist without accountability, but you got to have a spine. I thank you, Mr. Smith, for doing your part. Our fight continues for accountability, not for impunity. Thank you, and I yield back.
May I have
Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Smith, I just want to take a minute and allow you to explain why you requested the toll records of those officials for January 6th.
For the January 6th investigation, correct? With regard to the toll records that were subpoenaed regarding the period of the 4th, I think it was to the 7th, we had evidence that the president had directed Rudy Giuliani, one of his co-conspirators, to contact members of Congress to try to further delay the proceedings and exploit the violence that happened in the Capitol. We had evidence that those calls had happened. We wanted to get more evidence of that to corroborate it for trial. That is, again, as I mentioned earlier today, a standard part of an investigation to understand who a conspiracy is trying to reach out to, how they're trying to influence people.
And you want a documentary confirmation?
Yes, correct.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I'll just cut right to the chase here. Your investigation and attempted prosecution of President Trump, it wasn't about justice. It was about politics. Politics. From day one, under the Biden-Harris DOJ, you weaponized the law to go after their top political opponent. You pushed flawed legal theories, and even the far left Washington Post called you out. They called you out, sir, for violating the First Amendment. You tried to criminalize political speech, slap unlawful gag orders on a presidential candidate, and spy on Republican members of Congress in violation of the Speech or Debate Clause, including the sitting Speaker of the House. Mr. Smith, you mishandled documents, pressured defense lawyers, and dumped a massive trove of so-called evidence right before the election. And you did it to sway voters. That's why you did it. And don't get me started on that raid at Mar-a-Lago or your unconstitutional appointment.
Bro, I'm always fucking lost on this. On this map. I can't fucking figure out where the fuck I'm going. No, this is closed. Oh shit. Oh, I'm so fucked. I've been so fucking lost this entire time. Shut the fuck up. There's no fucking way, dude. How the fuck is this happening? Move your fucking ass. Holy shit, dude. This is fucking bullshit. This is such fucking bullshit. This is such fucking bullshit, dude. What the fuck? No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You fucking... No! No! Fuck! Fuck! Help! 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 Help!
Which a federal judge in Florida rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you. This wasn't, Mr. Smith, about upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed, including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But
help! I'm down! Help! I'm about to die! Help! Fuck, dude.
But here's the good part, America. Here's the good part. The American people saw right through it. They rejected, sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof.
All right. Time for bed. All right. Love you guys. Bye. Make sure you guys leave a comment. It really helps the stream. If you want to talk about the Pisco review with Counterpoints, you want to talk about the stuff with ICE earlier, you want to talk about the Jack Smith stuff, make sure you leave a comment. Leave a comment that's relevant to you know, the stream or something like that. But leaving comments definitely helps boost us in the algorithm and makes it to where other people are more likely to find the stream in the future, and hopefully more people will be here tomorrow. So appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and I will see you again on the next one. Wicked, wicked. Later, fools.